You know how you leave your house every day and never think, I sure hope I don't get eaten by a giant humanoid monster? Well, after you watch today's recap, you may start to second guess those thoughts. That's right, today we're covering Attack on Titan. Created by Hajime Isayama, Attack on Titan started as a manga series in September of 2009, and was so damn popular that it was adapted into an anime that ran from September 2013 to November 2023, which is what we'll be covering. It follows the story of Eren Yeager, a young boy who's part of the last human civilization that's forced to live inside 3 walls. Why is that, I hear you asking? Remember the monsters that I mentioned before? Yeah, they're called Titans, and there's a lot of them. So, can Eren Yeager and his friends take down the Titans and free humanity from this nightmare? Well, you should strap in, get a couple of snacks, and relax, because this is going to be a long one. Oh, and remember, don't get too attached to any of the characters. There's going to be a lot of death. Here we go. The show opens with a shot of terrified villagers and the towering hand of a Titan on top of the wall. The narrator lets us know that this right here was the moment that changed everything, and we find out just how right they are. Earlier that same day, the Scott Regiment is out, attacking Titans, aiming to build humanity's first base beyond the wall. Suddenly, they see a Titan. Without hesitating, they use their omnidirectional mobility gear, or ODM gear, to swing off the trees and jump in to attack them. Inside the walls, our main character, Eren Yeager, who's just a kid, wakes up from a dream, and he's crying. Mikasa Ackerman, his adopted sister, asks him why he's crying, but Eren can't remember his dream. I need you to write this down somewhere, because it's going to be very important. On their way home to the Shiganshina district, Eren and Mikasa meet Hannes, a soldier who's an old family friend, and a bunch of other soldiers too. Eren gets mad at them for day drinking, saying they're not ready for if something bad happens, but Hannes tells him to take it easy, saying there isn't a Titan big enough to scale the walls, and there hasn't been an incident in the last 100 years. But Eren isn't satisfied. He's tired of being stuck in the walls like a caged animal. Damn, Eren, you gotta chill out, man.
He's just a kid. Tends to dream bigger than life really wants him to.
On their way home, Eren tells Mikasa he wants to join the Scout Regiment because he wants to see the world beyond the walls. Mikasa is about to explain why that's a terrible idea, but the bells start ringing, meaning the Scout Regiment is back from a mission. However, it's far from a heroic return. The town is shocked by how few of them came back. A woman goes to look for her son but sees that only his arm was recovered. She asks if his death was at least meaningful, but the commander tells her that they accomplished nothing. Man, this show is dark, and we're just getting started. Bystanders start talking smack about the Scout Regiment, calling it a waste of tax money. Eren, as you can imagine, takes issue with this and pokes him with one of his sticks. Before he can get in trouble, Mikasa drags him away and throws him against a wall, asking him if he still wants to be a part of the Scout Regiment. Eren just asks her to pick up the wood with him. Back at home, Eren's dad, Dr. Yeager, and his mom, Carla, are in the kitchen.
What was that for?
His dad says he has to go to the interior to see some patients, and Mikasa immediately tells them about Eren's plans to join the Scout Regiment. Snitches get stitches, Mikasa, remember that. Eren's mom is furious, but his dad says you can't discourage curiosity, and tells Eren he'd finally show him what's in his basement when he gets back. When he leaves, Carla starts arguing with Eren about joining the Scout Regiment again, but he just yells at her and leaves. She tells Mikasa to look after him, and Mikasa nods. Eren runs until he sees his friend Armin Arlelt being bullied by some kids. He decides he's going to show them who's boss, and they start running away. But it's not Eren they're afraid of. It's Mikasa, who's just behind him. Armin says they were bullying him because he wants to see the world outside the walls, just like Eren, and apparently that's like super taboo. Man, people inside the walls suck. Eren then asks Mikasa why she ratted on him, because that's just not cool. Armin agrees with Eren. Now, he questions whether humanity is even safe inside the walls, and wouldn't you know it, as soon as he says that, the ground starts shaking, and the kids run to see what's going on. And that brings us back to the opening scene of the episode, with a massive Titan looking at them over the wall, and everyone is shook. The Titan isn't just there for sightseeing though. It kicks a huge hole through the wall. Those closest are crushed, and the rest of the shattered wall flies across the city, obliterating houses and squashing people. Good God. A whole bunch of disgusting Titans come in through the hole, and now the city is in total chaos. Eren and Mikasa run home, hoping their mom is safe. But this is Attack on Titan. There are no happy endings. As they turn the corner, there's a boulder where their home used to be, and their mom is stuck underneath it. Eren and Mikasa try to pull her out, but gets distracted by Titans that are walking by in the distance. That has gotta be terrifying. Eren's mom tells them it's pointless. Her legs are crushed, so she can't even run if they manage to get her free. She tells them to run, but Eren ignores it, saying he'll carry her. In tears, Carla asks him why he never listens to her. Just then, a Titan starts moving towards them. Luckily, just then, Hannes arrives. Carla begs him to take the kids and run, but Hannes refuses. He's a soldier, and he's gonna kick some Titan ass. Until he actually sees the Titan and gets terrified. He turns tail, picks up the kids, and runs away. Carla thanks him, but then puts her hand on her mouth and silently begs for them not to leave her alone. Eren is forced to watch helplessly as the Titans pick up his mom and turns her into an afternoon snack, her blood spilling everywhere. And that is episode 1. Episode 2 opens with crows eating the dead people in the Shiganshina district, and a religious man is preaching while people are being picked off and eaten like grapes, until he becomes a Titan snack too. Back with our main characters, Eren is giving Hannes the business, saying that if he had stayed longer, they could have freed his mother. But Hannes gives it to Eren straight up. He left because he was too scared to face the Titan. And honestly, can you blame him? Meanwhile, their buddy Armin is on a ship out of Shiganshina, and he's looking through the crowd for his friends. He finally spots them, but the look on their faces stops him from calling out to them. Oh man. Soldiers are hard at work getting survivors through the gates, debating whether they should close the gate or leave it open for more survivors. When a Titan covered in armor starts running towards the gate, they immediately shut it. But it's no use, because the Titan absolutely destroys the whole wall and breaks through. Eren watches in horror and realizes he's never going back home. With fire in his eyes, he vows to kill every last Titan and free humanity. And so we begin. While that's happening, Eren's dad is hurrying back home, praying that his family is safe. In a dream, Eren sees his dad injecting him with a mysterious syringe and giving him the key to his basement. He's woken up by Mikasa and Armin, and all three of them go to get food rations. Oh, and Eren has the key to his dad's basement around his neck now. Well, that's kind of weird. The three of them go to receive their food rations when they overhear soldiers talking about the food shortage due to the refugees from Wall Maria.
Eat up, the Titans like a little meat on their bones.
Humanity basically lives in these three walls: Wall Maria, Wall Rose, and Wall Cinna. The richest live in Wall Cinna, and the poorest in Wall Maria. Eren loses his mind and attacks them for saying that, but Armin jumps in and apologizes, saving Eren from an ass-kicking. Eren gets mad at Armin for being a wuss, but Mikasa smacks Eren in the face and says Armin is right. All they can hope to do now is survive, before stuffing his face with some bread. The royal government tries to fix the food shortage by having the refugees cultivate land, but it's not enough. The following year, they have the bright idea of using the refugees to launch a military campaign to retake Wall Maria. It goes as well as you'd imagine. 150 out of the 250 soldiers sent to die. After this tragedy, the three friends decide to apply for the military, and a year later, they're part of the newly formed 104th Cadet Corps, one step closer to killing Titans. Episode 3 opens with Keith Shottis, the commandant of the 104th Cadet Corps, giving the new recruits the full metal jacket experience and chewing them out. Well, not all of them. Annie Leonhardt, Mikasa Ackerman, Bertold Hoover, Eren Yeager, and Ymir are all spared. Because they're the survivors from Wall Maria, they don't need it. Poor Armin still gets the business though. He's just too nice. As their commandment continues to go down the line, he's chewing everyone out and has gone full metal jacket mode when he sees Sasha Browse eating a stolen potato.
Here, sir. Have half.
So later, Eren, Armin, Marco Boat, Connor Springer, and Mina Carolina watch Sasha do her punishment of running until she can't move anymore. Because, duh. Marco asks Eren how he's so calm, and he tells him he's from Shiganshina. Everyone is shook, and they begin asking Eren about the Colossal Titan. The constant questioning reminds Eren of that day, and makes him sick. So Marco asks everyone to back off, but Eren says it's fine. He's going to use this motivation to join the Scout Regiment and kill every last Titan. But he's interrupted by John Kirstein, who mocks his decision to join the Scouts. Eren also disapproves of John's goal to join the military police and hide in the interior walls, and the two walk over to each other before John apologizes, and Eren does too. That's a close call. As people begin to leave, John sees Mikasa and basically falls in love with her. He tries to start a conversation with her, but only manages to compliment her hair. Man, John is just like me.
You have really beautiful black hair.
She acknowledges that compliment, and John follows her outside and sees her with Eren, which ruins his whole mood.
Okay, fine. I'll cut it. How short should I go, do you think?
Sasha finally falls to the ground and is probably on the verge of death when she smells food. One of the cadets, Krista Lenz, has brought her bread. Sasha basically worships Krista, which another girl named Ymir disapproves of. Sasha gobbles up the bread and then passes out, which is exactly what I'm going to do when I finish this recap. The next day, the cadets begin practicing with the ODM gear, which is, again, the flashy stuff the soldiers use to face off against Titans. Eren fails miserably at it, but Mikasa and Armin pass with flying colors. Armin and Mikasa try coaching Eren on how to use the ODM gear, but he fails miserably, again. Mikasa tries to get Eren to quit being a soldier over dinner, but he's having none of it, and gets up and leaves mid-conversation. Eren asks around for advice on how to use the ODM gear properly, but isn't getting anywhere. So Eren goes to Rainer Braun and Bertold Hoover to get help. They're reluctant to help at first, but after they exchange Titan stories, they go on a late-night walk and give Eren some tips, and basically become friends, which is super sweet. The next day, Eren has one last chance at ODM balancing. He gets it at first, and everyone cheers, but then he falls again. Everyone is sad, but then Shadis tells him to switch with another guy, and he balances perfectly. The equipment that Eren was working with is faulty, and he's actually really awesome at this. Turns out, Shadis was an old friend of Eren's dad. He didn't want him to die as a soldier, but in the end, he had to give in to Eren's resolve. Episode 4 starts with a 2-year time skip. Yep, just like that. The cadets of the 104th Corps are running with weighted backpacks as part of their training. Armin is lagging behind, and Shadis is screaming his lungs out at him, but Rainer takes his bag from him, showing excellent teamwork. Later, they're practicing hand-to-hand combat, and Eren is annoyed because he thinks it's useless, but Rainer explains that as soldiers, they need to be prepared for anything and everything. Rainer sees Annie slacking off and tells her to practice with Eren. She proceeds to kick his ass, and then it's Rainer's turn, who also gets his ass kicked. Eren is amazed at her technique, but she's uninterested. She says how ironic it is that the top 10 graduates, aka the 10 best Titan fighters, are the only ones who get to join the military police and live within the walls, saying she's not dying outside the walls. At dinner, Eren insults John for wanting to join the military police, and the two almost fight again. Mikasa breaks up the fight, and John is obviously jealous of Eren, so he grabs his shirt.
You pissed me off! What? Are you crazy?
But Eren uses the same move Annie used on him to put John on his ass, before saying he's not worthy of calling himself a soldier. Shadis shows up and asks what the loud noise was, and Mikasa saves both of them by saying Sasha farted. Now that is pure unadulterated comedy!
For the love of God, learn some self-control.
The top 10 graduates, those eligible to apply for the military police, are revealed. Krista Lenz, Sasha Brous, Connie Springer, Marco Boat, John Kirstein, Eren Yeager, Annie Leonhardt, Bertold Hoover, Rainer Braun, and the best soldier of the class, Mikasa Ackerman. As the graduates celebrate, Thomas Wagner questions Eren's decision to join the Scout Regiment, but Eren says throwing away the sacrifice of those who died before him would be a disgrace. Eren storms out, but Armin and Mikasa stop him, saying they'll join the Scout Regiment too. Eren tries to stop them. Bit of a hypocrite, huh? But Armin wants to help humanity, and Mikasa will follow Eren wherever he goes. Leaving through Trost District, a crowd of people are waiting for the main force of the Scout Regiment to pass. Commander Erwin Smith, Captain Levy, and Section Commander Hanji Zoe. Remember those names, they're going to be very important. Meanwhile, the young soldiers meet Hannes, who's been promoted to captain, and he congratulates them on graduating, before apologizing for his failure to rescue Eren's mother.
But I want you to know your mom's death still haunts me.
But Eren tells him that it's not his fault, which shocks Hannes. The graduates are working on the cannons on the wall, and they're all in very good spirits, with some even convinced by Eren's speech to join the scouting regiment. Eren looks at the city, happy that humanity is finally getting its dignity back, until yellow lightning flashes behind him, and the colossal titan suddenly appears. What? It blows all the graduates away. But they recover, and Eren, 5 years later after losing his mother, is finally face to face with the one that did it. Episode 5 opens with Eren running at the colossal titan, who attacks back and destroys the cannons. So, this thing is smart too. Great. Eren jumps at it, but it lets out a huge wave of steam that pushes him back. When he tries to attack again, his blades slice through the air. The colossal titan has disappeared.
Down! Take only what you need to survive! File through as calmly as possible!
The soldiers begin attacking the titans that are pouring through the hole in the wall, doing their best to stop what happened 5 years ago from repeating. Meanwhile, Dot Pixis is playing chess with Lord Wald, when a soldier tells him that the colossal titan has destroyed the gate at Trost District. Pixis leaves to join the fight, even though Lord Wald practically begs him not to. As you'll see soon, this Pixis guy, not a big fan of the rules. At Trost, Worman divides the cadets in 2 individual groups. Most of them are panicking, because who wouldn't? John, however, is just annoyed. He would have made military police literally the next day. He bumps into Eren, who says they made it out of training, and they'll make it out of this too. They're friends now, which is pretty wholesome. As John leaves, Mikasa tells Eren to look for her if he's in trouble. She's such a boss. But they're interrupted by Ian Dietrich, who tells Mikasa she's been assigned to the rear squad. Mikasa tries to argue, but Eren snaps at her, saying that nobody cares about what she wants. Mankind is at stake. As they're about to part, Mikasa asks Eren not to die. Yeah, about that.
Whatever happens, don't get yourself killed.
Eren and Armin are standing by, waiting for orders, as he gets flashbacks of learning about Titans, how they literally eat human beings for fun, and how the only way to beat them is to cut their napes, which is basically the back of their neck. Eren is excited. Doing well here could mean a promotion in the Scouts. However, their enthusiasm turns to horror very quick when a Titan eats Thomas. Furious, Eren rushes to kill that Titan, but gets his leg bitten off by another Titan mid-air, falling hard. More Titans appear, killing them one after another to the horror of Armin, who can't even move. A Titan picks him up. He can't even fight back. And he's about to get eaten, until Eren jumps in and pulls him out, using his blade to keep the Titan's mouth open. Eren tells Armin they're going to visit the world outside the walls, just like they talked about. Armin tries to save him, but the Titan bites down, cutting his left arm off and swallowing him, leaving Armin screaming. Well, there goes our main character. What now? Episode 6 starts with Connie snapping Armin out of a PTSD haze. Connie asks him where the rest of his team is, but Ymir says it's obvious. They're dead. And his cowardly ass is the only one that survived. Ouch. Connie's about to start fighting her, but Krista breaks it up. At this point, Armin realizes he's basically dead weight, that Eren and Mikasa probably think that about him too. So he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave before I cause anyone else more problems. He sees a classmate trying to resuscitate her boyfriend, and instead of helping, just says he's dead. At the base of Wall Rose, evacuating people are stopped by a merchant and his big-ass cart of goods. He's being a real tool about it too, saying none of their lives are worth the amount of money the goods are worth. Just then, a little girl notices a Titan making a beeline for them, until Mikasa takes it down. She then goes to the merchant and threatens to kill him if he doesn't move his cart, which he then obviously does. The little girl and her mother thank Mikasa, and she salutes back before she has a flashback about her own mother. Mikasa lived a happy life with her parents.
I don't understand. How can I have children?
Honey, why don't you explain?
Until Dr. Yeager and Eren came to visit and found both parents dead and Mikasa missing. His dad goes to call the authorities and asks Eren to stay there, but this is Eren, so he tracks down Mikasa's kidnappers and manages to kill 2 of them by pretending to be a lost child. Only one problem with that, there were 3 kidnappers, and the third one grabs Eren from behind and is about to strangle him to death. But Mikasa locks in and literally kills the third guy in cold blood. When the police show up, they're horrified and question whether kids could even do something like this. Dr. Yeager scolds Eren for doing something so reckless, but he says he wanted to save Mikasa. Mikasa is helpless, homeless, and alone, and she doesn't know what she's going to do now.
There's really nowhere else for me to go.
So Eren gives her his scarf, the same one she wears every day, and tells her she can live with them. The flashback ends as the soldiers can finally retreat, but Mikasa stays back to help the vanguard. She remembers that she is a family, and that with Eren, she can do anything. Yeah, who's gonna tell her? Episode 7 starts with Mikasa arriving to see the HQ building under attack by the Titans. It's HQ's job to keep supplying fuel for the ODM gear, so everyone's running low on ODM gas. So how is everyone inside HQ holding up? Okay, never mind. Outside, Connie tries to convince John to go to HQ. It's better than staying here. Sasha even offers to lead them, but everyone else is way too traumatized to follow. Well, everyone except Annie, Reiner, Bertold, and Marco. Mikasa shows up and asks about Eren, which sends Armin into a frenzy. Mikasa takes one look at him and realizes what happened, before telling him to pull himself together. They can't afford to be emotional at a time like this. She gets up and tells everyone she's going to HQ. They say it's a suicide mission, but she just calls them cowards who give up easy. That is harsh, especially if you're a soldier. She leaves, and her speech motivates John, who rallies the rest of them in one of the coolest scenes ever. Mikasa leads the way, killing Titans as she goes, but Armin realizes she's using too much gas. She's taking her sadness out on the Titans. This doesn't last long, as she runs out of gas and falls out of the sky. Connie goes to help her and asks John to take point. Meanwhile, Mikasa finally realizes she's lost her family again, and falls to her knees as a Titan approaches her. Mikasa thinks about her life and decides even though the world is cruel, she had a good life with Eren. She accepts her fate, and is about to be eaten by the Titan, when she suddenly cuts its finger off and jumps out of the way, realizing she doesn't want to die. That Eren told her to keep fighting no matter what, as her exit route is blocked by a second Titan. She decides if she goes down fighting, and she lets out a scream. But then, She's saved by the second Titan? Mikasa is shocked by this and can't even move. She's saved by Armin, never thought I'd say that, and Connie asks them if they're okay. Just then, they get front row seats to this new Titan that apparently hates his own kind, as it takes a human fighting stance and then punches another Titan's head off about 100 kilometers away, before moving on to find more Titans to kill. Armin gives Mikasa his gas canisters, and they all decide to move towards HQ so they can replenish their supply of gas and fight back against the Titans, while planning to kill himself. But Mikasa refuses to leave him behind, and tells them they're going to survive this together. Episode 8 starts where Episode 7 left off. Armin comes up with a plan to lure their new anti-Titan to HQ so he can kill as many Titans as possible, and clear a path for them to get there. Most of them make it to the building, and crash in through the window.
You guys were the supply team?
John sees members of the supply squad and goes apeshit on them for abandoning everyone outside. And just then, Titans start breaking through the windows and going after the cadets. They evacuate the HQ interior, but seeing the Titans break John's spirit, he wonders if humans can ever really beat these monsters. At that exact moment, John sees a massive fist. It's the anti-Titan punching the actual Titans attacking HQ. Mikasa, Connie, and Armin successfully make it to the HQ. Mikasa explains that you can use this Titan to fight back against the rest, as we cut to scenes of it just kicking an unholy amount of ass. Using that as a distraction, the cadets use the lift to make it down to the supply room. There, Armin comes up with a plan on how to take out the 7 or so smaller Titans. He may be a coward, but he's always got a plan.
Worst comes to worst, you can always just shove one of these up their ass.
Everyone takes positions, and they go for it. The weaker ones use their guns to distract the Titans, while the strong ones attack their napes from behind. The execution isn't perfect, but it ends up working. The rest of the cadets refuel and are about to head back to the wall, but Mikasa is watching the anti-Titan. It's been pinned down by the other Titans who are eating him now. Oh, yikes. John says that they should leave him behind, but Rainer and Annie argue that it could be an ally. While they argue, it takes care of the last Titans before letting out a roar and collapsing. Everyone thinks it's dead, until a figure emerges from the Titan's nape, and that figure is Eren. What? Do you really think they were gonna kill the main character like that? Fooled ya. Mikasa just hugs him and cries, while the rest of the cadets are absolutely shook. Episode 9 opens with a flashback to earlier that morning, with a scouting regiment leaving for a mission. We're introduced to our core characters: Commander Erwin, a headstrong, calm, and composed leader; Section Commander Hanji Joey, an extremely intelligent woman whose curiosity for Titans and general behavior borders on insanity; and Captain Levy, a strong and silent badass who's also a clean freak. We're shown just how dangerous Titans are, as even the best soldiers have a 30% casualty rate. What we also see is just how much of a badass Levy is, as he kills 3 Titans like it's nothing, before consoling a dying comrade.
Your strength won't die with you. The torch will be carried on.
Just then, Commander Erwin tells them that all Titans are moving north. They immediately realize something must be wrong back at the wall, and they race back. We're then shown Eren's perspective of being eaten by the Titan. He wakes up in the Titan's stomach and sees the remains of his comrades that were eaten too. Good God, that is traumatizing. He thinks about how he ended up there despite all of his training, and points his dismembered hand towards the Titan's throat, swearing he'll kill every last one of them. And that's when the Titan's mouth explodes with a massive hand. Eren can become a Titan now. Eren wakes up, but he's just saying one thing: I'll kill them all. We pan to Armin, horrified at this, which is low-key hilarious. And then we're shown a bunch of garrison soldiers who are basically scared for their lives. Everyone knows Eren just came out of that Titan. Well, everyone except Eren, who doesn't remember. The captain lays it out simply: if Eren makes a move or says something fishy, he's getting blasted by a cannon. Oh, and Mikasa and Armin are probably getting charged with treason. And they say people from the military are too harsh. I think they're swell. He then asks Eren a simple question: is he a human or a Titan? Eren doesn't understand, so the captain explains how multiple people saw him come out of a Titan. He threatens to kill him, and Mikasa threatens him back. Eren says he's a human, but the captain's having none of it, and shoots the cannon at them. As they're about to get blown to smithereens, Eren remembers his dad's words, and how their memories would show him what to do.
Sorry. I wish there was more time to explain all this.
He instinctively bites down on his hand and partially transforms into a Titan, stopping the blast from the cannon and saving his friends. Oh boy. Episode 10 opens with a scene inside the walls. Things are getting tense. Daz freaks out about his friends getting eaten by Titans and nearly kills himself from the trauma, but Marco stops him, because that's what friends are for. Meanwhile, Sasha's got a stomachache, because of course she does, and John, Krista, and Ymir are trying to figure out where Eren and Mikasa are without causing a panic. Suddenly, a cannon fires inside Wall Rose, making everyone rush to see what happened. Protected by Eren's half-formed Titan, Mikasa and Armin watch as Eren wakes up and gets out of the Titan form. Eren's got a plan to use his Titan powers to get back to his house in Wall Maria, thinking that the basement has all the answers. But after an argument with Mikasa, he suggests another plan, where Armin convinces the garrison regiment that Eren can actually be an asset to humanity. So please don't blow him to smithereens. Unfortunately for them, Captain Warman is in no mood to listen, and intends on getting rid of them.
I think we could at least do these young soldiers the favor of hearing them out.
But that's when Commander Pixis intervenes. He's interested in using Eren's abilities, and doesn't want to blow up humanity's potential hope against Titans. Yep, this guy seems pretty smart. Pixis has a plan: to steal the breach in the wall with a giant boulder. Eren has doubts about controlling his Titan form because he's used it twice, 1.5 times, really. But after realizing the stakes, he agrees to use his Titan form to help. Here we go. Episode 11 starts on top of the wall. Pixis explains the plan to Eren and Armin. Eren is way more enthusiastic than Armin, who thinks the plan is too optimistic. Real ball of sunshine, this guy. But Eren says Pixis knows what he's talking about, which is a lot of faith to put in someone you just met. Meanwhile, the soldiers, hearing the plan to retake Trost, are pretty discouraged, and I don't blame them. Daz freaks out again. Things are looking pretty bleak. Back at the wall, Pixis tells Eren about a legend. In it, humanity stopped fighting amongst themselves when a common enemy appeared. Eren says, that's a bunch of BS, and Pixis laughs and agrees. They keep walking, and even see Hannes and his groups along the way.
Well, I'll be damned.
Pixis takes out his container and takes a swig. Get used to that, and he offers Eren a sip as well. Pixis and Eren stand atop the wall and address the soldiers. Pixis tells them that they have a plan to retake Trost and plug up the wall using Eren, who he explains as a science experiment that can transform into a Titan and control it. That's a lie, but whatever. Armin explains the plan. Since Titans go wherever there are the most humans, a bunch of soldiers will go to a corner of the wall and lure them there, where they will be bombarded by cannons from atop the wall. This will open up space for Eren's Titan, which will be accompanied by a group of elite soldiers that will protect him while he uses the massive boulder to plug up the wall. The soldiers react pretty much how you would expect if you were asked to march into certain death. They're pissed. A lot of them say that they'd rather spend their last days with their families. Captain Warman says that he will have everyone who leaves killed, but Pixis says he'll pardon everyone that leaves. However, he says that by leaving, they're increasing the chances of their families having to face the same fear, which convinces the soldiers to stay. Pixis then explains that the mission to retake Wall Maria 4 years ago was actually just the government reducing the population to ensure humanity's survival. Damn. He says they got off lucky last time. Only 20% of the population had to die. But if Wall Rose gets breached, they only have Wall Sinna left, and that means only 50% of humans would survive, which is why they have to succeed. Pixis orders Ian Dietrich, Rico Berzenska, and Matabi Jarnak to guard Eren while he tries to plug the hole. They're iffy about the plan, but Pixis convinces them to lock in, before putting Ian in charge. Meanwhile, Armin is apologizing to Eren because what else would he be doing? But Eren assures him he believes in him, that he's super smart and stuff. Then it's Mikasa's turn to whine because she says she wants to be part of the team guarding him. Eren tells her she can't do that because she's part of the decoy team, but Ian orders her to join them. Before they leave, Eren and Armin tell each other not to die, which is the core of any great friendship. Commander Pixis tells the soldiers in the crowd that this would literally be humanity's first ever victory over the Titans. Sounds like humanity is a bit of a skill issue to me. Anyway, Eren and his group make it to the boulder. There, he bites his hand and transforms into his Titan form. Which, I have to say, is really cool. Seeing him walking toward the stone, Mikasa believes Eren will save everyone. But this is Attack on Titan. Things always go horribly wrong, and Eren takes one look at the boulder before attacking Mikasa instead. Turns out, he can't control his Titan. Great. That's just what he needed. Episode 12 starts with the plan to lure Titans to the corner of Trost continuing. Even though soldiers try to avoid combat, a fifth of them end up dying. Deaths, which Pixis says are solely on his hands. Man, I'd go to war for this guy. Meanwhile, Mikasa is dodging Eren's punches, while the elite team discusses whether they should just abandon Eren. Mikasa jumps on his face, trying to convince him, but he just punches his own face. Great plan, guys. Seeing a red flare, Armin decides to head over to Eren. The soldier tells Pixis to abandon the whole Eren plan, but Pixis trusts the elite team. So Matabi from the elite team decides to retreat. Great. Mikasa is mad at him, but Ian tells them to focus. They're being surrounded by Titans. The elite team is still arguing about retreating, but decide to follow the plan.
We are not leaving Jaeger defenseless, period.
Mikasa thanks Ian, but he just asks her to protect her lover, which makes her blush. Mikasa sees Eren's wounds, which are not healing themselves anymore, which makes her panic. Meanwhile, Eren is half-conscious, getting visions of Mikasa and his family. Yeah, they might be cooked. Armin arrives just in time to see Eren's Titan injured. While that's happening, John, Connie, and Annie head out to lure Titans to the corner of the wall. Back with the elite team, Mikasa saves Matabi from a Titan, but they're shook when they see more Titans coming. Turns out Eren is luring all the Titans in. Oh, come on. Armin reaches and asks her what's up, and she tells him everything. Armin stabs Eren's nape trying to wake him up, and the blade goes through his arm. Eren is still half-conscious and can't hear what Armin is trying to say to him.
You're not making any sense, Armin.
Meanwhile, Mikasa and the elite team fight off the Titans approaching them. Back with the others, Connie and Annie manage to make it to the wall, but Jean's odium gear breaks. Oh man. He hides in a house to get away from the Titans, but he spots a dead soldier that still has his odium gear. Meanwhile, Armin finally gets through to Eren, and he awakens with a fury. Alright, let's go. Episode 13 keeps the pace going. The elite soldiers continue to defend Eren. Rico's squad is completely wiped out in the battle, leaving only her and one female soldier alive. They're forced to retreat to the boulder's location where they see more Titans heading their way. Meanwhile, John is trying to take the gear from the dead soldier, but gets approached by a Titan. Thankfully, Annie, Connie, and Marco jump in to distract the Titan, and John manages to get his odium gear working and they all manage to escape. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking, and they turn around to see Eren. He's carrying the boulder and moving towards the wall. The elite team and Mikasa all watch this in surprise. Armin shows up and tells them Eren's back, and they need to make sure he makes it to the wall. All of the elite team, including Mataba, band together to make sure Eren makes it, and even Annie, Connie, and John come down from the wall to help out. Finally!
Defend him! To the last man if that's what it comes to!
Eren keeps walking towards the hole as the soldiers distract Titans to defend him. A lot of the soldiers end up losing their lives in the struggle, including Mataba. Throughout the entire show, Eren keeps moving towards the wall. Soldiers keep dying and getting eaten, and Mikasa and Armin see Ian sacrifice himself to save the life of one of his comrades. Rico flies in to cut a Titan's eye, and Mikasa finishes it off. Finally, with Armin screaming in encouragement, Eren blocks the breach and wall rose. With tears in her eyes, Rico says her comrades didn't die in vain, and shoots a yellow signal flare to show they succeeded. Seeing this, Pixis immediately sends reinforcements to rescue the elite team. Rico says they have to make it back to the wall, but Mikasa goes to help Eren get out of the Titan. Rico follows and cuts him out, but they're suddenly ambushed by two Titans. However, they're immediately killed by a soldier wearing the Wings of Freedom. It's Captain Levy, who asks them what the situation is. The garrison and scout regiment begin killing Titans, and Trost is free of Titans after a whole day of fighting. They even managed to capture two Titans. However, there were a lot of casualties. Such is the price of war. In the aftermath of the battle, John is going through the dead bodies, but to his, and my horror, he sees Marco's body. He died in the struggle too. Like I said at the start, don't get too attached to anybody. Afterwards, Eren wakes up in the underground military jail and is questioned by Erwin Smith and Levi Ackerman. Now that I think of it, isn't Mikasa and Ackerman too? It's weird. Anyway, they ask him what his intentions are and ask him about the basement and the key. Eren tells them everything he knows, and he says he wants to join the scout regiment and kill every last Titan. Levi agrees, but not because he trusts Eren, so he can kill him if he betrays them. Yikes.
Good news, Jaeger. You're now officially a member of the Scouts.
Episode 14 starts with Eren still imprisoned, and the news of a Titan siding with humans spreading like wildfire. The people inside Wall Sina are just worried about having to take in refugees and absolutely hate the rumors, while the people of Wall Rose love Eren and think of him as their savior. Meanwhile, the commander of the military police, Niall Dock, says they need to eliminate Eren. They cannot allow the deviants from the scout regiment to have him. He and the rest of the soldiers then salute the head of the three military branches. Dallas Zachary, who arrives at the location of the trial. Did I mention they're gonna have a trial to decide whether Eren lives or not? Yeah, this show gets pretty political. On top of the wall, Erwin Smith and Dot Pixis discuss the situation. Pixis says Zachary will have a final say in the matter, explaining that he considers things based on whether they are good or bad for humanity. Erwin says that he doesn't think they can win this trial, but he's ready to make a proposal, which will depend on how things go. Back in the jail, Hanji Zoe and Mike Zacharias
Don't mind him. He makes a habit of giving new people a thorough sniff.
get Eren out of his cell and lead him to his trial, and Hanji wishes him good luck. And suddenly, Eren finds himself inside of a military courtroom. Zachary tells Eren he's running the trial to decide his future. He explains that hiding Eren's existence isn't working anymore, so they have to go public to prevent internal conflict. Niall Dock from the military police wants Eren executed immediately, because of course he does. Damn coward. As Niall presses Eren for info, Pastor Nick jumps in, saying they should kill Eren right now. Jeez. Erwin then steps in, saying he wants Eren to join the scout regiment to help reclaim Wall Maria. He plans to take a different route since the main entrance to Trost is sealed. A merchant suggests sealing all gates to block the colossal titan. But Levi questions if the titans will just wait around during the sealing, pointing out that the merchants are just worried about their profit. Pastor Nick gets upset again, but Armin points out that it's attitudes like Nick's that delayed mounting weapons on the walls. As Nick and the merchants argue, Zachary calms everyone down and asks Eren if he still wants to be a soldier for humanity, who says yes. Zachary then brings up the fact that Eren lost control and attacked Mikasa after transforming in Trost. Mikasa hesitates, but she confirms it, though she adds that Eren also saved her twice in his Titan form. Niall then brings up Eren and Mikasa's past, where they killed 3 robbers as kids, stirring up more controversy in the room. People start questioning Mikasa's humanity, and Eren defends her, accusing the court of twisting facts. He challenges them, saying that if they're too scared to fight, they should at least let him do it. Suddenly, Niall orders a soldier to aim at Eren, but Levi intervenes, kicking the shit out of Eren to prove a point, even knocking out a tooth, which pisses Mikasa off. Levi argues that he's the only one who can handle Eren if he transforms. Erwin then suggests taking Eren on a mission to prove whether he's a threat or an ally, which Zachary agrees to. Whew, he made it out alive. After the trial, Erwin apologizes, explaining the beating was part of their strategy to influence the trial's outcome.
You have my utmost respect.
Levi, sitting by Eren, asks if Eren hates him for the beating, but Eren understands it was necessary. Hanji thinks Levi went too far, since Eren's tooth was knocked out, but they're all shocked when they see that the tooth has already grown back. Eren becomes an official member of the Scout Regiment and heads to their old headquarters, an abandoned old castle. Levi's elite squad all have the same task: kill Eren if he ever loses control. Isn't it lovely being surrounded by people who are just waiting to kill you? When they get there, the place is a mess, and Levi orders a thorough cleaning. Eren finds out that he's sleeping in the basement. Again, a rule set by the higher-ups. Eren is surprised by how much Levi is strict about the rules.
Oh, Eren, try not to look so discouraged.
And Petra tells him about Levi's past as a thug, and his transformation after joining the Scouts under Erwin Smith's guidance. I knew he was a delinquent. Meanwhile, Mike and Erwin discuss the urgency of proving Eren's worth.
Our custody of Eren is conditional on the results of this mission.
Erwin, impressed by Mike's intuition, promises to fill him in on the details later. The squad, including new recruits, prepare for an operation. They only know what the reports say, but hope Eren will be their trump card. Hanji then pulls Eren aside for an experiment involving 2 captured titans she's named Sonny and Bean. Despite the disturbing nature of the tests, Hanji is oddly cheerful, explaining their shift in perspective after realizing the mystery behind the titans.
Lovely weather, don't you think? Are you hungry?
Yeah, I'm just telling you guys now, Hanji loves titans. It's really weird, but just go with it. Eren is intrigued and spends the whole night learning about their experiments. Unfortunately, he ends up with more questions than answers. The next day, they wake up to see captured titans have been killed. The squad is stunned and they realize someone snuck in, killed them, and then used their gear to escape. Levi decides that it's time to leave. The military police will handle this investigation. Erwin cryptically asks Eren about what he sees and who the enemy might be. Please remember this. This will be very important later on. Episode 16 opens with the soldiers being investigated for an unauthorized use of ODM gear. A soldier is shocked that someone could be punished for killing titans, but another says these titans were really important for scientific study, saying their loss is a hit to humanity. Connie asks Annie what she thinks, but she encouraged him to think for herself. She then acknowledges Armin's courage, which is really out of character for her, and Armin compliments her on her kindness. That's kinda cute. At Scout Regiment HQ, Eld and Gunter wonder about whether new recruits will want to join the Scouts. They ask Eren about potential new members, but he doesn't have anyone in mind. Levi joins them, and they set out on patrol. Meanwhile, John, Connie, Armin, and Sasha discuss their future, weighing their choices as they're lined up by a soldier. Erwin Smith then addresses the group, outlining the grim reality of Scout Regiment life, including a high casualty rate over recent years. They're basically the Death Patrol.
Whoever still wishes to put their life on the line and join us, remain here.
He introduces the mission to explore the basement in Eren's old house. Most of the recruits leave, but John, Sasha, Connie, Mikasa, Armin, Rainer, Bertold, Ymir, and Krista decide to stay, saluting Erwin. Yep, we've got our main cast. The new recruits begin training, focusing on mastering Erwin's long-range scouting formation. Later, as Eren finishes chores, he reunites with Mikasa and Armin. Mikasa is still mad about Levi kicking him, and says that she will take revenge.
That pipsqueak took things way too far.
Eren is shocked to see John join the scouts, and is even more shocked to hear that Marcos is dead. Eren discusses his Titan abilities with Mikasa and John, admitting he lost control and attacked Mikasa, though she tries to downplay it. She is very in love with him. As preparations are completed, the bell signals the start of the 57th expedition, with Erwin leading the soldiers out of the wall, and so we begin. Episode 17 kicks off with the Scout Regiment's expedition beyond the walls. Soon into the journey, Mike Zacharias picks up on a Titan nearby, but they let the support squad handle it to keep the main group safe. Sasha, watching the action, is pretty spooked, but her leader reminds her to stay focused and leave it to the support squad. As they travel, Eren remembers Gunther explaining that the support squad can only back them up until they reach an old town. Beyond that, they'll rely on Erwin's long-distance enemy scouting formation. Eren wonders if the new recruits can handle Titan encounters, but Aruo tells him the plan's really about avoiding Titans altogether. After leaving the old town, Erwin gets everyone into formation. Armin, John, and Reiner split up and head out on their own.
Do us a favor, and if you run into one of them, don't piss yourself.
Yeah.
Armin tries to stay calm, but he's jumpy at every noise. When he spots a red flare signaling a Titan, he relays it to keep everyone informed. This system helps them navigate with minimal Titan contact. Erwin had warned everyone that Titans could sometimes sneak up on them due to the terrain or other obstacles. Sure enough, as they pass through a village, Sasha runs into a crawling Titan. She panics, struggling with her flare gun, but her team leader and another squad member distract the Titan and lead it into a tree. Meanwhile, Armin is wondering why there aren't any flares, and right on cue, a black flare shoots up, signaling an abnormal Titan. He fires his own flare as the abnormal charges the formation's right flank. Nearby, soldiers Ness and Sis manage to take it down with slick teamwork, but then another abnormal Titan appears. They try to take it down, but it kills both soldiers effortlessly. Armin, horrified, realizes this Titan is different. It's showing signs of intelligence. Possibly another human who can transform into a Titan like Eren? Wait, what? As this Titan, which Armin calls the female Titan, confronts Armin, it does something shocking. It checks his face and then leaves him unharmed. Armin is left stunned, wondering why it spared him. You and me both, dude. What is happening right now? It turns out this female Titan led a group of Titans that wiped out most of the scouts on the right flank.
Could she have led the Titans here like a commander?
Who, her?
Armin, Reiner, and John regroup, piecing together that this Titan is looking for Eren and has caused massive casualties. They speculate about Eren's real location and figure out he's at the rear of the formation and decide they need to stall the female Titan to buy time for a retreat. John tries to slow it down by targeting its tendon, but the female Titan dodges and nearly captures him. It only hesitates when Armin shouts that it killed Eren, giving John a chance to escape. Reiner then attempts a direct attack, and although it initially looks like the Titan crushes him, he manages to escape by cutting through its hand. They all breathe a sigh of relief as the female Titan takes off, but then realize it's moving towards the rear of the formation, where they suspect Eren is. Episode 18 opens with Reiner asking Armin about his ODM gear while tending to his wounds. After their intense encounter with the female Titan, Reiner, Armin, and John find themselves with just one horse. John tries to call his own horse while they grapple with the tough decision of who they might have to stay behind. Honestly, I'd pass out from the pressure. But just then, Krista shows up bringing 2 horses, including John's. What an absolute hero.
What would we do without you?
They rejoin the formation, which continues on a different course instead of retreating because the scouts always have something up their sleeves. So they fire a green signal flare to proceed. Meanwhile, Levi and his squad get the update that the right side of the formation has been straight up annihilated. They press on, but soon the report of an abnormal Titan comes in. At another location, a group of soldiers confront the female Titan. Darius Bear Walbrun tries to coordinate an attack, but she just kills his team. Darius tries to escape and warn the others, but he ends up dying too. Rest in peace, soldier. As the formation shifts east, they reach a forest of giant trees. Erwin decides only the center squad should enter, while the rest of the scouts like Sasha and John are tasked with holding off any other Titans at the edge of the forest. Inside the forest, Eren is pretty iffy about the tactic, but Levi says there's a reason for it. The trees help them use their gear. During the chaos, they spot the female Titan again. Levi's squad prepares for battle. Petra asks for orders, and Oreo wants to take the fight to the Titan. As they get ready, Levi is quiet until the absolute last second, before telling everyone to cover their ears and shooting a sound flare. They're about to fight back. Here we go. In episode 19, the scouts' main job is simple. Protect Eren, even if it kills you. This revelation hits Eren like a truck. He thought they were just keeping tabs on him. Despite his objections and seeing more soldiers just ride into their death, Levi says they need to keep moving. Eren, who always struggles with following orders and seeing people die, almost transforms into his Titan form before Petra catches him. She reminds him he swore to only transform when it was absolutely necessary. Levi gives Eren a choice: trust his squad and keep moving, or follow his instincts and fight. He tells Eren to make the choice he'll regret the least.
In the end, you choose what you choose.
Because he'll regret it either way. The story then flashes back to a test with Hanji and Levi, where Eren, despite trying again and again, can't transform into his Titan form. This scares them, since Eren turning into a Titan is kind of the whole point. But then, during lunch, Eren accidentally transforms when reaching for a teaspoon. The scouts don't know this, and pull out their blades in fear, ready to attack him. Levi calms them down, and Hanji sees that the teaspoon is totally safe in the Titan's hand. Turns out, Eren needs a clear goal to transform. Just chopping his hand isn't enough. After this incident, the squad realizes how hard they've been on Eren, and everyone bites their own hand in solidarity, and apologizes to Eren.
Damn, kid. I'm impressed you can sink your teeth in that deep without shrieking.
Back in the present, as they continue to run, Eren decides to trust his squad. Just as the female Titan nearly catches them, they reach their goal, a trap that was set up with the exact purpose of catching a Titan. And using a bunch of grappling hooks, they do just that. The plan is a success. Levi reunites with Erwin, acknowledging the sacrifices made to lure the Titan into their trap. They're ready to find out who the hell is controlling the Titan, and hope to get some answers. After capturing the female Titan, everyone's excited, but also on edge, thinking about what's next. Eren is curious about who it is, but Aruo and Petra remind him to stay focused on the mission. Meanwhile, Levi is ready to strike, but Erwin makes sure the female Titan is completely trapped by firing more wires to secure it. Outside the forest, Krista, Nanaba, and others make sure no Titans breach their perimeter. Sasha and Mikasa hear distant sounds, possibly cannons, and wonder what the hell is happening inside the forest. Inside the forest, scouts start asking why no one told them about the plan. Eren's comments about trust annoy Petra and Aruo.
Enough of this! Petra, knock the teeth out of his skull!
But Eld agrees with Eren. The reason Erwin didn't tell anyone is because he probably thinks there's a spy among them. Back at the female Titan, Hanji uses its own regenerative abilities against it, trying to make sure it goes nowhere. Levi and Mike try to penetrate its hardened skin, which is a lot like the armored Titan. Getting impatient, Erwin orders to use the explosives to break through the Titan's defense. Levi, standing on the Titan, tells the person inside to give up. In response, the female Titan screams. Turns out that wasn't a scream of frustration. She's actually invited all nearby Titans to come and eat her. Erwin tries to fight back against them, but tells everyone to retreat when he sees there are just too many of them.
That whole song and dance in the courtroom, and this is what we've got to show for it.
As they retreat, Erwin tells Levi to restock his supplies, and Hanji questions that decision. But Erwin says he thinks whoever was in the female Titan didn't just commit suicide. They probably escaped during the whole ruckus, disguised as a scout. The retreat signal goes up, and the soldiers are relieved. They'll finally get to see who's inside the female Titan. But this is Attack on Titan. Nothing is as it seems. They realize whoever sent the signal wasn't Levi. Gunther spots someone approaching and goes to check, only to be killed mercilessly. Oh man, here we go again.
How do you ferret out the enemy when they're one of your own?
Episode 21 opens with Erwin and Hanji debating how the female Titan escaped, and agree that whoever it was did the same thing the Colossal Titan does, using smoke to disappear. Hanji says that transforming exhausted Eren, and busted his gear too. But Erwin says it's too risky to assume all Titan shifters are beginners like Eren. Man, if I was Eren, I wouldn't take that disrespect. Eren and his squad now find themselves running away from the female Titan's user. Erwin says that the only reason she'd be chasing them is if she had enough strength to transform again. Unfortunately, he's right, and she transforms again. Eren has to trust his squad again and retreat, despite wanting to fight. Eld, Petra, and Aruo all fearlessly face her, but it's useless. The female Titan kills all three of them. This is the last straw for Eren, who immediately transforms. He's gonna fight the female Titan himself. Levi and Mikasa hear his Titan scream and rush toward him. As they start fighting, Eren is kicking her ass. However, her hardening and fighting skills are just too much for Eren. And in an absolutely generational moment, she decapitates Eren's Titan before pulling his human body out of it. Mikasa arrives just in time to see Eren being swallowed. If I saw my crush get swallowed by a giant humanoid monster, I'd alt F4 myself. She loses her mind and attacks the female Titan, but is useless. Her hardening makes sure of that. Levi pulls Mikasa back, telling her to keep her distance and reassess the situation. Though Mikasa is furious, she's still clinging to hope that Eren might still be alive inside the female Titan. You and me both. Episode 22 starts with Mikasa and Levi trying to rescue Eren from the female Titan, even though Levi thinks it's pointless because she can harden her skin. Still, their plan is simple. Mikasa will distract her, while Levi tries to rescue Eren. And even for the female Titan, 2 Ackermans is a lot to handle. Levi continues his assault, targeting the Titan's nape, but Mikasa, driven by her emotions, tries to kill the Titan against Levi's orders. This goes as well as you'd imagine. Levi has to jump in and save her, and he injures his ankle in the process. Still, it's enough. They've rescued Eren, but as they escape, Levi sees something that shocks him. The female Titan is crying. What? As they regroup, Levi gives Dieter a Scout Regiment emblem to remember his friend's bravery, which destroys Dieter and brings him and me to tears. As they make their way back to the walls, Eren finally wakes up and asks Mikasa what happened. This guy passes out a lot. Erwin, facing public outrage, prepares for a summons to the capital, while Eren is told he's going to be handed over to the government. Honestly, who would ever want to live a life this bleak?
I'm Petra's father, sir. Might I bend your ear before she sees us?
Episode 23 opens with Annie? She has a dream about her father training her before she wakes up in her room inside Wall Cinna. She joined the military police, so she gets to live inside the innermost wall. Over in the Stohouse district, the rest of the lazy and corrupt military police, including Annie's colleagues Hitch and Marlowe, are supposed to escort a scout regiment convoy. Marlowe, who's disgusted by the corruption and joined the MP to make changes, catches their bosses selling equipment on the black market. He tries to stop them, and promptly gets his ass handed to him. But Annie and Hitch step in to help him out. After the convoy enters the city, Armin suddenly pulls Annie aside in an alley to ask for her help to smuggle Eren out of the capital. Jean is pretending to be Eren in the convoy, and they need her help to get him out of there. Annie's hesitant, but she agrees, slipping on a mysterious ring before they head off. I don't like this. What the hell is going on? They reach an underground tunnel, and Armin goes in, but Annie refuses. Armin is acting weird, and there are no civilians around. She senses a setup. But why are they setting her up? Armin then confronts Annie, accusing her of being the female Titan. What? His reasoning is simple. She had Marco's gear after the Titans Sawney and Bean were killed. He admits he couldn't bring himself to stop her before because he didn't want to believe it. The situation escalates when Eren and Mikasa show up, and when they try to get her to prove her innocence by following them underground, she just starts laughing like a maniac and admits to being the female Titan. Oh, the betrayal.
I'm going to gamble too. And here's my wager!
Things heat up as Annie tries to transform. Armin fires a signal flare and the hidden scouts rush to stop her. They try to hold her down and keep her from biting herself to transform. Unfortunately, that ring wasn't just for looking pretty. It had a blade inside of it, which she uses to cut herself. As she transforms, Mikasa quickly drags Eren and Armin to safety underground. The whole district is then left watching as a massive explosion of light and dust erupts from Annie's transformation. As Eren sees Annie transform, he remembers a talk he had with Levi and Erwin. Erwin says that they've got one last shot to nab the female Titan, and shocker, it's Annie. Flash forward, and it's go time in the tunnels beneath Stohouse. Annie, now in full Titan mode, is hot on Eren, Mikasa, and Armin's heels. Eren's trying to transform into his Titan form to fight back, but he's struggling. He's still in shock that Annie's the enemy. Or maybe he's got mixed feelings about fighting her. Either way, Mikasa and Armin decide they need to distract Annie to get Eren an opening. Just when things seem dire, with Eren trapped under debris, Jean ditches his disguise and jumps into the mix. Meanwhile, Erwin and Levi find themselves cornered by the military police, accused of being traitors. Chaos ensues with Annie throwing rubble everywhere, burying Eren even deeper. Armin tries to taunt Annie, buying time for John to sneak an attack, which nearly works until Annie shields herself. The battle moves across the city, with Hanji and Moblet joining from above, trying to trap Annie with a net and a special weapon.
Oh, and calling your cohorts to dinner isn't an option.
Despite their efforts, Annie breaks free, leading to another chase. Back with Eren, crushed and brooding under rubble, he recalls Armin's words about sacrifice and change, spurring a fiery resolve to defeat Annie, ignoring his injuries. Eren finally transforms, causing a huge commotion. Now in full Titan mode, he catches Annie off guard with a massive punch and goes on a full-on rampage against her. In the final episode of Season 1, chaos erupts during a church ceremony as Annie in Titan form crashes the party, killing a lot of people. While civilians freak out, Eren is hot on her heels, determined but controlled. Hanji and the crew are worried about Annie being headed to an open area where their gear won't work, so they hustle to cut her off. The most terrifying enemy is one that knows you inside and out. The battle between Eren and Annie gets intense, but according to Hanji, it's all part of Erwin's master plan. Meanwhile, Hitch and Marlowe can't believe what they're seeing. Nile Doc, hearing about the destruction, blames Erwin and even calls him a traitor, but Erwin coolly hands over command, getting handcuffed instead.
Place this man under arrest, sir!
As the fight rages on, Armin and John work to distract Annie. Eren, fueled by rage of betrayal by someone he considered a friend and a comrade, gets a few good hits in. Unfortunately, Annie is the better fighter, and she almost bashes his head in before getting flashbacks of her dad. With Eren not moving, she tries to escape by climbing the wall, but Eren isn't giving up and jumps on her from behind. She manages to push him off and continues climbing. Just when she thinks she's home free, Mikasa swoops in, chopping off her fingers and forcing her down. Eren proceeds to open a can of rated R whoop-ass on her. As Annie recalls her dad's words, feeling misunderstood and alone, having defeated her, Eren hesitates in killing her when he sees her tears. Annie quickly hardens into a crystal, locking herself away. She's not dead, but she's not alive either. Permanent, sustained animation. After the dust settles, Eren wakes up, bummed about the outcome, how they didn't get any info from Annie. Levi reassures him that it's over for now. Despite the setbacks, Erwin remains hopeful, even as the mayor of Stohas gripes about the collateral damage. Meanwhile, the scouts prepare for the battles to come, and Eren, as he's done so many times, sleeps it off. And in the most disturbing twist of the entire show, so far at least, we're shown the part of Walsina Annie damaged while trying to escape, and see a Titan within the wall, staring back at us. The Titan rabbit hole goes deeper than anyone can even imagine. And we just got started. As Annie's crystal is wheeled away, the Scout Regiment soldiers look at a damaged section of Walsina and are horrified to see a colossal Titan staring back at them. Hanji, as you can imagine, is losing her mind. But that's when Pastor Nick pops up, all stressed, telling them to keep the Titan out of sunlight. Wait a minute, he knew about this? Meanwhile, Commander Erwin gets the heads up about the Titan in the wall, and Marlo and Hitch are left cleaning up after Eren and Annie's epic showdown. They're not happy about the whole mess. Up on Walsina, Hanji and the gang manage to cover the exposed Titan while Nick bickers on about his cult-like church and ignores Hanji's questions about the Titan. Frustrated, Hanji nearly tosses him off the wall, but holds back, even though the maniac wants to be thrown off.
Lighten up. I was just kidding around.
Suddenly, there's urgent news from Stohas. Wall Rose has been breached. 12 hours ago, down south at a scout outpost, Sasha and Connie are bored out of their minds and are chatting about sneaking off home. Reiner's like, sure, let's break out. But then thuds in the distance grab everyone's attention. Turns out, Titans are approaching. And Mike Zacharias sends Thomas to alert Erwin, while Nanaba tells the recruits there's no time to get their gear. They have to retreat. They all leave, feeling a bit hopeless but ready to fight, which is kind of the whole point of the scouts. The scouts split up to spread the word about the Titan attack. Sasha and Connie know the northern terrain well, but Connie realizes the Titans are coming from his village's direction. I would have had a panic attack if that were me. Mike gives him the go-ahead to check it out after spreading the word. During all of this, Mike decides to take on some Titans himself, showcasing his insane skills. Back in Stohas, Eren wakes up from a memory of his mom telling him to keep his cool for Mikasa's sake. Mikasa's right there dozing off by his bedside. Eren thinks about getting her a new scarf, but before they can chat more, Armin bursts in with news about the Titan invasion. Levi checks in with Erwin, ready to join the battle. Cut to Wall Rose, where Mike is taking on Titans left and right. Just when he thinks he's in the clear, an absolutely massive Titan covered with hair grabs his horse and, well, things go down south fast. The Beast Titan chucks the horse at Mike, trapping him. Then it kneels down and talks. In perfect speech, it asks him about his ODM gear, but Mike is way too freaked out to have a fun chat with him. One of the Titans takes a bite out of him, and the Beast Titan smashes its face in for it. He asks Mike about the ODM gear again, wondering if they even speak the same language. Frustrated at the lack of the reply from him, he lets the Titans eat him again, and Mike gets devoured mercilessly. In Trost district, a garrison soldier rushes to tell Commander Pixis and Captain Hannes about a breach in Wall Rose. That night, the Scout Regiment gears up in Stohas district to head southwest and tackle the Titan problem. Eren, Mikasa, and Armin talk by their carriage, wondering if the Titans could actually breach the walls from within. Armin recalls Shiganshina's fall, though it was a gate, not the wall itself, that was compromised. He speculates whether the walls might be made of the same hardening stuff Annie uses. Armin out here theorizing like a fan. I love it. Inside, Hanji is glued to a microscope, as per usual, until Levi calls them to get moving.
Get moving.
Right, sorry.
Hanji grabs a small crystal from the table and they head out. On the carriage ride, Armin's curious about Pastor Nix being there with the scouts, but Hanji brushes it off as just another weird person in their group. Somehow, I don't buy that. As they leave Stohas, Erwin fills everyone in on their mission to reach Ermik district. On the way there, Eren learns about more of Nick's deep knowledge about the Wall Titans, but Nick isn't talking easily. Eren gets annoyed, and Levi suggests a bit of intimidation might loosen Nick's lips, but Hanji says she doubts violence will make him talk. Meanwhile, Sasha go and warn her village about the Titans. On the way, she has a flashback about a conversation with her dad and sees Titan footprints on the way to her village. In a new village, she sees a small Titan munching on a woman's leg. The woman's daughter watches in shock. Sasha tries to hack at the Titan with an axe, but eventually loses her grip. With no other choice left, she grabs the daughter and they bolt.
How come you're talking so nice to me?
As they escape, the girl says that no one came to save her mom because of her bad legs. Sasha's haunted by memories of her training days, when Ymir and Krista called her out for hiding her true self. Determined, Sasha fends off the Titan with arrows, and they manage to escape. Rejoining her dad and his group, Sasha is welcomed as a hero. Her dad is especially proud of the strong person that she's become. A rare, wholesome moment in this deeply depressing show, and I needed it. Meanwhile, Connie races to his own village, worried senseless about his family. When he gets there, the streets are disturbingly silent. At his house, he finds a Titan laying on top of the roof, and its limbs are way too small to have carried itself there. Raynor and Gelgar join him, shocked at how this Titan managed to get up there. Episode 3 starts where 2 left off, in the devastated village of Ragako. Connie stands near his house, shaken by the sight of a small-limbed Titan lying there. But that's not the only puzzling thing. There are no survivors, but no bodies to be found, which is so strange since the houses are destroyed but there's no blood, and the horses are all still tied up. Just as they're about to leave, the Titan speaks. Not only that, it says, "Welcome home."
Welcome home.
Raynor snaps Connie out of the obvious shock, reminding him of their urgent mission. Just what in the hell was that? Elsewhere in Wall Rose, after warning nearby towns of the Titan threat, Nanaba's squad prepares to scout for the breach. Ymir tries to pull Krista from the front lines, but Nanaba insists that they need all hands on deck, and Krista admits she's okay with the risks and confronts Ymir about her motivations for joining the scouts instead. Come to think of it, why did Ymir join the scouts? We don't know anything about her. At the Eastern Line, the garrison, led by Captain Kitz Warman and Captain Rico Berzenska, successfully holds off Titans with cannons and precise attacks. Despite their success, Rico feels uneasy. He thinks their defenses won't hold against a larger wave of Titans.
Anyone else bothered by the fact we haven't spotted a Titan yet?
As night falls, Gelgar's squad hasn't found any breach, which baffles everyone since a breach this big should be hard to miss. Tired and needing rest, they spot a nearby castle and decide to continue their search after a night's rest. Back in Walsina, the Stoas scouts ride toward Ermic district. Hanji, fascinated by a crystal from the female Titan, talks to Armin about the possibility of using Eren's hardening ability to seal the breach in Wall Maria. This sparks a discussion about a potential nighttime expedition when Titans are less active, which actually makes a lot of sense. In Ermic, they see a disturbing sight. A bunch of refugees who have been displaced by the Titan breach. Levi uses this to press Pastor Nick about the silence of the Order of the Walls. Moved by the sight, Nick hints that someone within the regiment might know more about the Wall's secrets than they're letting on. Wait, you're telling me there's another traitor? As the scouts discuss this new lead, Raynor and Ymir are in the storage room, where it looks like Raynor has just found out something disturbing about Ymir, but they're interrupted by an attack. A group of Titans, led by the Beast Titan, begin an unexpected nighttime assault on the castle. The scouts are forced to gear up for a fight, with the leaders drawing blades and recruits being told to stay back.
Hey! Back off!
Levi advises Eren to keep a cool head in the upcoming battle, while Hanji plots a route to assist in locating the breach, heading towards Utgard Castle to join the fight. Eren and a cool head? Yeah, that's not happening. At Utgard Castle, under a moonlit sky, Nanaba and the senior scouts gear up as Titans approach them, while the Beast Titan climbs Wall Rose. We cut to about 2 hours earlier when the team has settled into the seemingly abandoned castle, noticing signs of recent visitors and questioning whether this is a safe move. Inside the castle, everyone is a bit on edge, especially Connie, who's troubled by the Titan he found on top of his house, which now that he thinks about it, eerily resembled his mother. Ymir cracks a joke about it, saying Connie's dad must have been a Titan too. Am I going to hell for laughing at that? Later, as Ymir rummages for food, she pulls a fast one on Raynor by finding a can of herring she pretends to think might be their last meal. The can's label is in a different language, and Raynor notices only Ymir can read it, which makes Ymir realize she's just slipped up big time. So that was what was happening in the last episode, as they're suddenly under attack by a horde of Titans. The senior officers dive into action, slicing and dicing, while Raynor and the recruits get trapped inside because they don't have any of their gear. The situation gets messy when a Titan breaks through a door and attacks Raynor and Bertold. Thankfully, the two manage to fend off the Titan with some quick thinking and a pitchfork.
Listen to me. We're gonna make it home.
When another one gets too close, Raynor gets bitten, but he manages to throw the Titan out the window with some help from Connie and Ymir. Back at the top, the situation is getting grim. The Beast Titan is hurling boulders like they're baseballs, killing scouts and smashing stables. The remaining scouts, low on supplies and energy, make a desperate last stand. Nanaba and Gelgar fend off as many as they can, but it's too much. And Gelgar dies at the hands and mouth of a Titan. Amidst the chaos, Krista tries to help Raynor with his injuries. Ymir, seeing the chaos that they're facing, realizes that she has to go all out. She takes Connie's knife from him before telling Krista to live her life with pride. Then, she jumps off the tower towards the Titans, cuts her hand, which leads to a large explosion. Ymir can turn into a Titan too? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Episode 5 opens with a flashback to a few years ago. During a snowy training exercise, Krista, Ymir, and Daz end up missing. Eren wants to organize a search party to look for them immediately, but the instructor insists they need to wait until the morning to avoid getting lost themselves. Meanwhile, Krista is dragging an unconscious Daz through the snow, determined to save him even though Ymir says that they should just leave him behind.
You're not worried about Daz. You're just using him as an excuse to die.
Seriously, what is her problem? Ymir confronts Krista about her self-sacrificing tendencies, but that's not all. Ymir knows about Krista's true past. It turns out, she's the child of some nobleman and his mistress. We even have royalty in the Scouts. Man, that is crazy. Ymir continues to try to convince Krista to let Daz go so they can save themselves. But when she sees Krista isn't giving up, Ymir pushes her into a snowbank and takes Daz herself in Titan form. Back at base, the cadets hear a loud crash and rush outside, finding Ymir returning with Daz safe and sound. Afterwards, Ymir tells her secret to Krista in exchange for a promise. The day her secret is revealed, she'll start going by her real name. Back at the castle, we see Ymir transform into a Titan to save Krista and the rest of the Scouts.
She's the one.
Krista is super worried about her taking so many Titans on by herself and asks her to save herself, which is pretty hypocritical if you ask me. Anyway, Ymir eventually sacrifices the tower they're on to crush the Titans beneath it. After the collapse, the Scouts from Stohas arrive just in time to clean up. The battle wraps up with the Scouts clearing out the remaining Titans, and Eren even makes his first official kill as a human soldier. In the aftermath of the battle, Krista reveals her real name, Historia, to a severely wounded Ymir who passes out with a smile, knowing Krista has finally accepted her true self. Episode 6 starts as a steady rain begins to fall, and the Scout regiment regroups atop Wall Rose, lifting an unconscious Ymir, missing limbs and all, to safety. Eren, worried, learns about Ymir's severe injuries from Kaiji, but is reassured she's healing. She's a Titan after all. Krista, who's going by her real name Historia now, discuss Ymir's hidden Titan powers with Hanji, who's obviously drooling just thinking about Ymir's potential knowledge of Titans. Meanwhile, Reiner, shaken by everything that just happened, confides to Eren and Armin about his stress, and says he wants to return to his hometown. He mentions his home way too much. Something might be off. Hanji promises an investigation into Connie's village, but prioritizes fixing the wall breach. However, Captain Hannes reports no wall breach, and no Titans found during their search, which just confuses everyone.
5 years ago, we compromised Walmaria and launched an attack on humanity.
Amidst the confusion, Reiner pulls Eren aside for a shocking reveal. He's the Armored Titan, and Bertold is the Colossal Titan. Wait. What? He then insists they're not out to kill humanity anymore. He just wants Eren to join them, saying it would bring an end to the Titan crisis if Eren agrees. Okay, I can't believe I'm saying this, but we're gonna need some exposition. Eren thinks back to 12 hours ago, when the Scouts in Stohas came to a shocking revelation. Reiner and Bertold claimed to be from the same town Annie was supposedly from. What's more, when Annie attacked the Scouts in Titan form, she attacked the right wing of the formation, and both Bertold and Reiner's map had that information in it. This information deeply disturbs Eren and Armin, and Levi advises them to pretend that this information doesn't exist, until they can confront them about it somewhere underground. Unfortunately, that's not an option anymore, as Eren rejects Reiner's offer because of course he does. Mikasa attacks him and Bertold, but can't kill either of them. Reiner and Bertold, with no more secrets to hide, transform into the Armored and Colossal Titans. Chaos erupts, leading to Reiner grabbing Eren and jumping off the wall. On the way down, Eren realizes he's been betrayed by people he considered friends. Crying in a fit of rage, he transforms into his Titan, ready to fight them. This, truly, is a twist and a half. Episode 7 opens with a flashback to 3 years ago, when Reiner, Bertold, Eren, and Armin are hiking through the woods outside their training camp. Reiner mentions his desire to go back home, while Bertold dreams of a safer life in the military police, and Eren's fired up about wiping out all the Titans. They reach a cliff under moonlight, overlooking a lake where Reiner admires Eren's unbroken spirit. Fast forward to the present, on Wall Rose, Eren's mad and transforms into his Titan form, feeling betrayed by Reiner and Bertold. He throws a punch at Reiner, but ends up crashing down with him. Mikasa regrets not finishing them off when she had the chance, while Hanji calls for a strategic retreat as the Colossal Titan swings into action, swallowing Ymir and another scout. Hanji's squad tries attacking the slow-moving Colossal Titan but has to pull back, when Bertold releases a cloud of steam, making it impossible to approach. Hanji plans to ambush him when he exits his Titan form. Meanwhile, Eren is getting his ass kicked by Reiner, even though Mikasa is actively attacking Reiner and trying to help.
What? So I take it that's his Titan form, huh?
Eren then recalls his training with Annie, who taught him a few grappling moves. Back in the fight, Eren uses Annie's techniques against Reiner, throwing him down and going for a hold. Despite Reiner's armor, Eren manages to find weak spots, tearing his arm off himself before Mikasa cuts the tendons of his legs, which aren't covered by the armor. Unable to move, Reiner lets out a scream. Hanji thinks this might be him calling for other Titans, but it's actually a signal to Bertold, who makes his Colossal Titan fall on Reiner and Eren. Episode 8 opens with Bertold's Colossal Titan falling on Eren and Reiner. He uses it to bite Eren out of his nape, and he and Bertold, equipped with new ODM gear, escape with Eren and an unconscious Ymir, leaving Armin shouting after Eren in despair. Meanwhile, in the Trost district, a drunk Dot Pixis is woken up by his assistant and informed about a low Titan presence and possibly new developments from Hannes' team. Commander Erwin arrives, pleased about capturing Annie, and they discuss the reactions of the higher-ups. After they come down, a scout reaches there and informs them about the encounter with the Colossal and Armored Titan. So now they're in the loop too. Back at the battle site, the scouts reel from the Colossal Titan's attack. Mikasa is knocked out, and when she wakes, she learns from Armin that 5 hours have passed since Eren and Ymir were taken. The scouts need lifts for their horses and are waiting for reinforcements, since a lot of them were injured. Hannes thinks about Eren as a kid and his indomitable spirit. He tells them Eren will hold out until they can rescue him, so they don't have to worry. Plus, he'll be joining them and he'll do whatever it takes to get Eren back. Soon, Erwin arrives with the necessary equipment and personnel for a rescue mission. Hanji, though injured, strategizes that the Titan captors might be resting in a forest of giant trees in the southwest of Wall Maria, and plans a rescue mission there. As predicted, Eren wakes up in such a forest, except he doesn't have arms, and Reiner and Bertold are looking over him and Ymir. Meanwhile, the scouts begin their expedition to rescue Eren. Episode 9 opens with Hanji, still nursing injuries, wanting to go to Connie's village, but she's convinced to stay back, and Moblet heads to Ragako to investigate the Titans at Connie's house instead. Commander Erwin leads the combined forces of the Scout, Garrison, and military police regiments in a long-distance scouting formation towards the forest. Meanwhile, Eren wakes up as a captive, minus his arms, which Reiner tore off during the escape. Okay, I know he's a Titan, I know they will grow back, it's still very disturbing. Ymir advises against trying to transform since they're surrounded by Titans and are both still healing. Reiner tells them they'll move at night when the Titans are inactive, planning to head to their hometown, whatever the hell that is. Reiner tells Eren and Ymir running is pointless, that they can't even turn into a Titan right now.
Don't you think it's about time somebody explains what you plan on doing with us?
Eren realizes he doesn't know a lot of things he needs to know, like where Reiner and Bertold are from, what their mission is, and why Ymir can turn into a Titan, and whether or not she's on their side. So he decides to do something he's never done before. He suppresses his emotions in order to gather information. Okay, that is some serious character development. Meanwhile, the scouts are making their way to where they think Reiner and Bertold are hiding, and Hannes reiterates the fact that Eren will never give up, so they need to be calm when they get there. Reiner, mid-conversation, seems to slip between personas.
I'm not saying we storm in and demand the rank of captain or anything.
He starts talking like he witnessed the attack he and Bertold did yesterday, and starts talking about getting promoted when this is all over. Ymir, catching on to Reiner's split personality, tries to make sense of it. Turns out the stress of a double life has gotten to Reiner, and now he has two personalities. One that thinks it's a scout, the other that was sent to destroy it, and neither remembers what the other did. This is happening because he's haunted by his sins, like when he fed Marco to a Titan. Yeah, screw this guy. I'd be sorry, usually, but he deserves this. Bertold tells them this and also expresses guilt over their actions, including their role in Eren's mother's death. Eren, as you can guess, promises both of them the most painful, merciless deaths that they can imagine. Ymir shifts the conversation to the Beast Titan, speculating that it's beyond the recent Titan invasion. and could be Reiner and Bertold's ticket home. As they plan to take Ymir and Eren and move out, they see signal flares on the horizon. The Scout Regiment is here. Episode 10 opens in Regako, where Moblet checks out the scene at Connie's house and finds the Titan on top of the ruins. He uses a portrait of his parents and realizes that the Titan does look like his mom. What in the world are these Titans? Meanwhile, in the forest of giant trees, Reiner and Bertold hold Eren and Ymir captive. They debate their next moves, planning to transport their captives to their hometown, but are interrupted by the Scout Regiment's sudden approach. Reiner and Bertold question Ymir's allegiance due to her past actions, and discuss their motives involving Historia, who has valuable connections. They need to deliver Annie, Krista, and possibly Eren if he's the coordinate, whatever the hell that means. Ymir is forced to make a decision, choose her own safety, or Historia's. They decide to start moving, but not before Reiner tells Bertold he should confess his love to Annie, which absolutely stuns Bertold. Reiner tries to pick up Eren, who attacks Reiner. But fighting without arms is pretty hard, and so he just kind of gets choked until he passes out. Bertold and Ymir have a conversation about their lost memories as Titans, revealing shared experiences of transformation and forgetting who they've eaten. Ymir apologizes to him. Turns out she actually ate one of his friends by accident. So there's just so much we don't know. As the scouts get closer, Reiner and Bertold quickly escape using their gear, while Ymir, realizing Historia might be in the approaching scout regiment, insists they wait for her. She's afraid Historia might be used by others before they can save her. Reiner reassures Ymir about Historia's safety, but stresses the urgency of their mission. They have to look out for themselves first. We're then shown her backstory. She was a beggar and an orphan, who was adopted by a cultist and turned into the lead figure of that cult. This led to her life improving drastically, but at the expense of the misled followers of that cult. Eventually, the cult was discovered and the entire blame was pinned on Ymir. As a punishment, she was injected with some strange fluid which turned her into a Titan. Okay, so that is how Titans are made. Man, this show is crazy. She then roamed around outside the walls for 60 years before she ate Reiner and Bertold's comrade, which somehow turned her back into a human and gave her the ability to transform into a Titan. From there, she made her way into the walls, overheard church members talking about Historia, and joined the 104th Cadet Corps, which is how she got there. Thinking about how much she's grown to care for Historia, Ymir makes a desperate decision and insists they wait for Historia, threatening to defect to the scouts with Eren if they don't wait until she gets her. I mean, well, that would convince me to listen to her if I were Reiner and Bertold. The scouts catch up and find Ymir's Titan. Just as Historia arrives, Ymir grabs her in her mouth, betraying the scouts. As Reiner transforms into the armored Titan and they all escape with Eren and Historia, the scouts give chase again, with Hannes determined to get Eren back no matter what the cost. You know, I don't have a good feeling about this. As the armored Titan makes a run for it, Commander Erwin quickly hatches a plan and gets everyone in gear. Despite some grumbling from the military police, they all kick into action, following Erwin's lead with Hannes leading the charge after the armored Titan. During the chase, Mikasa's all business, ready to take out anyone in her way to save Eren. Meanwhile, Ymir pulls Historia out of her Titan form to talk with her. Ymir confesses she sided with Reiner and Bertold, hoping for a better life beyond the walls. But Historia isn't buying it, wondering if Ymir is being forced into it. However, Bertold chips in, saying it's actually Ymir calling the shots on taking Historia along. As the scouts close in, Ymir gets real with Historia, admitting she's using her to secure her own safety because of Historia's family connections. But Historia reassures Ymir that she's still in her corner, no matter her reasons. Eren starts waking up just as the scouts try to slow down the armored Titan. Mikasa drives in, slashing at Ymir and going for a critical strike on a terrified Bertold. But Reiner jumps to his defense. Before Mikasa delivers the finishing blow on Ymir, Historia steps in to defend Ymir, convincing Mikasa to back off for the moment. The tension ramps up when the rest of the crew catches up. John tries to reason with Bertold, and everyone's getting emotional over their betrayal.
We deserve to die for the things we've done.
Bertold finally breaks down, admitting he never wanted to hurt anyone, and begs everyone to understand his situation, saying being their comrade was the only good part of his life. But when Mikasa demands Eren back, Bertold insists he can't hand him over. They have to complete their mission. Just then, Erwin leads a bunch of Titans right towards them. This guy is crazy. The situation gets desperate.
Your heart and soul to the cause!
And Erwin, even as a Titan, bites his arm off in the process, keeps urging his troops forward to rescue Eren. Now, that's a guy I would follow into war. The scouts move forward, and even though a lot of them die, they push on with Erwin's orders. Those are real soldiers. The military police? You gotta take some notes.
Eren's right in front of you! Do not falter!
Trying to create an opening, Armin tries psychological warfare on Bertold, lying about Annie being tortured to throw him off. This leads to Bertold getting mad, which leads to an opening. And in that moment, Erwin manages to free Eren. Mikasa quickly grabs Eren, and the scouts start the retreat. Connie picks up Historia and tries to take her with them, but she says she wants to go with Ymir instead. They all make a break for it. Raynor starts throwing titans to stop the scouts' retreat, which throws Eren and Mikasa off their horses. And in the distance, they see a familiar, smiling titan approach them. It's the same one that killed Eren's mom. Episode 12 opens with Eren being haunted by memories of his mom's death as he looks at the titan that ate her. Meanwhile, Raynor is chucking titans left and right at the retreating scouts, and Ymir is furiously fighting them, pissed off at Commander Erwin for messing up her plans. Just when Eren and Mikasa are about to face the smiling titan, Hannes steps in, determined to avenge Eren's mom after failing to save her years ago.
Can you believe this luck?
John and Armin want to help, but Reiner's nonstop titan throwing makes it tough for them to even get close. Oh god, please don't let this go bad. Meanwhile, Ymir's torn between sticking with the scouts or handing Historia over to the warriors. But Historia walks up to Ymir and reminds her of her own advice about living for herself, telling Ymir how much she's inspired her, which makes things much clearer for Ymir. While this is going down, Hannes is doing his best to beat the smiling titan. Mikasa is too injured to fight, and Eren can't turn into a titan no matter how hard he tries. The rest of the scouts are getting their asses kicked in the meantime, and Armin is trying to save John from a titan. Hannes continues this fight and even gets the titan on its knees, but it's not enough. The smiling titan grabs Hannes, and right before Eren and Mikasa's eyes, turns him into a snack. Oh no. Eren straight up breaks down, laughing and crying from the sheer helplessness and horror of what he's been through. Honestly, if I was him, I would have gone absolutely loony a long time ago. But Mikasa comforts him, reminding him of how much he means to her, and thanks him for the scarf he gave her. This moment kind of snaps Eren back, and he promises to always be there to wrap that scarf around her as many times as she wants. Just then, as Eren's wounds heal enough for him to transform, he punches the smiling titan instead, which seems like a supremely stupid move until it triggers a mysterious power that makes the nearby titans attack the smiling titan instead of the scouts. The titans completely tear the smiling titan apart, and Eren has finally avenged the death of his mother. The scouts use this moment to get the hell out of there. So this is what Bertold and Reiner meant by the coordinate controlling titans. That is a crazy power. Realizing that Eren actually is the coordinate, Reiner and Bertold freak out and try to escape.
Get away from us!
But the Titans, now under Eren's control, start chasing them instead. As the scouts escape back to Wall Rose, Ymir decides to help Reiner and Bertold, picking her side. She says goodbye to Historia before turning around and helping the two of them, leaving Historia and everyone watching super confused. Like, why did she do that? On the way back, Armin sees Eren stare up in the sky, as he remembers how Hannes used to mess around with them when they were kids. I'm back to crying. We cut back to Shiganshina, where Ymir, Bertold, and Reiner have made it, surviving the attack from the Titans. When asked why she helped them, she says she's an idiot, which is so real. But she then explains that it was eating their friend that gave her her life back, so she's just returning the favor. Back in the safety of the Trost district, Erwin, Pixis, and Levi are interrupted by Hanji and Connie, who have some disturbing information to share. Meanwhile, Eren, Mikasa, Armin, and John discuss how many people lost their lives just to get Eren back, and he swears to plug Wall Maria and make Reiner and Bertold pay.
If you're really worth the sacrifice, you'd better prove it.
Back with Levi and the others, Connie and Hanji tell them all the evidence they've gathered from Ragako, and that it suggests that the Titans that accompanied the Beast Titan were the residents of Ragako that have been turned into Titans, which we already know is a thing from Ymir's backstory. This disturbs Levi, who can't believe he's been killing people all this time. I don't even know how to process that information, but Erwin is smiling. They're one step closer to the truth. And the final scene of the season shows us a mysterious figure wearing glasses emerging from the nape of the Beast Titan. If you think what's happened so far is crazy, trust me, you haven't seen anything yet. The next few seasons make the first two look like Blue's Clues. Season 3 starts with Eren staring at the sea, getting all philosophical about what lies beyond it. You know, doing the whole anime thing. Now, we all know this sea thing has been a big deal, since his buddy Armin used to talk it up back when they were kids. But this is just foreshadowing for a future scene. Meanwhile, back in the present time, Eren and his pals from the 104th Cadet Corps have shacked up in this cozy rural cabin, cleaning up.
I caught her doing sit-ups earlier, too.
Oh, so you're a nag and a spy!
They're all part of this new squad led by Levy. Levy's not too happy about the state of the cabin, because he's a clean freak, and he decides to drag everyone out to help with this experiment Hanji's cooking up to test Eren's Titan powers. The experiment? A total bust. Eren's Titan form is a hot mess, barely holding it together and looking kinda pathetic if we're being honest. Looks like it's back to the drawing board, because Eren's Titan powers are nowhere near ready to help with their big plan to seal up Wall Maria. Later, they all catch up on some downtime in the Trost district, and there's some talk about Eren and Historia's importance to their plans, as two people look on in the distance. Oh no. Later, Levy is talking with Erwin. Levy's thinking they can squeeze some crucial info out of Historia considering her royal bloodline and all that jazz. Meanwhile, Eren's trying to keep it together, feeling bummed about his failure, while Connie's out for revenge against the Beast Titan after his mom is turned into a Titan. Historia's having a bit of an identity crisis without Ymir around, and she's just not feeling like her old self, which Eren actually likes because he thinks she's more real this way. Eren is weird.
Now? Well, now you're just a normal girl.
Things take a dark turn. Hanji tells the cadets Pastor Nick was murdered, and was also tortured before he was killed, which only adds to their pile of problems. They then learn they've got to bail because the military police are on their tail, ready to shut down their operation and snatch up Eren and Historia. Levy's like, nope, we're out, and they make a sneaky escape, leaving no trace behind. The two onlookers from before see them escaping, and one of them calls Levy an old acquaintance. Oh boy. They're pulling a fast one with Eren and Historia disguised in a separate wagon to avoid capture. But things go sideways when the kidnappers show up and grab the wrong people, John and Armin in disguise. Lucky for them, Mikasa's there to bail them out, as only Mikasa can. And just when you think it's all going according to plan, in swoops a figure from Levy's past, Kenny the Ripper, Levy's old nemesis, and his team, who turn a simple rooftop stakeout into a full-blown shootout. Kenny and his team aren't messing around, pulling up with ODM gear with guns instead of blades, killing Levy's teammate and missing his head by an inch. And the episode ending with the iconic clip of Levy screaming, "Kenny! Kenny!" So, episode 2. It kicks off with Levy and Kenny having a full-blown shootout. Levy manages to dodge bullets like he's in the Matrix and decides it's time to bounce from the scene. While that drama's unfolding back at the wagon, Eren and Historia are chillin' till they suddenly hear gunshots. Their buddy Kaiji tries to floor it, but Kenny's crew is on them like white on rice. They rip the top off the carriage with grappling hooks, and bam, Eren and Historia are out in the open. Eren tries to play hero with a rifle, but ends up getting tranked along with Historia. Kaiji isn't so lucky. He gets killed in the shootout. Levy, meanwhile, is running for his life from Kenny and his team. He ducks into a bar to hide out, bleeding from his head. Kenny follows him in like he owns the place, all swagger and confidence. They have a bit of a heart-to-heart about old times and motives, and just when Kenny thinks he's got Levy cornered, Levy pulls a fast one and blasts him with the bar owner's gun.
Yeah.
Levy isn't done yet. He throws a chair out the window as a decoy, jumps out, and uses one of Kenny's guys as a human shield while slicing up the others. I've said it before, but man, he is so cool.
I hear shooting! From there!
His squad hears all the ruckus and comes running to back him up. Outside, Kenny's picking himself up, kinda embarrassed he forgot people in bars can have guns. He's also a bit sentimental about how much Levy's grown up. In the meantime, Levy's squad tries to rescue Eren and Historia, with Levy instructing them to be ready to kill these guys because they'll definitely kill them. Unfortunately, John doesn't really get the memo, and ends up being held at gunpoint by one of Kenny's soldiers. Great job, John. Luckily for him, Armin bails him out by killing the soldier. But there are just too many of Kenny's soldiers, and their blades are no match for the guns, so they have to pull back. Cut to the royal capital, where the bigwigs are chatting in the throne room about all of this mess. They're like, let's just handle this the usual way, with laws and stuff. But then they get word from Reiss that he's got Eren and Historia, so their mission is a success. Meanwhile, Armin's having a tough time dealing with having killed someone. Mikasa and Levy are there to offer some tough love and reassurance, but they do tell him he'll never be the same person again. Afterwards, Levy works his charm on Demo Reeves to get some help, in exchange for protecting the Trost district. He wants to know where Historia and Eren are being kept. Levy really can do it all. Back with Erwin, Hanji breaks the bad news to him. Eren and Historia were captured, and if Eren's report about a conversation between Bertold and Ymir was correct, he's going to be eaten. Back with Levy, Demo sets a trap for 2 military police soldiers, Ralph and Sans, who get knocked out by John and Mikasa.
Please tell me what you want! Who the hell tortures someone without asking questions?
Levy and Hanji then get a bit intense with the interrogation, finally breaking Sans after making him think Ralph spilled the beans. He reveals that the Reiss family is actually running the show, and Historia is key to it all. Then there's a twist. Kenny kills Demo Reeves for flipping sides, as his son watches, trying not to make a sound. Kenny knows that Levy will turn up regardless, because he knows the kind of guy he is. And in a dramatic family reunion, Rod Reiss meets up with Historia in some mystery location. He gives her a big old hug and apologizes, while a gagged Eren just has to sit there and watch. Episode 3 opens with a flashback of Historia telling Squad Levy about her bleak childhood. She was basically ignored by her mom, who's more into her books than her own daughter. Historia, trying to be all sweet, once tried to hug her mom, who basically freaked out and pushed her away while wishing she'd never had her. Damn, that's harsh. But for Historia, even that negative attention was something.
If only I wasn't such a coward. I could have killed it.
Some time passed, and after Maria fell, she met her dad, Rod Reiss, for the first time. He's all like, "You're coming to live with me." But then, Kenny Ackerman and his men in black show up. They kill her mom right in front of her after her mom denies that she's her kid. Rod saves Historia from getting the same fate by shipping her off with a new identity, Krista Lenz, which is how she ended up in the Scouts with that name. Fast forward to now, Rod is being all fatherly and apologetic, hugging Historia and telling her she's special because of her royal blood and all. He says she's humanity's savior, and says he'll take her back to the place it all began. Meanwhile, Sans, in prison, thinks his buddy Ralph sold him out, because Hanji and the gang tricked him into thinking so. He's all broken down when he realizes it was all a setup, and Hanji even makes fun of him for falling for the trick. But Sans warns them that someone else will just fill his shoes in a classic villain monologue. Hanji is ticked off.
Best of luck, Hanji.
Smashing furniture when they think about Sans' stubborn loyalty to the king. Levy catches them in a moment of fury and gets them back on track about their real mission, dealing with Eren's likely grim fate. Eren, poor guy, could be eaten to transfer his Titan powers if the government has its way. That night, Erwin and Doc Pixis are plotting big time. They're thinking of overthrowing the government to really shake things up and set things right, with Historia as their queen once they snatch her back. Erwin passes the torch to Hanji, making them the new head honcho of the Scouts.
Commander Erwin! The Interior Squad's put out a warrant for you!
Just as dawn breaks, Erwin faces his own drama. The MPs show up accusing the Scouts of killing Demo Reeves because he knew too much. They arrest everyone but Hanji and Moblet, who managed to slip away. Eren's got a moment to reflect on his dad's theories from way back, that the king altered the memories of the first humans that fled inside the walls 107 years ago in order to make them easier to control. Like anyone who knows too much about the government's sick schemes, his dad was killed for his guesses being too close to the truth. And now, Erwin's seeing his legacy play out in his own showdown against the government. Meanwhile, back in Stohess district, things are heating up with the military police plastering wanted posters of the Scout regiment all over. John, Armin, and Mikasa are sneaking out of the city, heading to their camp in the woods. They're trying to stay under the radar since the MPs are on a full-blown scout hunt. Levy's there in the woods, strategizing their next move, knowing they've got a narrow window to act before Eren and Historia are taken deep into Reiss territory. Just as they're about to huddle up and plan, Sasha's sharp ears pick up the sound of footsteps approaching. Episode 4 starts off with Hitch Dreiss and Marlo Frutenberg going on a bit of a scouting mission in the forest near Stohess district, looking for any scouts gone rogue. They stumble upon Armin Arlet, and just as they're about to take him in, Levy and Mikasa swoop in and take Hitch and Marlo captive instead. That was a sneaky one. Over in the Trost district, there's a bit of media drama with Roy and Pure interviewing Commander Nile Doc. Niall's all vague and cautious, hinting at the Interior Police's shady dealings, but stops short of spilling too much. He's worried about this new ODM gear that's apparently great for killing people, not Titans, and frets it might be used on them next. Meanwhile, Hanji is on a rescue mission in Trost, convincing Flegel Reeves to face the music, not hide from the truth about his dad's murder by the Interior Police. Flegel's scared, understandably, but Hanji manages to drag him along, pushing him to stand up for what's right. Back to the forest drama, Levy's got Hitch and Marlo stripped of their gear, thinking they might be handy for infiltrating the military police. The tension's thick. with Hitch freaking out thinking Levy's going to kill them for all the chaos during Annie's reveal as the female Titan. Levy eases up a bit, saying they'll be let go once they're clear of the area.
Hey, Captain Levi! Please let me join in your cause.
But Levy says no. John takes over, pulling a bit of a fake out by threatening to kill them to test their loyalty. It's intense, but Marlowe passes the test by chucking the knife and trusting the scouts, which impresses John enough to vouch for them. With their new allies, Hitch and Marlowe help the squad bust through a checkpoint using a mix of deception and a lot of horsepower. They send the duo back before anyone gets suspicious and have some questions for their captive, who's from the Interior Police. Then, back in Trost, Flegel's cornered by Roger from the Interior Police, who admits that they killed Flegel's dad for getting too involved with the scouts. Just as things look grim for Flegel, he uses his newfound courage to trap Roger, with a little help from Hanji and Moblet. Turns out they're surrounded by locals who overhear everything, and Flegel uses the moment to claim his rightful place as boss, vowing to protect the city. As night falls, Levy's busy interrogating a captured MP about Eren and Historia's whereabouts, but he gets nothing. Just then, Sasha hears footsteps approaching, signaling more trouble on the horizon. Rewind just a little bit, and Niall's visiting Erwin in his cell, discussing his upcoming trial and hinting at a big plan that Erwin's got cooked up with Commander Pixis. It's all got a very cloak and dagger feel, with Niall left wondering about Erwin's cryptic remarks. The nobles are all set to deal with Erwin, thinking they've kept all their secrets safe and planning to execute him to keep it that way. In the throne room, they're all pompous and ready to hear Erwin's last words, completely unaware of the storm that's coming for them. The scene kicks off with the bigwigs of the military gearing up to dismantle the scout regiment. They're not messing around. Public gallows are up in the city, all set for Erwin's execution. In the throne room, Erwin's up against the wall, but he isn't going down without a fight. He pitches to the king and nobles how vital the scouts are, painting a grim picture of civil war and resource fights if the wall rose falls. He tries to get the nobles to spill if they have any secret plans to prevent such disasters, but he gets stonewalled with accusations of putting his own interests over humanity's.
Cowering in wait behind these walls will solve nothing.
Especially concerning Eren Yeager's custody. Pixis then steps in, distancing himself from the scouts, playing it cool but clearly disturbed by the whole setup. In the end, they decide he's just too much of a nuisance, and his crimes are too much. So they do the reasonable thing and sentence him to death. Isn't that just great? Just as things look darkest for Erwin, Anka bursts in with news that Wall Rose has been breached by the Titans. Chaos erupts, with Pixis trying to organize an evacuation. But Oral, one of the nobles, shockingly orders the gates to Wall Sena closed, preferring to risk civil unrest over a Titan invasion. It's a total power move, showing just how much they want to cling to their control and how little they care about the people. They make me sick. Niall isn't having any of it. He refuses to close the gates. Just then, Dallas Zachary shows up, backing up Niall with armed soldiers, turning the tables on the nobles. Turns out the whole Titan attack was a bluff engineered by Pixis to expose the nobles' true colors. With the nobles outed for their selfish ploys, Pixis declares a full-on coup d'etat. They arrest the nobles, planning to replace the false king with a ruler who actually cares about the people.
Wake up! What is it, dinner time? Oh, shut your mouth, you stupid!
As the dust settles, Erwin's shackles are removed, and despite the victory, he's left pondering the dangerous new path humanity is on. But there's no time to breathe. The scene shifts to Levy's squad gearing up for a fight, only to be met by Hanji and Moblet with news of the coup's success. Turns out the public now knows the truth about the scouts and the government. They win. Yeah. Later, Hanji reveals a crucial piece of intel to Squad Levy about a tragic incident involving the Reiss family that ties back to Historia and some secret chapel ruins, which they figure is where they're hiding Eren and Historia. Meanwhile, back at this creepy underground crystal chapel, Eren's not having a good time, literally chained up and gagged, with Historia approaching in what I can only call a ritual robe. Episode 5 starts deep underground, in the crystal chapel, and Eren is all chained up, trying to wiggle free. Historia is there, trying to calm him down, dropping the bomb that her dad, Rod Reiss, actually might not be the villain everyone thought. She insists Rod was backed into a corner with all those tough calls, like the whole deal with the scouts and Pastor Nick. Just then, Rod himself shows up, and both he and Historia touch Eren's back, which triggers a series of memories. Memories that aren't Eren's. He sees the chapel, Rod and his family, fighting a Titan, and is very confused, until he sees himself as a kid, and realizes that these are his dad's memories. The last thing he sees is him turning into a Titan and eating his own dad. which is how he got his Titan powers. Those are levels of disturbing that will send me back to my therapist. Meanwhile, Historia is hit by her own memory wave, recalling this black-haired girl, Frida, who used to visit her at the farm, teaching her to read and encouraging her to be the super kind and loved person.
Do you think that if I try real hard, I can grow up to be like you?
Turns out Frida was her half-sister, who had to erase Historia's memories to keep her safe, only to be tragically killed along with most of Rod's family by Eren's dad, Grisha, who then stole Frida's powerful Titan abilities. Just as they're absorbing all of those bombshells, Kenny crashes the party with news of the coup d'etat. He tells them to wrap it up. The scouts are coming. Kenny then heads off to handle the incoming trouble. Up top in capital Mitras, we've got Dala Zachary making a spectacle of one of the ousted nobles, Aurel.
You'll be digesting your meals from the bottom up.
Meanwhile, Dot Pixis tells Erwin about how the nobles' bloodlines are immune to memory wipes, a key Reiss family trick. Erwin and Pixis disagree over their ideologies, but agree that they want the best for humanity.
Peace between men will never be certain. Not until our numbers fall to 1 or less.
After this, the scouts set out to save Eren and Historia. Cut back to Squad Levy gearing up for a showdown at the chapel. Levy tells them about Kenny's lethal skills and mysterious past, including some family ties to Mikasa. Mikasa reflects on a past incident that awakened a fierce power in her, a trait, apparently, shared by Kenny and Levy. Speaking of Kenny, he remembers a chat with his dying grandfather about why their family, the Ackermans, along with the Oriental clan, were feared and persecuted by the king. They're immune to those memory-altering powers. As Levy and his squad finally reach the chapel and find the hidden entrance, they're mentally preparing for a brutal fight against Kenny's squad. Kaven, one of Kenny's team, gives a rallying speech, urging them to fight with purpose, and the stage is set for some serious bloodshed. Episode 7 opens with Eren, Historia, and Rod Reiss in the chapel. Rod reveals to Historia that her sister Frida isn't entirely gone. Her memories still exist. He pulls out a syringe, just like the one Eren's dad used on him, and offers Historia the chance to meet Frida through these memories.
Here they come.
Levy, Hanji, and their squad are storming into the chapel with a bang. They send barrels of gunpowder and oil rolling in, setting off explosions to create a smokescreen. This chaos gives Levy and Mikasa the perfect cover to start their attack, letting them close in on an anti-personnel control squad. The squad's gear isn't cut out for close combat, which gives Levy's team the upper hand. Just as the scouts start gaining ground, Kenny Ackerman jumps in. Amidst this chaos, Rod is trying to hurry up his plan with Historia, urging her to use the syringe as Eren desperately tries to tell her not to go through with it. Rod tells Historia that the power stolen by Eren's father should be hers, explaining that the founding Titan's hardening ability is what made the walls in this chapel, and the memory-altering abilities that it has that has kept peace in their society. Kenny, hearing all of this, confronts Rod, after learning that only someone of Reiss blood can use the founding Titan's power effectively. Turns out, he wanted that power for himself. Feeling used and misled, Kenny almost kills Rod, but is stopped by Historia, who declares her willingness to inherit the power despite learning of her father's manipulative nature. Kenny, frustrated but intrigued by Historia's resolve, decides to cut Eren's forehead to force a transformation showdown between him and Historia. Rod desperately tries to proceed with the ritual, handing the syringe to Historia, but Eren doesn't transform into a Titan.
Take your power back and use it to save humanity.
Historia ultimately rejects her father's plan. She smashes the syringe, tossing Rod aside, and declares herself an enemy of humanity, determined to free Eren and let the chips fall where they may. Just as Historia frees Eren, even though he's crying, and asking her to eat him instead, which is crazy, Rod, in a last-ditch effort, consumes the spilled contents of the broken syringe and begins transforming into a Titan himself. Episode 8 starts with the scouts come across a net the interior police dropped during their hasty retreat. While trying to figure out their next move, everyone's attention is suddenly grabbed by the intense light of a Titan transformation. It's Rod Reiss, and he's turning into a Titan right there. Rod's transformation isn't just a normal Titan transformation, it's massive. So massive, in fact, that the cavern begins to collapse under his enormous size. Levy, ever the leader, orders Armin and Moblet to get the wounded Hanji to safety. Meanwhile, Historia is trying to free Eren, who's actually urging her to let her father eat him so that the founding Titan power can return to its rightful lineage. But Historia isn't having any of it. Historia! And soon after, the rest of Squad Levy pitches in to unlock Eren. Just in time, too. Meanwhile, Kenny Ackerman is realizing that Rod didn't really understand Titans any better than the rest of them, as Kenny calls out to his squad to retreat further into the cavern. Squad Levy is finding themselves trapped with no clear way out. Eren debates transforming into his Titan form but fears it wouldn't withstand the collapsing cavern. But then, Eren spots a bottle labeled armor. Inspired, he decides to take a gamble. He breaks the bottle between his teeth and transforms, hoping his Titan form can somehow reinforce the cavern structure. It works. His transformation triggers a crystallization that supports the cavern, preventing it from collapsing on them. Outside, Armin, Moblet, and Hanji have made it out, witnessing the ground above the chapel sink as Rod's massive Titan form emerges, crawling away. Seriously, this thing is even bigger than the colossal Titan. It's huge. Back underground, as John and Mikasa free Eren from his crystal Titan form, Levy calls the hardening effect hardening. They realize this is the same way the walls were made, and now they finally have a way to seal the hole in Wall Maria.
Quit your bawling! Have some dignity! That's what I was thinking anyway.
With an exit route secured by Connie and Sasha, the scouts escape the chapel ruins. They regroup with Erwin and the rest of the regiment, who've just arrived. With Hanji being the only serious injury, the mission is a success. As they assess the situation with Rod's rampaging Titan, Erwin decides their next move is to head for Orvid District, where Rod's Titan is likely headed. As they prepare for what comes next, Historia reflects on her father's actions and her own choices. She is resolved to fight alongside the scouts, even gearing up for battle as she steps into her new role, proposed by Erwin as the new queen, a symbol of legitimate power to rally the public. Episode 9 kicks off with Reiss, now a gigantic Titan, dragging himself toward Orvid District. Captain Karsten of the garrison is panicking, pressing Erwin on why they aren't evacuating the citizens. Hanji steps in, explaining that Rod's Titan is attracted to large groups of people, meaning evacuating Orvid would just lead the Titans straight to the densely populated capital, Mitras, creating an even bigger disaster. Despite the terrifying prospect, Erwin decides they need to make a stand in Orvid, using the city as bait to keep the Titan from heading to Mitras. They organize a practice evacuation to prepare for the worst under the guise of a drill with cannon fire, which has the locals murmuring about the military flexing its new power. It's always nice to see the people not trust their government. As dawn breaks, the garrison fires cannon rounds at the approaching Titan, but it's clear the artillery isn't making a dent. Levy, observing the useless bombardment, notes Erwin's strategy is a pretty risky gamble, given the inexperienced local forces. Meanwhile, Hanji arrives with a plan involving barrels of gunpowder and gear, setting the stage for a last-ditch effort to stop Rod. Historia, during this, challenges Erwin's idea of her becoming a mere figurehead queen if they survive, insisting on a more active role in shaping her destiny. As the Titan looms closer, the scouts prepare for a final confrontation. Using carts loaded with gunpowder, they plan to exploit the Titan's intense heat to trigger explosions. Armin and Sasha execute the plan using grappling hooks to reel the gunpowder-filled carts into the Titan's grasp, causing it to lose its grip on the wall. Eren then charges forward with a net filled with even more gunpowder, hurling it into the Titan's mouth to set off a massive explosion. In the chaos, Historia actively participates in the final takedown, slicing through Titan flesh in a desperate bid to finish off her father.
You have to listen to me! You could easily eradicate the Titans for good!
As she does, she experiences a vision of her father's past struggles and conflicts, cementing her resolve. After the battle, as the dust settles and Orvid citizens gather, they see Historia and ask if she dealt the final blow. She says she did, and declares herself the true ruler of the walls. That's a pretty insane character arc. Meanwhile, a seriously injured Kenny Ackerman reflects on his life's encounters as he succumbs to his wounds, discovered by Levy, who finds him holding a mysterious syringe, the same kind Rod used to turn into a Titan. Over in capital Mitras, things are buzzing with preparations for Historia Reiss's coronation ceremony. Meanwhile, Levy is digging through the rubble of the underground chapel. During his search, he's informed that they found Kenny Ackerman, leading into a flashback that reveals Kenny's past. Years ago, Kenny had a violent first encounter with Reiss, who demonstrated the overwhelming power of a Titan. Despite Rod's urge to execute Kenny immediately, Yuri saw potential in him, sensing his Ackerman lineage. Surprisingly, Yuri knelt before Kenny, asking for forgiveness for the persecution of the Ackermans, which deeply moved Kenny, altering his course from assassin to a protector of the crown. Kenny's story then shifts to a reunion with his sister Kutchel in a brothel, where he learns of his nephew Levy.
It's nice to meet you.
Kenny took Levy under his wing, teaching him the harsh realities of survival, but never truly acting as a father figure. He gave him enough food to keep him alive, and taught him how to be a ruthless killer, before leaving him when he was capable of taking care of himself. We're then shown how he served the Reiss family behind the shadows, and how it led to this moment. So that's Levy's backstory. No wonder he's the way he is. Back in the present, Levy finds a gravely wounded Kenny reflecting on his life's choices and the people he's met, each bound by their own chains to something: power, ambition, or survival. Kenny reveals to Levy that everyone, even the mighty Yuri, was enslaved to something. He hands Levy a syringe filled with Titan serum, hinting at a chance for more power before he dies. The scene shifts to Historia's coronation in the capital. It's a moment filled with grandeur, as she's crowned queen in front of the masses, having proved her mettle by slaying the Titan that was once her father. This act not only cements her as a leader, but also as a symbol of new hope for the people. Meanwhile, far from these ceremonious events, Reiner Braun's armored Titan is found defeated in the ruins, with Bertold Hoover and the Beast Titan plotting their next move to capture the coordinate, showing that peace is still far from our reach. Episode 11 opens with Historia a couple of months after her crowning. She's out on a farm, not exactly ruling the country, but running an orphanage. John tries to tease Eren about being forgotten as the guy who plugged Trost District, but Eren's not biting. He's just happy seeing Historia doing what she loves. Then Historia pops over and ropes the guys into helping since it's getting dark. While they're lugging supplies around, Historia gets into a deep chat with Eren about what would happen if they faced Reiner and Bertold again. Eren's pretty grim about the situation, saying he'd have to kill them, but Historia is not into the idea of regretting their tough calls. She's just happy seeing the underground kids smiling.
Oh, come on, I got carried away!
The military's been shaking things up big time. They've got this new weapon called the Executioner from Hell that Hanji Zoe is super psyched about. It basically traps a Titan and then drops a huge log on its nape. During a demo though, Eren starts bleeding from his nose because he's been overdoing it with the hardening stuff, but he brushes it off, all focused on getting to Shiganshina district and plugging up the wall. At dinner, Marlo Frudenberg is buzzing about their new tech possibly wiping out all the Titans, which gets a typical eye roll from John. There's some banter with Sasha questioning why Hitch didn't stop Marlo from joining the Scouts, leading to a realization that Marlo's pretty clueless about relationships.
Are you that dumb, Marlo?
No brain under that bowl cut.
The conversation then shifts to the heavier topic of what these Scouts have been through, and John plays it cool with the new recruits who are getting hyped about taking back Walmaria. Meanwhile, Eren's lost in thought about Ymir and the horror of being a Titan, which Mikasa snaps him out of. Eren decides he needs to talk to Keith Sades, who was the Scout commander before Orwin.
What's the matter, Browse? Not gonna sit?
No!
Keith Sades then tells Eren about his past with his dad, Grisha, starting from a bizarre meeting outside Walmaria. Turns out, Grisha had amnesia except for his medical skills.
Anyway, it's not like he actually hurt anybody.
He got cozy with Keith and the Scouts, and eventually with Carla, Eren's mom. Keith felt overshadowed by Grisha, and his own failures as a Scout commander led him to step down, feeling like he wasn't one of those special people destined for greatness.
Congratulations, Dr. Yeager!
He then tells them that the day the Colossal and Armored Titan attacked, he was there, and he helped Grisha turn Eren into a Titan so he could eat him and gain his powers. Oh my god. Keith also admits to sabotaging Eren's training gear back in the day, trying to make him quit, but Eren still made it through, proving him wrong again. In the end, Keith sees himself as just a bystander in the grand scheme, which kinda hits hard for everyone listening. Hanji is mad at him and calls his behavior childish, but Eren forgives him because he gets it. Man, that is a lot to take in.
Why should anyone have to be special?
Episode 12 is with the Scout leaders Dallas Zachary and Dot Pixis discussing the syringe Kenny Ackerman left behind. Hanji Zoe is pretty stumped by it because it's like nothing that they've seen, hinting that whoever cooked this up was way ahead of them technology-wise. Given the risk of messing it up by poking around too much, Dot Pixis suggests they might as well use it for their big plan, and who better to trust with such a wild card than Levy, right? Erwin's on board, noting that they'll rely on Levy's sharp instincts to decide when it's game time for the syringe's use.
Now then, I'd like to discuss that work of mine. As you know, I'm hoping to unveil it soon.
Switch scenes, and Erwin's rallying his officers, prepping them for the massive task of taking back Walmaria. He drops another bombshell. Grisha Yeager, Eren's dad, wasn't from inside the walls at all. Like the other Titan shifters they've met, Grisha had the Titan power but was actually on humanity's side, hinting that whatever secrets he had are stashed in the basement of his old house. Erwin says that if they want to get those secrets, they gotta do it the Scout way. Head out there themselves. Cut to Levy and Erwin having a serious one-on-one talk. Levy's concerned about Erwin's well-being. Since he's now short of an arm, he suggests that maybe letting Hanji lead the charge this time. But Erwin, fueled by memories of his father and his burning need to uncover the truth, insists on being at the front, even if it risks his life. Levy's not thrilled, but he respects Erwin's drive and agrees to back his play. The night before they set off, the mess hall turns into a wild scene, with everyone scrambling for a piece of meat. Literally.
You can't eat the whole thing alone, you pig!
During the food fight, Eren and John end up throwing punches over some old grudges and the usual banter, but Levi shuts it down quickly. After the dust settles, Eren, Mikasa, and Armin have a moment outside, reflecting on everything that's led them here. Eren's feeling a bit philosophical, realizing that nobody's an island. It's their unity that gives them strength. They spot a garrison soldier who reminds them of Hannes. Come dawn, it's go time. The citizens of Trost, led by Flegel Reeves, give the scouts a send-off that's pretty unheard of.
Well, as far as I'm aware, at least, this is a first.
Cheering them on as they head out to face whatever awaits in Shiganshina. Now that's what I call a rare moment. And over in Shiganshina, Reiner and Bertold sit on top of the walk, waiting for the battle that's coming. Episode 13 opens with the scout regiment sneaking towards Wall Maria under the cover of night, aiming to take back territory lost 5 years ago. On their stealthy trek, they bump into a Titan just kinda chilling out, asleep because there's no moonlight to keep it awake. Eren, meanwhile, is feeling iffy about the whole mission. Despite him playing it cool, Mikasa and Armin notice he's a bit shaky.
Are you okay? What's wrong? You're shaking.
Armin, ever the supportive friend, opens up about his own fears and reminds Eren of the time he yanked him out of a Titan's mouth. He asks Eren how he managed to be so brave. Eren says it's because of his burning desire for freedom, sparked by Armin's tales of the world beyond the walls. This fires him up, and he's already dreaming of seeing the ocean with Armin by next year. That nostalgic moment is cut short when another scout spots a trail leading them straight to their old hometown, back to where it all began. With the break of dawn, it's go time. The scouts switch from horseback to their trusty gear and scale the wall. Erwin's got a plan to seal both the inner and outer gates of Shiganshina to trap any lurking Titans and cut off any surprise visits from the enemy. They're all incognito, with hoods covering their faces to keep the enemy guessing. Once they land, Eren's hit with a wave of emotion seeing his old town, but Levi snaps him out of it, urging him to focus. Hanji, noticing a strange lack of Titans, signals the green flare to mark their arrival. Eren then takes a leap of faith over the wall, transforming into his Titan form to seal the breach successfully. Mikasa swoops in to fetch him post-transformation, lending him her cloak. With the outer gate sealed, they move to secure the inner gate, but Levi reminds Eren that sealing the gates is just the start. The real challenge will be dealing with Reiner and Bertold, who can break through their defenses as long as they're alive.
So I'd say there were 3 people camping up here at least. Wait!
Armin, meanwhile, looks at the recent campsite on top of the wall and finds cooking supplies and black tea. The cold teapot hints they left in a hurry, knowing the scouts were coming. The realization that they're not just dealing with 3 enemies, but potentially more hidden ones, puts everyone on high alert. Armin steps up, tasked by Erwin to find where the enemies are hiding. His tactical mind leads him to suspect they might be hiding inside the wall itself. A hunch that proves right when one of the scouts spots a cavity just before Reiner bursts out and kills him, leading to an ambush by Levi, who nearly kills him, but he can't finish him off. Erwin is barking orders when suddenly, the Beast Titan shows up behind them, along with a bunch of other Titans, hurling a boulder that seals the inner gate, trapping the scouts' horses and setting the stage for a showdown. Erwin sees this as the moment where everything they fought for comes to a head. A final battle to settle scores once and for all. Episode 14 opens with the Beast Titan and his gang of massive Titans chilling outside Shiganshina district getting ready to throw down, while the scout regiment is prepped and waiting for them up on the wall. Meanwhile, Reiner in his armored Titan form is scaling the wall like some kind of monstrous spider. Eren is getting antsy and wonders why Erwin hasn't ordered an attack yet. Hanji lets him know that Erwin's keeping an eye on the enemy movements because it's obvious Reiner and the crew have got something up their sleeve. Then Erwin spots this weird quadruped Titan that's not like the new ones. It's carrying cargo.
It's also likely that this was the enemy's scout.
Seems like it could be an intelligent Titan. Erwin thinks that might have been the one who scouted them out for Reiner. Next thing you know, the Beast Titan lets out a roar, and the smaller Titans start charging the wall. Their plan? Go straight for the horses, trapping the scouts without any means of escape or resupply. Erwin immediately understands that the main goal is to snatch Eren, but first, they gotta make the scouts sitting ducks. Armin's all nervous because the armored Titan's getting way too close. They still have no clue where Bertold is hiding. Erwin makes a call to the squads to join forces at the gate and get ready to bring down the armored Titan using their new Thunder Spears. Erwin then pulls Levi and Armin aside for a quick strategy chat. He wants Levi to stick around to protect the horses and to take a shot at the Beast Titan when he gets the chance. Reiner's up on the wall now, seeing all the chaos below. He's eyeing the tethered horses, figuring he could take them out easily. He spots Erwin, all vulnerable by himself, but shakes off the distraction when he sees Eren's Titan causing a ruckus in the streets below. Reiner's torn between chasing down Eren or sticking to the plan with the horses. Just before this mess, Armin had passed on Erwin's plan to use Eren as bait to Hanji. Mikasa's not entirely sold on it, but Hanji's like, if Reiner ignores Eren, they could use that to ambush the Beast Titan from behind. Even if Reiner doesn't fall for it, it could still throw the enemies off enough to break their formation. Eren, in the meantime, is down in Shiganshina, psyching himself up for a showdown with Reiner. He's reminding himself of his previous win and is all geared up with his hardened Titan fists. And Eren lands a solid punch on Reiner, cracking his armor. Back outside Shiganshina, the new recruits are scrambling to move the horses to safety. Levi's busy cutting down Titans, trying to keep the smaller ones from wreaking havoc before the Beast Titan can act again. Up top, Erwin's watching the grim scene unfold, reflecting on his journey from a curious cadet with big theories to the hardened leader he is now. Weighed down by the sacrifices of his soldiers, he's haunted by his need to uncover the truth in Grisha Jaeger's basement, no matter the cost. The fight continues with Eren and Reiner going at it, but he gets cocky. Mikasa's itching to jump into the fray, but Hanji holds her back, waiting for the right moment. That's when they show off their new weapon, the Thunder Spear. Designed to pierce the armored Titan's defenses, they go all out. Hanji and Mikasa launch an assault, blinding Reiner with a direct hit to the eyes. The rest of the squad follows up, hammering him with more Thunder Spears, aiming to peel his armor right off. As they gear up for another round, Connie and Sasha hesitate, torn about attacking Reiner, who used to be their friend. But Jon steps up, rallying them for another strike. Good old Jon. He really is a leader.
I don't think you're a good leader because you're strong. I think you're a good leader because you know what it is to be weak.
With Thunder Spears flying into Reiner's nape, just as he's about to scream out, the Thunder Spears explode. Months ago, during the struggle for Trost, Reiner and Bertold nervously watch as Eren Jaeger prepares to seal the breach with a giant boulder. Worried that Eren might be eaten before they learn anything valuable about him, Reiner contemplates intervening with his Titan if necessary. Despite the risk of Eren undoing their efforts, Reiner is relieved they might finally have a clue after 5 years of searching. As they talk, Marco stumbles upon them and overhears their conversation about Titans and breaches. Marco obviously asks them what they mean. Reiner brushes it off as a joke, and Marco walks away. But his mind races with suspicions about Eren's Titan abilities and the possible human nature of the Colossal Titan. Just as Marco pieces things together, Reiner attacks him, pinning him down. Annie Leonhardt lands nearby, and Reiner quickly explains that Marco has overheard too much. Annie reluctantly gets rid of Marco's ODM gear. Despite her protests, Reiner insists, questioning her loyalty and ordering her to prove her detachment from the evil Reiss by leaving Marco defenseless. Annie agrees, even though she really doesn't want to, and the warriors leave Marco to die at the hands of a Titan. That's when Reiner shifts back to his soldier persona and starts asking why Marco is getting eaten by a Titan.
Why is Marco being devoured?
Months later, atop the wall in Shiganshina district, Bertold, Reiner, and the Beast Titan's holder, Zeke, wait for the scout regiment's arrival. Zeke reassures them about Annie's safety and questions their commitment. As the scouts approach, Reiner and Bertold prepare for battle, discussing their strategy and roles. Reiner's focus is on protecting Krista, as he promised to Ymir, while Bertold plans to end the battle, haunted by memories of Marco and their past actions. We cut back to the present. The scouts celebrate because they think they've won, but that's when Reiner unleashes a scream, which is a signal to the Beast Titan, who picks up a barrel that has Bertold inside it. What? He throws it over the wall, and Bertold goes to check on Reiner as the scouts retreat. Armin tries a last-ditch effort to talk it out with Bertold, but he says he's hell-bent on killing humanity within the walls. Armin tries to use the Annie is being tortured card against him, but it doesn't work. Fool me once type beat, you know? Mikasa tries to jump him, but Bertold manages to get away unharmed. Reiner is hiding inside his Titan to shield himself from Bertold's explosion, and Bertold decides he's ending this and transforms. The Colossal Titan is here. Bertold, now in Titan form, is throwing burning houses all over the place, hoping to crush the scouts. Mikasa, Armin, Jon, Connie, Sasha, and Eren fear that everyone in Team Hanji has died in the explosion, that they're the only ones left. Meanwhile, Erwin and Levi look on as they wait for the Beast Titan to make his move. Things are getting real, folks. Episode 16 starts with the Colossal Titan going wild in Shiganshina district, throwing houses like they're confetti. Debris is raining down everywhere, and Mikasa realizes that Bertold doesn't know where they are yet. Connie and Sasha are looking at Armin, expecting him to come up with a plan, but he's drawing a blank. Armin gets a bit shaky and asks Jon to take over. That's disappointing. Jon steps up, telling everyone to head to the river, riding on Eren's Titan to save gas. Outside Shiganshina, Dirk tells Levi that they've taken down most of the small titans. However, the beast titan's sitting out there looking pretty chill, which is weird because he's usually on the move. Levi wonders about the explosion he saw and where Hanji and the others are. That's when the beast titan starts throwing rocks, like he's playing some messed up baseball game. The first pitch? Pretty brutal. Tears through buildings and scouts, turning the air into a bloody mist. Levi's trying to dodge, but it's clear that things are falling apart fast. Erwin comes down from the wall to join Levi, filling him in. The front line is gone, leveled by the Beast Titan's rocks, and they can't even cross to the other side because of the Colossal Titan. It's looking really bad. Erwin realizes that the Beast Titan's forcing the scouts into one place, making them easier to hit. The only ones left are the recruits Levi and Erwin. Levi asks Erwin if he has a plan, but Erwin's stalling. Meanwhile, inside Shiganshina, John's trying to get Berthold's attention with Eren's Titan. Eren roars, but Berthold doesn't really care. He's still marching towards the wall. John tells Eren to chase after him, but it's tough because the Colossal Titan's steam is just insane. Eren tries to stop him by grabbing his foot. This goes about as well as you'd imagine. Mikasa's worried about Eren because, he just got punted, and he's also not moving. John tries to keep everyone focused and coordinate an attack, but it's useless. Berthold blasts them with steam, and now Mikasa's injured too. She asks Armin if he's got something yet, but before he can say anything, they see the armored Titan walking towards them. Back to the Beast Titan, who's still throwing boulders at the scouts, Levi suggests they might need to flee, but Erwin's not buying it. He's got this plan in mind, but it needs everyone to make the ultimate sacrifice. He knows it might mean he'll never find out what's in Grisha Jaeger's basement. He tells Levi he might have to give up on his dream, and Levi, in true Levi fashion, tells him to lead them into hell while he goes after the Beast Titan. Erwin seems surprised, but he agrees.
If I don't lead the vanguard myself, then none of them will have the courage.
The Beast Titan notices the signal flares and sees the scouts charging towards him. He's shocked because he didn't expect all of these soldiers to be so reckless. Erwin and the scouts are riding straight into danger, firing signal flares to mess with the Beast Titan's aim. While they're drawing all the heat, Levi is sneaking up, using the other Titans as his path to get close enough to take down the Beast Titan.
And as we ride to certain death, we trust our successors to do the same for us!
As the scouts charge, the bombardment hits hard, decapitating one of the recruits. Erwin takes a serious hit, and he falls from his saddle. Episode 17 kicks off with Flock freaking out, as Erwin gets knocked off his horse during their mad charge against the Beast Titan. Zeke, the dude inside the Beast Titan, is getting pretty worked up. He's reflecting on how King Reiss messed things up by wiping humanity's memories, making them doomed to repeat history. As he preps another round of boulders to hurl at the scouts, he catches himself getting too emotional, a bit like his dad, which he's not too happy about. Poor Marlo is caught up in his thoughts about Hitch, wondering what she's up to, probably still asleep. And just as he's lost in thought, bam, he's hit by a rock. It's brutal. Zeke cheers as his attack wipes out Marlo and many other scouts, but a few survivors manage to pop off some more signal flares, which really ticks him off, and he throws more rocks, killing even more scouts. Jeez, this is brutal. With the scouts wiped out, the Beast Titan turns and sees that the rest of the Titans with him have all been killed, realizing that everything the scouts were doing was a setup to buy time. And in that moment, Levi bursts through the green smoke and attacks. Zeke tries to cover his nape, but Levi is relentless, tearing into him and finally dragging him out of his Titan form and sticking a blade in his mouth. Just as Levi's about to finish Zeke off, thinking about maybe using the Titan injection he has to pass Zeke's powers to a dying scout, hopefully Erwin, the cart Titan rushes in and scoops Zeke up, hauling him away. Levi's left fuming, frustrated that he couldn't keep his promise to Erwin to kill Zeke. Meanwhile, Flock's left wandering in the chaos, surrounded by the bodies of the fallen scouts, completely shell-shocked by the suicide charge they just made. Back in Shiganshina, John's trying to lead what's left of the scouts, and they decide to draw the Colossal Titan Berthold away from the wall. Realizing the Colossal Titan is getting skinnier, Armin finally comes up with a plan, and goes to wake Eren up, which he does. John and the others charge Raynor to get his attention, but he ignores them, and keeps moving. His eyes are set on Eren. But Mikasa isn't satisfied with that. She attacks him with a thunder spear from behind, saying they need to kill him right here and now. Meanwhile, Armin explains his plan to Eren, and says if it works, they won't be able to see the sea together. Eren gets up to face Berthold, but he suddenly slips and falls down the wall, unable to move. Oh no.
Fought well, to the very end. But it's over now.
Back with Mikasa and the others, they make a plan to use their last 3 thunder spears to kill Raynor. Unfortunately, Sasha gets heavily injured, and her thunder spear misses.
Mikasa should be able to aim the last thunder spear at his nape from inside the mouth!
Meanwhile, Armin distracts Bertold long enough for Eren to harden and fake being knocked out. When Bertold's guard is down, Eren, now back in human form, takes him out with a surprise attack from behind, and they manage to incapacitate Bertold, capturing him. Back with Mikasa and the others, it looks like Reiner's got them. But then, out of nowhere, Hanji shows up and hits the other side of his jaw with a spear, opening his mouth for Mikasa to deliver the finishing blow. Back with Eren. Their victory over Bertold came at a cost. Armin has been burned to a crisp by the colossal titan's heat. As Eren thinks back to when he first met Armin, he stands over his friend's burnt corpse, saying he's more of a hero than anyone else. Episode 18 starts with Eren standing over the charred remains of Armin. He's shocked, wishing he had another way, but knowing deep down he had to rely on Armin's gutsy plan. Suddenly, he spots the cart titan making a grand entrance with Zeke on board. Eren doesn't waste a second. He grabs the knocked out Bertold Hoover, using him as a hostage while facing down the cart titan. Zeke, seeing Eren, tries to play mind games, claiming they're both victims of Grisha Jaeger's manipulations. Eren's quick to piece together that Zeke must be related to his dad because, well, he kinda sorta looks like Grisha. Just as Zeke is about to get philosophical, Levi, who's just wiped out the remaining Titans, shows up, and Zeke knows he's outmatched. He calls it a draw, and bails with the cart titan, shouting over his shoulder about coming back to save Eren someday. Who the hell is this guy, and what does he want with Eren? Right when Eren's about to hand over his gear to Levi to chase after Zeke, he hears Armin gasping for air. The dude is still alive! Meanwhile, across town, Hanji's interrogating a barely alive Rainer about a letter from Ymir, intended for Krista. They consider using their Titan injection to steal Rainer's powers or possibly save a dying scout. As Hanji debates what to do with Rainer, Mikasa zooms off to check on Eren and Armin. She arrives to find Eren trying to keep Armin alive and pleading with Levi for the Titan injection. Meanwhile, the cart titan jumps Hanji and the others before snatching up Rainer and taking him away too. Levi's about to agree when who should appear but Flock, carrying a severely wounded Erwin. Suddenly, the decision on who to save with the injection, Erwin or Armin. This is an extremely complex choice, and Mikasa suddenly draws her sword. Eren pitches in, arguing that Armin's the brainiac who pulled their fat out of the fire more times than he can count, and he could be humanity's key to victory. Levi then smacks Eren out of his way before Mikasa attacks him and holds a blade to his throat. Things get even more heated when Flock chimes in, arguing that they owe it to the fallen scouts to save Erwin, their leader who could turn the tide against the Titans. He charges Mikasa, and she's about to straight up end this man, but Hanji gets there in time to stop her.
Listen, Mikasa, there's people I want to bring back too.
She convinces them that Erwin is the right choice, no matter how much they want to save Armin, and both Mikasa and Eren give in. Levi's about to make the call, when Erwin, semi-delirious, raises his hand as if he's back in school, asking a question about the world beyond the walls. This moment decides it for Levi. He lets Erwin go. This man, this boy, is desperate to escape. Bertold wakes up just in time to see a Titan Armin looming over him.
Guys, please!
And despite his desperate cries for Annie and Rainer, it's the end of the line for him. As the dust settles, Levi and Hanji sit beside Erwin's body, acknowledging his sacrifice. Damn. The episode closes with the young scouts surrounding a newly reborn Armin, who emerges from his Titan form healed and changed forever. To start this episode off, Armin wakes up from a dream where he sees a weeping colossal Titan. Pretty heavy stuff. He finds himself on top of Wall Maria with Sasha, who's pretty banged up. Armin, totally out of the loop, learns from Levi and Eren that the scout regiment is down to just 9 soldiers. He's hit with the heavy news that he not only received the last dose of Titan injection, but also ended up eating Bertold, which is a lot to digest. Get it? Alright, you get it. Levi explains that Eren and Mikasa went to extreme lengths to save him, which nearly caused a civil war among them. Hanji plans to discipline them, but Levi stresses that it was his call to let Erwin go and choose Armin for the injection. It's a hefty responsibility for Armin,
Bertold, I ate him.
Who's now burdened with the weight of both Erwin's life and a Titan power. With all that sorted, Eren, Mikasa, Levi, and Hanji decide it's time to check out Eren's old home to finally uncover the mysteries lying in Grisha Jaeger's basement. Along the way, they get flashbacks of their childhood, back when things were so much simpler. At Eren's ruined home, the crew moves rubble to access the basement where they hope to find answers. Inside the basement, it's a normal setup. almost disappointingly so, until Mikasa finds a keyhole in Grisha's desk. Eren's key reveals a secret drawer with 3 mysterious books. They crack open the first book and find a photograph. Cut to Trost district, where Nile Doc reflects on Erwin's lifelong hunch that the government was hiding something big. As they receive news of the Scouts' victory in retaking Wall Maria, celebrations kick off to honor their hard-fought return. Back with the photograph, Grisha's notes reveal it's not just any old picture, but a photograph, something from beyond the walls where, apparently, humanity is alive and well, contradicting everything humanity inside the walls believe. In a flashback triggered by the photo, a young Grisha and his sister Faye get excited about seeing an airship.
Grisha, you mustn't go past the walls for any reason.
But when they get there, Grisha takes his sister across the wall, where they aren't allowed to go. Episode 20 opens with the same flashback continuing. Grisha and his sister go to see an airship. Along the way, they get bullied by some man who calls them Devil Bloods and Eldians, and he says it in a way that almost sounds racist. This is a core moment for Attack on Titan. Anyway, Grisha and Faye sneak into an area they're not supposed to be in to see an airship. They get caught, and Grisha chooses to take a beating to keep his family out of trouble. While Grisha takes his lumps, Faye is supposedly escorted home, but ends up being murdered. This horrific event sends Grisha on a path of deep resentment against the oppressive regime. Fast forward, Grisha is indoctrinated with the tale of Ymir Fritz, the originator of the Titan power, by his dad. She may or may not show up later, so make sure to remember that. The story goes that Ymir made a pact with the devil, and upon her death, her power split into 9 Titans who then went on to build the Eldian Empire, which ruled and oppressed for about 1700 years. Marley eventually takes over by snatching 7 of these Titans, setting off a war. The Eldians lost this war, after which the Eldian king at the time took his people and fled to Paradis Island, where they begin living within these 3 walls, which is where our story eventually starts. Finally, things are starting to make sense. Despite his father's acceptance of their submissive status under Marley, young Grisha is pissed off at the Marleyans, especially after Faye's death. Grisha grows up, learns of the full truth of Faye's death through an informant in the Marleyan government. This sets him on what he calls his path. He gets involved with the Eldian restorationists. They discover the true history of Eldia. Ymir and her descendants actually laid the foundations for what made this continent the superpower it is today. And everything they're taught is a blatant lie.
We'll restore Eldia and live proudly once more!
Grisha eventually marries Dina Fritz, a descendant of Ymir. They have a son, Zeke, aka the Beast Titan, who Grisha hopes will further their cause. However, the plot twists when Zeke turns his parents into Marley authorities to save his grandparents, leading to Grisha's brutal torture. Eventually, Grisha is taken to Paradis Island to be turned into a Titan as a form of eternal punishment.
Why in the world would Zeke decide to betray us? Isn't he your son?
Here, Grisha is reunited with Kruger, the officer who once beat him as a child, and he also sees the man who killed his sister. Grisha has to watch in horror as all of his comrades are turned into Titans and banished to roam around the walls for eternity. He then has to see his wife get turned into a Titan as well, and wouldn't you know it, she becomes the smiling Titan that killed Eren's mom. But then, in a shocking twist, Kruger reveals himself as the Owl, the informant, aiding the restorationists. Kruger transforms into a Titan and destroys a Marleyan ship. Things are getting crazy. Episode 21 opens with the Owl, who we now know as Eren Kruger, unleashing his Titan form and taking out the Marley soldiers. Kruger shifts back to human form and cuts Grisha free, introducing himself properly, and sharing that he's also a subject of Ymir, a holder of one of the 9 Titans. He's been undercover, passing as a Marleyan thanks to a cooperating doctor. Grisha asks him why he didn't save his wife and the rest of his comrades. Kruger confesses that he's done some pretty unspeakable stuff to his own people, all in the name of restoring Eldia. Flashback to Kruger's childhood, he witnessed his family getting killed during an Eldian uprising against Marley. This memory fueled his desire for revenge against Marley and the restoration of Eldia, which he confesses to Grisha, revealing the cycle of hatred and violence that they're both caught in. Kruger tasks Grisha with the heavy responsibility of infiltrating the walls to retrieve the founding Titan, a mission that requires Grisha turning into a Titan and eating him. When Grisha asks why he can't do it himself, Kruger reveals he's nearing the end of his life due to the curse of Ymir, which means anyone who possesses a Titan power dies in 13 years. We cut to the present, and realize that all of this is being dictated to Armin by Eren, who's now seeing all of his father's memories. He explains that all subjects of Ymir, aka Eldians, are connected by something they can't see, and all their paths lead to the coordinate, which is the founding Titan. something Eren also has because of his dad. Mikasa goes into denial over the fact that Armin has 14 years left to live, and Eren 8. Back with Grisha and Kruger, Grisha says if he knew this was the price of freedom, he wouldn't have paid it. His fighting spirit is completely broken. But Kruger explains that he doesn't have a choice. He started this when he took his sister to see that airship. He tells him that every Titan has a name. The name of Kruger's Titan, the one Eren has now, is the Attack Titan. Fun tidbit for everybody, the name Attack on Titan is actually a mistranslation. The name of the show in Japanese is Shingeki no Kyojin, which translates to Attack Titan. Eren stands in his cell and says, "Attack Titan," as Hanji and Levi come to free him. He and Mikasa were being punished for going against Levi in Shiganshina.
You said the name of your Titan, right? Are you practicing ways to introduce him, or...?
We cut to Historia, who reads a letter Ymir wrote for her, the same one Hanji took off Raynor. Ymir tells Historia that she doesn't have much time left to live, and her only regret is that she couldn't marry Historia, which just makes her cry. Just then, Eren, Mikasa, and Armin walk in and awkwardly greet her as the queen, which she immediately tells them to stop doing. Together, they go to a meeting with all the senior personnel of the military, who are briefed on everything Eren was able to recover from his dad's basement. The truth about the outside world, the existence of Marley and their pursuit to kill all Eldians, and information about the Titans. During this, he realizes that to control the founding Titan, he needs royal blood, but he doesn't tell them about it because he's afraid of what would happen to Historia. As Kruger prepares to pass on his Titan to Grisha, he tells him to have a family within the walls, and says that he needs to complete his mission in order to save Armin and Mikasa. When Grisha asks him who that is, he says he doesn't know. He wonders whose memories those are. So this means not only can the Attack Titan see its previous users' memories, but it can also see the future too. The last episode of Season 3, everyone is trying to make sense of this huge info dump from Grisha Yeager's journals. The military police are freaking out, thinking maybe they shouldn't tell everyone the truth to keep things calm, but Doc Pixis says they've got to be better than the old kings and keep everyone clued in. Queen Historia steps up and decides to spill the beans to everyone, believing that if they're all going to face the same fate, they might as well face it together. As the word gets out, there's chaos inside the walls. People are all over the place with their reactions. Some are in denial, some are scared, and some think it's all a conspiracy. Hanji and Levi have a sit-down with reporters Roy and Pure, who are trying to make sense of everything. Roy's a bit skeptical about the Scout Regiment's info, but Hanji reassures him that their findings are solid. Meanwhile, there's a military ceremony going on where Hitch pops up and talks about Marlowe, saying he was brave till the end. Flock, however, says Marlowe probably had regrets, which really upsets Hitch. Flock isn't stopping there. He's on a truth-telling spree, telling Armin that they should have saved Erwin instead of him. This sparks a bit of a clash with Eren, who defends Armin, but Flock criticizes Eren for always thinking he's right.
I saw her give up in the end.
John tries to de-escalate the situation, reminding everyone that now's not the time for this kind of argument. Despite the tension, the ceremony goes on, and each of the surviving scouts, including Eren, receives a medal from Historia. But as Eren gets his medal and kisses Historia's hand, he's hit with another memory of his dad, pleading with the Reiss family to stop the Titans. This shakes him up big time. As time passes, the military clears out the Titans from within Wall Maria, and by the following year, they're finally ready to go outside the walls. The scouts find the world pretty empty of Titans, except for one that's too weak to move much. Eren touches it and realizes it's one of their own who turned into a Titan. They decide to leave it be and move on. Finally, they reach the sea, a vast, endless expanse of salt water. It's a huge moment for everyone, especially Armin, who's been dreaming about this forever. But Eren's got a lot on his mind. He wonders aloud if killing all their enemies across the sea will finally give them the freedom they've been fighting for. And I have to say, the answer to that question ends up shocking everyone. We're on to Season 4, the final season. Episode 1 starts with a shift in perspective. We're in Marley now, and we're viewing things from the enemy's POV, 4 years after the end of Season 3. It's the year 854, and Marley's been stuck in a grueling 4-year war with the Mid-East Allied forces. The battle has kept Marley from their main goal, getting the founding Titan from Paradis Island. Their forces, which are mostly Eldians directed by Marleyan officers, are now focused on capturing Fort Slava to control the Mid-East Fleet's base and end the war. On the battlefield, a young soldier named Falco gets injured and his brother Colt carries him to the safety of a nearby trench.
Brother, why are you here?
Good! I'm glad you're able to talk to me. I'll carry you back!
Despite the chaos, Falco's squad gives him some very aggressive first aid, while Colt reports to Commander Magath. Colt suggests a switch in plans, but Magath's like, no. Gabby, another soldier, motivates Falco, reminding him of their mission to take Fort Slava, a test to decide who inherits Rainer's armored Titan because of the whole Curse of Ymir thing. Despite her high scores, Gabby believes it's her determination to prove Marley's Eldians as the good ones that will make her the chosen one. She's kind of like a female Eren, if that makes sense.
He knows what's on the horizon. The person he chooses will be at the center of the plan to conquer Paradis, the successor to the armored Titan.
Meanwhile, Magath spots trouble. An armored Titan with the new anti-Titan artillery that threatens even their mighty Titans. Colt says they need to use their Titan warriors, Galliard and Peck, but Magath hesitates, not wanting to risk his valuable assets, especially after losing the colossal and female Titans. Thanks for that, scouts. Gabby, however, sees an opportunity. She proposes a risky plan, one that involves her taking out the artillery herself. Stripping off her military gear, she makes a daring, unarmed approach towards the enemy, managing to trick them and take out the armored Titan with 7 hand grenades.
Here goes nothing!
Falco rushes to help Gabby, and just in time, Galliard, the Jaw Titan, jumps in to shield them. Before going on a rampage against the enemy soldiers, Falco tries to give an enemy soldier first aid, but he calls him a devil and tells him to leave him alone. With the train down, Zeke and Raynor get the go-ahead to launch their next phase. Zeke's warriors drop from an airship as Titans, raining chaos down on Fort Slava. The scene is brutal. Titans crash into the fort, crushing and devouring soldiers. Despite the horrifying sight, the Mid-East Allied forces fight back. Raynor joins the battle, but is quickly reminded nothing is sweet in war, as his armored Titan is damaged by the new artillery.
I'm sick and tired of all these walls.
He derails the train, but is almost caught lacking by one of the anti-Titan cannons. Thankfully for him, Porco Galliard, aka the Jaw Titan, saves him at the last second. Meanwhile, Zeke faces off against the Mid-East fleet, using his Titan strength to chuck artillery shells at them. However, he's caught off guard by return fire and only survives thanks to Raynor. He should have let him die, in my humble opinion. Ultimately, the destruction of the Mid-East fleet leads to a peace treaty, but the battle shows Marley what they've been fearing. Their reliance on Titan power is becoming obsolete against emerging technology. The war may be over, but they need the founding Titan's power to keep their edge. As the city celebrates, a mysterious man with a surprisingly horse-like face reads about the victory. I'm sure that he has nothing to do with the story. Episode 2 opens with Theo Magath, Zeke, and Colt finding themselves in a critical meeting with a general frustrated by how the world views Marley's near defeat as a win for the Mid-East Allied forces. Magath admits the undeniable. The Age of Titans is coming to an end. They're being outpaced by rapid advancements in aircraft technology. And here, I thought the Titans were invincible. Zeke proposes a bold plan to revive the Paradis Island operation and retrieve the founding Titan, buying Marley time. The general agrees, but is concerned about Zeke's remaining year as the Beast Titan. Zeke, worried about his successor Colt, promises that this time he'll get the founding Titan. I doubt that, but alright, man.
My father, Grisha Jaeger, set something great and terrible in motion on that island. And as his former son, I would like to be the end of it.
After the meeting, Colt admires Zeke's influence despite being an Eldian. Zeke hints at a secret Colt might inherit along with his Beast Titan, but their talk is cut short by Magath, questioning Zeke's confidence in reclaiming Paradis in a year, given the loss of 32 ships sent there over 3 years. Again, thanks, scouts. Meanwhile, Raynor wakes up from a haunting dream of Shiganshina. Waking up isn't much better. Porco Galliard is there to recall his last-minute rescue of Raynor at Fort Slava, and he gives him shit for it. Nothing like trash-talking your comrades, am I right? Meanwhile, Peak, still adjusting to walking after prolonged Titan form, joins in and brushes off Porco's harsh words. She tells Raynor he should visit his worried friends, including Gabby, who's most likely to be the successor to his armored Titan. She'd definitely do a better job than him. At the harbor, young warrior candidates discuss their grim futures in a world that hates Titans. I mean, even if they love Titans, it would only last for 13 years, but okay. Anyway, Udo is losing his mind over it, but Raynor comes in and cheers all of them up. He then has a flashback of himself, Bertold, and Annie as kids, which shakes him to the core. The dude has a lot of drama.
The kids are too young to go in there.
Later that evening, celebrations erupt on a train back to Liberio, with a very drunk cult praising Gabby for her bravery. Falco and Raynor have a much more depressing conversation about the burdens of inheriting a Titan, and Raynor gives Falco the business, before saying that he's the only one that should inherit his armored Titan, not Gabby. Raynor, you're a bit of a party pooper. Back in Liberio, the Eldons return to their families in a super emotional scene, which is made super depressing when you realize they're basically living as second-class citizens. Falco watches as Marley's soldiers mess with Eldians who are suffering from war PTSD. These Marleyans are real grade A assholes.
It's okay, sir. I'm sure that you'll get better. It's over now. You don't have to fight anymore.
Reiner's family dinner makes a dark turn when he starts talking about his enemies in Paradis Island, in a way that almost makes it seem like he admires them more than he hates them. Also, Raynor and Gabby are cousins, I thought I should mention that. The next day, Zeke secretly meets with the warrior unit, planning to use the influential Tybur family to rally global support at an upcoming festival in Liberio. This plan is heard by eavesdropping Marleyan officers, which means there's nothing good coming Zeke's way. Also, you should never listen in on conversations. That's just rude.
Will I have to go back to that damn island?
Episode 3 opens with a flashback. Man, there's a lot of flashbacks recently. Raynor's mom, Karina, is trying to explain to little Raynor why his dad isn't around. No, it's not because he went to get milk and never came back. It's because he's Marleyan, and they're not allowed to mix with Eldians. It's a huge bummer, and Karina's really wishing they could all just be Marleyan. Flash forward, and Raynor's lying around in his old room, thinking about his childhood dream of becoming a warrior, so he and his mom could be Marleyans and live happily ever after. So that's why he joined them. Gotta be honest, maybe I've been a bit too harsh on Raynor. We're shown a young Zeke, who's taken the role of the big brother of the warrior candidates, telling them about a big upcoming mission to Paradis Island. Only 6 out of the 7 candidates will inherit Titans, and Raynor's super pumped about his chance to become a Marleyan. Porco isn't buying Raynor's cheerfulness, telling him that being Mr. Loyal isn't gonna cut it. Porco's been hating on him from day one. Gotta respect that commitment. Raynor tries to snitch on Porco, but ends up getting punched instead. Snitches get stitches, dude. Thankfully, Galliard's big brother Marcel breaks it up, and Bertold, ever the good friend, helps Raynor shake it off by reminding him that he still has a shot at being a Titan. Cut to a young and bored Eren on Paradis Island, chillin' and wishing for something, anything, exciting to happen. His buddy Armin shows up with a book about the outside world, which, as we know now, does the trick. Back at the Marleyan headquarters, the big shots are watching the new warrior kids show off their Titan skills. They feel a bit sorry for the future victims on Paradis Island, but it's all part of the plan.
It is a god of destruction.
Porco is fuming when he finds out Raynor got the armored Titan, calling him the worst candidate. Now, that's a bit harsh, and that's coming from me. But Raynor calls him the worst candidate and just smiles in his face. He tries to punch Raynor, but is stopped by Marcel. During a parade for the chosen warriors, Raynor spots his dad in the crowd and tries to reconnect, but his dad's not having it, afraid of being dragged down by his Eldian ties, and he tells Raynor to leave him alone. Hall of Fame deadbeat dad right there. Later, they set sail for Paradis Island. Once they land, the young warriors are on their way to the walls. Marcel then drops a bombshell on Raynor. He only got the armored Titan because Marcel vouched for him, so his brother Porco wouldn't have to shoulder that burden. This leaves Raynor stunned, and he's still processing it when a Titan shows up out of nowhere and eats Marcel. Raynor, Annie, and Bertold, without the Jaw Titan, are left to decide their next move. Raynor tries to convince the others to continue their mission to capture the founding Titan instead of retreating. This leads to Annie kicking his ass and beating him bloody. But he jumps on her back and chokes her out, saying they're going through with the plan no matter what. In hindsight, probably should have retreated. Also, in case you're wondering how Marley got the Jaw Titan back, Ymir went back to Marley after the events of Season 2, and then was eaten by Porco.
We're not heroes, dumbass! The Marleyans just see us as weapons! Understand? They lied! Marleyan or Eldian, they're all just in it for themselves!
Fast forward, and they attack Shiganshina. The smiling Titan, who we now know as Dina Fritz, seemingly ignores Bertold and goes to eat Eren's mom instead. Later, they're in the 104th Cadet Corps blending in.
My father never wanted any part of us. Mom lived for a dream that she knew was hopeless. I should have never been chosen. I should have died today.
Annie sneaks into the capital to investigate, and has a run-in with Kenny Ackerman, which is a pretty surprising detail. Back at the camp, Raynor is still wrestling with his identity and his purpose, haunted by Marcel's sacrifice. Among the training sessions and weather predictions with Bertold's sleeping position, they're stuck between their past and miserable future. One night, Annie says that she's had enough of being a tool for Marley. but Raynor says they need to keep pushing forward to fulfill their mission of getting the Founding Titan. Only then can they go home. The flashback ends with a memory of Eren and Raynor having a heart-to-heart moment. A moment we now know was nothing but lies.
I've got to change, or I'll die without accomplishing a damn thing!
Raynor's too traumatized, and decides he's going to see how a bullet from a rifle tastes. But that's when he sees Falco, and he realizes he can't do this, not when others are counting on him. Meanwhile, Falco goes to visit one of the soldiers suffering from PTSD at the hospital. Falco tells him that he wants to protect Gabby, and the man talks about the horrors of war. His voice sounds a lot like somebody that we know, and I'm sure I've seen that eye somewhere before.
Maybe that something is hope, or maybe it's just another hell. Fact is, you can only find out by moving forward.
Episode 4 opens with Raynor, who bumps into a rushed Falco in town. Falco, a bit out of breath, tells him he's running back to headquarters to grab something he forgot. But really, he's sneaking a letter out of the internment zone for Mr. Kruger, that mysterious soldier he met after coming back to Liberio. Anyway, later that evening, Magath and Koslo learn that the entire Tybur family has arrived in town. As they head to greet them, Koslo points out that the Tyburs have their own security, separate from the Marleyan military. They meet Willie Tybur, the family head, who introduces them to his family. Willie and Magath have a private chat. Willie's curious if Magath can guess which one of them holds the Warhammer Titan, but Magath admits he's completely clueless. Willie says he wants to see the statue of Helos, a hero who supposedly saved the world from the devil of all Earth. Willie sees the statue as a symbol of Marleyan spirit, but Magath says it's an empty shell, much like Marley itself. Damn, dude, way to believe in your country.
When I said I'd come to see the hero's statue, I meant it. Marley needs a new Helos.
Willie then reveals that the Tybur family has been pulling the strings in Marley, using their influence to push the nation towards war as a form of punishment. He plans to set things right by revealing the truth at the upcoming festival, and asks Magath to join him in steering Marley on a new path. What a normal and totally non-psychotic way to run a country. Over at a military briefing, Raynor shares strategies for attacking Paradis Island, but the officers dismiss his insights because they're like, shut up, Eldian.
Good morning, Puck.
Hey, Peek.
Outside, the warrior candidates wrap up their training, and Falco finally beats Gabby in a race, and celebrates like he's Usain Bolt. Gabby's not happy, and asks him how he's gotten so much faster. Falco blurts out that he's been pushing himself so he can protect her, not so he can surpass her, then immediately runs off. Falco is so real for that.
You're trying to stop me from getting what I want, but you think you're doing it for me? That doesn't make any damn sense!
He couldn't get through to her.
Meanwhile, the candidates check out the festival stage being set up. Udo, worried about the global hatred for Eldians, is worried that the festival won't change anything. Gabby is still hopeful that showcasing their town might soften people's perception of them. Yeah, waging war on people, showing them around town, always works for me. While that's happening, Magath and Willie Tybur continue discussing preparations for the event. Back at the hospital, Falco visits Mr. Kruger, and is talking about Gabby again when he notices a baseball mitt beside him. Kruger brushes off questions about it, and says that they'll be leaving soon. As Falco leaves, a man named Dr. Jaeger joins them, and he tells Kruger to cherish his family while he can. Dr. Jaeger is filled with regrets about how he treated his own children. So this is Grisha Jaeger's father, and Eren's grandpa. So there's a Dr. Jaeger and a Mr. Kruger. I think we all know where this is going.
I was so hard on my son, so insistent that he become a doctor. That's why he took his sister outside the walls. That's why she...
That evening, at a pre-festival gathering, Udo accidentally spills wine on Kiyomi Azumabido, a foreign ambassador, and is about to have a panic attack, but she covers for him. Meanwhile, Willie mingles with international guests, promising to unveil his plan to end the Titan menace during his speech the next night. The festival day bursts into life with food stalls and laughter. Raynor treats the warrior candidates to a feast, and is happy that they're all having a good time. As the day winds down, Falco pulls Raynor aside and says he needs to meet someone important. Raynor is confused, but goes along with it. He follows Raynor into a basement, and is horrified to see none other than Eren Jaeger waiting for him. Episode 5 opens backstage at the big event, as Willie Tybur gears up for his theater production. Kiyomi boosts his spirits, praising his courage. Meanwhile, Eren invites Raynor to sit with him in a basement right under the stage, showing him that his hand is injured, so he can transform into a Titan anytime he wants. Outside, Kiyomi and her guards leave the area, and Karina chats with Mr. Leonhard in the audience, discussing their children's lives as warriors. Now that is what I call a depressing conversation.
So, I think I should head back to the others now.
No, Falco. You should stay here and listen to us.
Meanwhile, Raynor asks Eren why he came to Marley, and Eren says it's the same reason that he's there too, because he had to. The scene shifts, and Willie takes the stage, diving into the dark history of the Eldian Empire and its brutal use of Titans. He spins the tale of the Great Titan War and the so-called hero, Helos, who, with the Tybur family's help, supposedly drove King Karl Fritz to retreat to Paradis Island. While that happens, a suspicious blonde-haired soldier lures warriors Payek and Porco into a trap, containing them underground.
We haven't heard from any of the soldiers we sent to collect them.
Mobilize the reserves at once. Track them down.
Yes, sir.
Looks like it's begun.
In the basement, Eren's conversation with Raynor turns tense, as Falco figures out who he is. He tells Raynor they're not so different, having both been shaped by their past and what was expected of them. Eren tells Raynor that he accepts his role, that he's ready to act on it. Above them, Willie publicly shifts the blame for ongoing tension to Paradis Island, declaring Eren Yeager a global threat.
The thief is an enemy to every man, woman, and child outside of his island. An enemy of peace. His name is Eren Yeager.
He then explains why Eren is a threat to the world. The rumbling. The rumbling is basically when the person holding the founding Titan uses all of the Titans in the wall to go on a rampage, and then they destroy and kill everything in their path. If only he knew how close Eren really was. Eren explains to Raynor that he's not the same guy he was before. He's not out for revenge. He realizes everyone does what they have to do, and he doesn't blame Raynor for what he did. Raynor, overcome with guilt and regret, begs Eren to end his life, confessing his personal motives led to the tragedies at Paradis.
So please, if you wish to live, then lend me your strength. Help me protect our world's future.
On stage, Willie's dramatic narrative reaches its peak, as he calls for unity against their common enemy, which really gets the crowd going. But the happiness explodes into chaos, as Eren transforms into the attack titan right beneath the stage, killing Willie Tybur in a truly dramatic and violent spectacle. Willie was right. Eren is their enemy, and he's here to fight.
A declaration of war!
Before Willie Tybur heads out to the festival, he has a heart-to-heart with his family and gives a touching goodbye to his wife and children, knowing full well that this might be his last. Earlier, he had a serious chat with Magath about using himself as bait during his speech to draw out the enemies hiding in Liberio. Despite Magath's worries about the risky plan and the potential loss of lives, mostly Eldians, Willie's set on making a dramatic statement to get the world's sympathy. Willie gets a bit tense with Magath's reluctance to throw so many lives into danger, but emphasizes that without his speech, they wouldn't get enough global support. They shake on it, acknowledging the messy reality of their situation. Eldians and Marleyans are both in deep trouble.
I fully believe the Eldian race was spawned by the devil. But I'm just as sure that we're devils ourselves.
Back to the present, and Eren has just chomped down Willie and started war with the Marleyans, and the rest of the world for good measure. People are losing their minds and running away. Colt's trying to get Gabby and Udo out of there, but they get sidetracked when they see their friend Sophia's body crushed by debris. Colt tries to keep them moving, but Udo decides to try and help Sophia, ignoring the incoming stampede. That turns out to be a big mistake, because he gets trampled by the running crowd, and Colt and Gabby can only watch from behind a rock. Lara Tybur, who's been watching all this madness, decides it's time to step in. She transforms into the Warhammer Titan, ready to take on Eren. Eren doesn't waste any time and smacks her before she's fully transformed and begins a beatdown on her. The Marleyan soldiers look at Eren in pure horror. Meanwhile, the Warhammer Titan manages to impale him and lift him about 50 feet in the air. That has gotta hurt. Somewhere underground, Payek and Porco are trapped, but they get rescued by the Panzer unit. They get some updates about the battle, and Payek tells Gallier to hold off before jumping into the fight. Just then, we hear the familiar sound of ODM gear. The scouting regiment is here.
There's no way. How'd they get here?
Eren breaks off the impaling spike and dodges another attack by the Warhammer Titan. He's fully formed now, As he's ready to charge, the Marleyan soldiers hit him with anti-Titan artillery, trying to take him down. Things go to shit for Eren when Lara hits him with a hammer made of hardened Titan stuff, shattering his Titan's arms and head. Unable to move, he calls out to Mikasa for help, and wouldn't you know it, she shows up, attacking the Warhammer Titan with thunder spears while the scouts destroy the anti-Titan artillery. Mikasa sees Eren and just asks him to come home. I'm guessing a lot happened in those 4 years. Magath, in charge of the Marleyan forces, is losing his shit. The whole scene is turning into chaos with VIPs running around, and he has to order a full evacuation. But before he can finish planning, a bomb crashes through the window and explodes nearby. The scouts are kicking the Marleyans' asses. John tells Flock to keep casualties to a minimum, but he doesn't care about Marleyan lives. Honestly, I don't blame him.
Damn devils! Fight!
Back to Mikasa and Eren. They're on top of his headless Titan body, and she's asking Eren if he realizes that he's killing civilians, even kids. Eren just shrugs, saying the Warhammer Titan is still standing. What the hell happened to him? This isn't the Eren I know. The Warhammer Titan shoots a spike their way, nearly hitting them. Mikasa saves Eren, and he comes up with a plan to beat the Warhammer Titan, asking Mikasa to keep it busy. Meanwhile, Colt's begging a doctor to help Udo, but he's already dead. Gabby decides she's going to fight back. She finds a convoy and tries to sneak on, but the gate guards tell her to go home. Suddenly, the scout regiment attacks the soldiers, and Gabby grabs a rifle when one of the guards gets shot by Sasha.
Find your family and lay low! What the? We're under attack! Where from?
Back with Eren, he figures out that the Warhammer Titan's real body is actually underground, attached to the cable coming out from the Titan's heel. Eren gets a hold of it, severing the connection, and the Warhammer Titan drops like a sack of potatoes. Porco, in his Jaw Titan form, sneaks up behind Eren, tries to take a bite out of his nape, but Levi's there to put a stop to it, slashing his cheek. Porco gets thrown off and tries to get away, but Mikasa's right there blasting him with a thunder spear. As he falls to the ground, he's shocked at how the scouts are charging at him, a Titan with no fear in their eyes. Seems like someone is unfamiliar with the scouts.
No, they're not humans. They're devils.
Episode 7 kicks off as Pike zooms in with her Panzer unit and starts blasting, giving Porco some breathing room from the scout regiment. Meanwhile, Lara Tybur isn't going to wait to be eaten. She uses her powers to blow Eren into the sky with a weird-looking Titan tree. Meanwhile, Levi turns around to see an old friend, Zeke, as the Beast Titan. He tells his soldiers to not die before jumping in to fight him again. Round 2 between them is on.
Stay alive. That's an order!
Away from this madness, Falco makes a miraculous escape from being pancaked under the collapsing building thanks to Rainer's colossal Titan. He sees the ongoing fights in the distance and realizes he's been absolutely bamboozled by the enemy. Falco decides he needs to help Rainer, but he's out cold. He decides to leave and get help. Back in the thick of it, Porco and Payek are protecting the Beast Titan, while Eren's chomping on Laura's protective crystal like it's a tough nut he just can't crack. Turns out, it's as tough as Amy's crystal back when she sealed herself. Realizing that he's not getting anywhere, Eren jumps out of his beaten-up Titan form to whip up a fresh one.
But I know that you've spent the last of your strength. If you had any left, you would have used the Warhammer's power to pierce my neck by now.
Porco's freaking out that Eren's still up for round 2, but Payek's there to calm him down. She says they have the numbers, the gear, and a plan to stop Levi from cooking Zeke like he did last time. Zeke agrees as he throws more rocks at the scouts and calls out Levi. It's like challenging Godzilla to one-on-one. Come to think of it, the Beast Titan does resemble King Kong. And since Levi is Godzilla in this analogy, he is going to kick Zeke's ass.
You're exactly right.
As Falco runs off to find some help for Rainer, he bumps into Magath, and Gabby joins them. Just as Marleyan troops are gathering at their harbor, Armin shows up and ambushes them by transforming into the Colossal Titan, literally blowing up the Marleyan fleet and wiping them out with one massive explosion. Levi, meanwhile, swoops in and cuts the Beast Titan's nape, knocking Zeke right out of commission, before throwing a grenade on Gabby, Falco, and Magath, which they barely survive. Meanwhile, on the roofs, Sasha takes a clean shot at Carlo, the guy shooting the guns on Payek's back, leaving Payek open for a direct hit from John's Thunder Spear. 3 other scouts get her too as she tumbles off the roof. Meanwhile, Armin gets out of his colossal titan and is horrified by the destruction he's caused. And he wonders if this is what Bertold felt like when he tore down the walls.
Fire! Hurry!
Back with Payek, John's ready to finish the job, but Falco throws himself in the line of fire, begging John to hold back. John fires anyway, but he misses, wondering if it was the steam or his conscience that threw off his aim. I think we all know it was his conscience. Payek's hurt pretty bad, and tells Falco to get out, but instead of bailing, Falco and Gabby help her to get to safety. Meanwhile, Eren is still fighting Porco. Porco, in a fit of rage, goes for Eren and bites his hand off. He goes for Eren's nape, but Eren uses Laura Tybur's crystal to protect himself. That's when he sees that Porco's claws actually damage the crystal. Just then, Hanji and the other scouts fly in to rescue their comrades in an airship.
You came up with one hell of a reckless plan. What, you get possessed by Ervin's ghost or something?
To be honest, I wish I had.
Porco tries to charge Eren again, but Mikasa cuts his legs off. Seeing an opportunity, Eren beats the shit out of Porco and rips his hands off before using Porco's jaw titan powers like a nutcracker, crushing Laura's crystal and drinking the blood, absorbing the Warhammer's Titan's powers as Gabby and Falco watch on in pure horror. Just as Porco thinks he's next on the menu, Raynor hears Gabby and Falco scream out for him. And even though he just wants to die in peace, he steps in to save the day as the Armored Titan, setting up round 3 between him and Eren. And as we all know, Eren leads 2-0 so far. Episode 8 opens with Raynor's Armored Titan getting smacked by Eren's hardened fist, which wrecks his jaw. Still, he manages to pull Porco's jaw titan away, stopping Eren from chomping down on him. Eren pops out of his titan and says he doesn't have the strength to kill Raynor. Mikasa agrees, and they retreat, with Raynor struggling to stand after just one punch. Make that 3-0. As the scouts retreat to their airship, John's yelling orders to defend it from below. Gabby's not having any of this. She grabs a rifle, chasing after the airship, with poor Falco running after her, trying to stop her. Eren and Mikasa make it on board, but Levi isn't too happy about the mess Eren's caused. He greets him with a mean kick, saying he's a very kickable face.
I know that face. I used to see it on the rotten shits I met in the underground. Never thought I'd see it on you.
He then has Eren tied up. Eren's calm, saying he wrote everything in his letters, but Levi's not impressed. John's overseeing the boarding when a soldier tells him that the airship's clear to go, so he hops on with Connie and Sasha. Flock gets everyone pumped up, calling their mission a big win for the new Eldian Empire. John's not as enthusiastic, thinking about how many more people left to die for their freedom. But Connie tries to lift his spirits, saying he's glad that they're all still alive. Yeah, John, lighten up, dude.
We've lost 6 soldiers.
Right. Shit. That's nothing compared to the damage we did to the enemy.
Down on the ground, Gabby's sprinting after the airship with Falco still trying to stop her. But she's not going to let the scouts ruin everything she worked so hard to achieve. Gabby finds a soldier guarding the airship, shoots him dead, and uses his ODM gear to hitch a ride up. Falco's not letting her go alone and grabs onto her as they zip up, with Colt screaming at them to come back from below. John's waiting at the top and hears the thump of the body hitting the airship. He tells everyone to keep quiet, but before they can settle down, Gabby rolls in and shoots Sasha. John and Gabby are about to have a shootout, but Falco tackles Gabby, and John misses his shot.
Why are you so loud? Are we eating soon?
It's chaos, and the scouts beat the snot out of Gabby and Falco, while John and Connie rush to help Sasha. But it's no use. She's already dead. Flock wants to throw them out of the airship, but John refuses to kill children. Meanwhile, Magath finds out that Gabby and Falco are missing, and Payek tells him about the soldier who trapped her and Porco. She recognizes him as a follower of Zeke.
The scout ships that disappeared?
Yeah, I'm sure of it. That beard looked so unnatural on them.
Back on the airship, Gabby says that the true Eldians will kill them, and that John should tell that to Eren. John says she should tell him that herself, and takes her and Falco to Eren, where they see Zeke? Gabby and Falco can't believe it. The Beast Titan's just chilling with the guy who wrecked their hometown.
Who the hell are these kids?
They somehow killed Lobov, and then used his gear to climb aboard.
This one shot Sasha before we could catch her.
Hanji's questioning Zeke, who's sitting with Eren. Hanji mentions some hiccups with the plan, but Zeke says it's mostly on track. So he's working with the scouts now? Boy, they have some explaining to do. John's still mad about how their plan got messed up by failing to keep the warriors trapped, and Yelena, one of Zeke's followers, owns up to it. Levi takes a jab at Zeke, saying he still wants to kill him, but Zeke brushes it off with a joke. Levi is not joking about that dude, seriously.
We killed Marley's brass and took out their primary fleet in port. That ought to buy us some time.
Meanwhile, Mikasa and Armin are sitting with Sasha as she slips away. Eren asks a crying Connie about Sasha's last words, and when he hears that it was the word meat, he lets out this weird laugh, thinking about how much Sasha loved food before gritting his teeth in pain. John's not laughing though. He blames Eren for Sasha's death, saying she died because of his recklessness, and the look on Eren's face shows that he knows it too. And honestly, I also have to agree.
Can you guys keep a secret? Because I totally just helped myself to the officer's pantry.
Episode 9 shows us a flashback of 3 years ago, being narrated by Armin. Things get real for a Marleyan ship cruising towards Paradis Island. Just when the captain was gearing up to send more troops ashore after losing contact with the first team, Eren's attack titan casually picks up their ship like it's a toy boat. Hanji then pops up with a cheery "Welcome to Paradis" in typical Hanji fashion, while holding another Marleyan named Nicolo hostage. Nicolo is yelling for his captain to shoot them, but before the captain can do anything, Yelena, one of their own soldiers, turns the tables and shoots him instead, siding with Hanji.
Maybe you should be more polite, unless you want to piss off the Titan looming behind you!
Turns out Yelena and half her crew were ready to switch teams and joined what they called the anti-Marleyan volunteers. Sounds rebellious. I like it. While Hanji is geeking out over a Marleyan pistol, because of course he is, Yelena and Onion Capon fill them in on Marley's military power, and how it's too busy fighting other countries to focus on Paradis. Yelena also fangirls about Zeke, describing meeting him like bumping into a god. She should start a fan club with Levi. I'd pay to see that, and I'd pay to be a part of it.
They're making flying ships, which can circumvent walls by attacking from the sky.
They'll attack from the sky!
Hanji.
Back inside Paradis, Hanji is briefing everyone about Zeke's big plan, which basically needs the founding Titan and a Titan with royal blood. Eren chips in, pointing out that touching Dina Fritz, aka the Smiling Titan, who was of royal blood, let him use the founding Titan's power once. Levi isn't thrilled that Eren kept this a secret for so long, but he did it because he was worried about putting Historia at risk. Hanji convinces everyone that they need to keep these new Marleyan volunteers around for protection. I'm sure that she won't regret that in the future. Anyway, Yelena and her team help the scouts trick and take down all the Marleyan ships that approach Paradis.
You all right? We're coming to pick you up! It's the Colossal Titan! Help!
Afterwards, Sasha straight up asks Onion Capon why his skin is so dark, and only Sasha could ask that question with enough innocence for it not to be racist. Jeez. Fast forward, and the scouts are getting a crash course in international cuisine, thanks to Nicolo, who turns out to be an amazing cook. Sasha is all over the seafood, declaring Nicolo a culinary genius, before chomping down on more lobster, which makes him blush.
Slow down!
I still can't believe they killed her. Eren, meanwhile, is doing some target practice. Armin shares that working with the Marleyan engineers started rough, but is better now, which he thinks means peace is possible. Mikasa says they need time to convince the world that they aren't monsters, and that they need to keep Marley at bay to buy that time. Armin then remembers Sasha being killed and says that he no longer knows if he understands Eren, but who's he talking to? Flash to the present, everyone's mourning Sasha, who's been shot during their escape on the airship. John and Connie are miserable, and so is Nicolo, who's getting his ass beaten by an Eldian soldier who's mad at a Marleyan for visiting her grave. Connie and John save him, and Nicolo says he can't believe she's gone.
All I did was cook her a meal or two. Thank you. Thank you for every tasty meal you made for her.
Connie says that it's like he's lost his twin. Just then, Sasha's family shows up. As they mourn, Nicolo tells Sasha's dad that she loved his cooking more than anyone else, and invites them to eat his food anytime on the house. Looks like he doesn't hate Eldians anymore. Later, Levi is transporting Zeke to a secret location. Zeke asks if he can see Eren first, but Levi tells him there's no rush in that, and he asks Levi to stop glaring at him. Even a Titan is terrified of Levi. Meanwhile, the anti-Marleyan volunteers hand over all the Titan serum they secured from Marley. Unfortunately, Pixis is playing it safe and locking them up, despite their help.
This is a shame. The weapons that we offered you as gifts,
were intended to bring freedom to the Eldian people.
Zeke, meanwhile, gets to stay in a giant forest, ideal for trapping him, if need be. Gabby and Falco are locked up in a prison, and Gabby is losing her mind with anger. Meanwhile, we see that the person Armin was talking to was Annie, and that's not weird at all. Eren is locked up once again, but he says to himself that the only way to win is to fight, and his eyes tell us this is far from over.
Sailors, soldiers, civilians. The devastation we spread was indiscriminate.
Episode 10 opens with Eren stuck in a prison cell, staring into Ymir and muttering, "Fight," over and over again. Hanji pops in and asks him who he's fighting. Eren is in no mood for small talk, so he gets straight to the point, and asks Hanji why they're there. Hanji tries to lighten the mood by commenting on his new hairdo, but Eren just screams at her, asking her what she wants. He really needs to chill out.
I noticed that you said fight twice. Does that mean you'll fight 2 fights, or 1 fight with 2 rounds?
Rewind to 2 years earlier, the scouts are with Yelena and the anti-Marleyan volunteers at the newly opened Paradis Island's port, and they're about to meet Kiyomi Azumabito from Hizuru, the same person Udo spilled wine on. Kiyomi rolls up and instantly recognizes the crest on Mikasa's wrist. Mikasa reveals the tattoo her mom passed down to her, and Kiyomi explains how Mikasa is related to their shogun, which is Japanese for military leader. She then tells the story of how the shogun's son ended up on Paradis a long time ago, and Mikasa's the last descendant. It's kind of like finding out you're secretly royalty, you know? Outside, the military is struggling to wrap its head around the concept of other nations existing. Dot Pixis, being the smart man, just tells everyone to shut up and listen. They have a lot to learn. Back inside, Historia is happy that Mikasa also has a burden because of her bloodline, which is a very concerning thing to bond over. The conversation with Kiyomi then shifts to the whole Zeke ordeal.
Well, as you may know, this omnidirectional mobility gear is an anti-Titan weapon made in Paradis. This piece doesn't belong to Marley. I procured it myself.
Turns out, Zeke's grand plan involves some serious steps, including testing out the rumbling and passing on the Beast Titan to someone with royal blood, aka Historia. But Eren isn't a big fan, and he says Zeke can shove his plan where the sun doesn't shine.
And that person must spend the 13 years they'll have left, bearing as many children as possible.
Fast forward to the present, and Hanji is trying to get Eren to calm down in his cell. Eren tells her that because of the Warhammer Titan's power, he can get out of that cell whenever he likes. He then grabs Hanji and pulls her against the bars, asking her what she's going to do about it. Hanji gets herself away from him and leaves.
If you know something I don't, then let's hear it! If you've got something up your sleeve, then tell me what it is!
Outside, she regrets becoming commander of the scouts. Great job, Eren. Somewhere far away on a farm, Historia is sitting on her porch. Oh, and she's pregnant. Her husband tells her to come inside and rest. I have so many questions. And look, these military assholes are answering them. Apparently, the guy grew up in the same place as Historia, started helping around the orphanage where they fell in love. They're mocking Historia for being a low-born girl who messed around and got pregnant. They're drinking wine as they do it, and Nicolo gives the waiter another bottle, as ominous music plays behind the scene. So something is up with the wine.
The Queen has every right to choose a partner for herself. He's been checked out, so we know he's not anyone's lackey. He's someone she knows.
Meanwhile, the scouts are getting worried about Eren. Connie says he's not acting like himself at all. If he really goes all in with Zeke, they might have to take him down. Mikasa is still hopeful, of course, but John isn't so sure. He's still blaming Eren for Sasha's death. Armin suggests that he and Mikasa talk to Eren to see what's up, but John's still skeptical, saying he might have already gone full Zeke, and they need a plan. Armin says that they have Titan serum, so they could just Titanize someone they trust to take over from Eren if things go south. Horrifying prospect, but still pretty good backup plan.
I wonder what part of our friend's death that it was. That he found so damn amusing. Why don't you explain, Mikasa?
Meanwhile, over in the forest of giant trees, some of the scouts are chilling with a drink, while Levi is giving Zeke the side-eye, not trusting him for a second. I don't have a good feeling about this. Episode 11 starts with Gabby pretending she's sick to trick Utgard into checking on her. Then, wham! She knocks him out with a brick wrapped in cloth. Falco's worried about their escape plan, but Gabby's not stopping for a second. They need to go. Now. Meanwhile, Raynor wakes up in a hospital back in Marley, wondering where Gabby and Falco have run off to. Wait till what he hears happened. He might pass out again. We cut back to Gabby and Falco, who are taking a break by a river after a night on the run. Falco tells Gabby to ditch the armband because it's an obvious giveaway, but Gabby's clinging onto it for dear life. She thinks it makes her look like one of the good guys.
I don't plan to make it back. I just want to get some answers from Zeke before I'm captured and killed.
Falco's not having it though, and he rips it off her arm. Gabby obviously gets mad and tackles him to get it back. At that moment, a local girl named Kaya stumbles upon them and asks them who they are. Gabby, quick on her feet, tells her that they're runaways. Kaya buys it and invites them for breakfast. At Kaya's place, Gabby's about to toss a rock at their host, but stops when Kaya invites them inside to eat. Inside, the Bros family welcomes them warmly. Gabby tries to refuse their kindness because they're supposed to be the devils of Paradis Island. But Falco couldn't care less and dives into his breakfast.
You two look exhausted. Maybe you should lie down once you've eaten your fill.
Eventually, Gabby starts eating too, though she makes a point to show that she doesn't want to. Whatever helps you sleep at night, dude. Whatever. On the port, Kiyomi is talking to Dahala Zachary about how their military raid went smoothly. Meanwhile, Hanji gets grilled by the public for having Eren in a prison and the evacuation orders for Shiganshina district. Hanji's doing her best to keep everything calm and peaceful, but the people want more transparency from the military, which is a fair request.
I can promise you that everything we do for the sake of the people.
Back inside, Flock and some other scouts argue that Eren did nothing wrong and should be freed because he's a hero. Hanji, however, is not trying to have a coup against her, and she puts them in prison for leaking that info to the public.
When one's time is over, another must take on the role that they used to play. Best of luck, Hanji.
Back at the farm, Gabby and Falco are shown around by Kaya, who takes them to her old village and shares her tragic backstory, how her mom was eaten by a Titan. Kaya asks what her mom did to deserve that, sparking a heated debate with Gabby about the so-called sins of Eldians, where Kaya tells them she knows they're from Marley after some tense disagreement and a bit of a scuffle involving death threats and a pitchfork. Kaya invites Gabby and Falco to a restaurant run by a Marleyan, which could possibly be their ticket back home. Gabby's suspicious, but Kaya just wants to help, inspired by someone who once saved her life. It was Sasha, by the way. This is the kid Sasha saved in Season 2. That is just cruel.
A girl not much older than I am saw what was happening, grabbed an axe from our yard, and came in swinging. She saved me.
Meanwhile, at Marley's military headquarters, they figured out that Zeke probably faked his death and escaped with the scouts. He's on their side now. Raynor tells the warriors they need to act fast because waiting too long will just play into Zeke's hands. They need to attack now. Whew. Things are getting really messy, really quick. Episode 12 opens with Hitch catching Armin not only talking to Annie's crystal, but also touching it. Okay, that's pretty weird. Armin is super embarrassed and asks her not to ban him from visiting, but Hitch is super cool about the whole thing and doesn't ban him. Honestly, probably should have.
Well, you are a boy at that age. I bet you'd like to do all kinds of discovering with Annie if you could.
After they step out, Hitch hands Armin the day's newspaper. The headlines are all about the military keeping Eren locked up and losing people's trust because they aren't explaining why. As they walk out, they see a whole bunch of protesters outside the military base, all chanting for Eren to be freed. This is why you don't hide things from the public. Meanwhile, Pixis is having a serious chat with Yelena, who admits she met Eren secretly during a celebration almost a year ago. She justifies her sneaky link by saying she felt the people of Paradis needed a little nudge to get moving on their global issues.
Very soon, two brothers will reshape our whole world. To be honest with you, I just want to have a decent view of the action.
She says Eren is about to change the world. She just wants to see it from his side. Pixis, as you can imagine, doesn't buy it, but he lets her talk anyway. Over a less intense scene, Hanji and Anyan Kapan are playing cards. Anyan Kapan is pretty upset about how everyone's suspecting the anti-Marleyan volunteers of being shady. Hanji feels bad, but still tries to get him to say what Yelena has been up to. Turns out, Yelena might have been a bit too aggressive for her own good, suggesting she would have even killed her own people if she had to. She has the crazy eyes, so I buy that.
Any Marleyan who doubted us met with an untimely death, even when there were friends who ate and slept beside us.
Back at military HQ, Mikasa and Armin are trying to get a meeting with Eren, but Dahala Zachary is like, no. He's worried about leaks and possibly having a mole in the military. While they're talking, Mikasa spots a weird chair in Zachary's office. But before she can ask more about it, the request to see Eren is denied. Just as Mikasa and Armin leave the office, boom, Zachary's office explodes, sending him flying into the courtyard.
No matter what happens, I won't let Eren be...
What follows is total chaos. We cut to a briefing where it's revealed that a bomb was hidden in the chair that some scouts had brought into Zachary's office. Looks like someone's trying to break Eren out of jail. Speaking of which, right on cue, Eren is busted out of jail and is now rallying a group of followers, including the guy who probably helped plant the bomb. They're called the Jaegerists. Eren has one job for his new followers: find Zeke.
Go find out where they're keeping Zeke.
As the military scrambles to figure out their next move, Pixis suggests that maybe they should just let Eren do his thing for a bit, because they've got potential traitors everywhere. They can't afford an internal fight right now. He plans to use Zeke's location as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Eren's crew, and also tells them to secure Historia in case he goes after her. As the episode wraps up, the scouts are trying to piece together what Zeke and Yelena's endgame might be, while the Bros family, along with Gabby and Falco, are heading to a restaurant run by Nicolo, hoping for a peaceful meal. And all the while, there's someone else from Marley hiding and looking on. It's Bayek. Looks like the warriors have arrived on Paradis Island. Episode 13 kicks off with Zeke having a heart-to-heart with Levi. Zeke tells him how he had to turn the people of Ragako into Titans 4 years ago to keep his cover from Marley. He says he had to, and he didn't want to, but Levi calls bullshit. Doesn't believe a word he says. I wouldn't believe Zeke if he said the sky was blue, so I get it.
It's called a gas weapon. The gas was made with some of my spinal fluid.
Zeke then asks when he can test the rumbling with Eren. Levi tells him to be patient. HQ has everything planned out. Just then, they get the news that Zachary's kicked the bucket, and the Jaegerists are overflowing the military. Switching scenes, we're off to a fancy restaurant with the Bros family, and Gabby and Falco are tagging along. Nicolo, the chef, is ready to serve some delicious dishes, telling the kids that he planned this special meal to honor Sasha, who he kinda had a thing for. Aw, come on, man.
He didn't say this, but personally, I think they were in love.
Nicolo then finds out he's got a chat with some scouts. He's in the middle of cooking, but steps away to see what's up. Mikasa, John, Connie, Hanji, and Onion Kapan are there to see him, and want to talk to him when he's free. John's goofing around with a wine bottle that's got everybody talking, but when he pretends to take a swig, Nicolo flips and snatches it back real fast, muttering something about it being too good for them. Maybe, or maybe there's something wrong with the wine. He doesn't want John to drink it.
What is that guy's problem? Hell if I know. Whatever.
Back with Gabby and Falco, Gabby's cooking up a plan and convinces Falco to fake a stomachache so they can follow Nicolo to the cellar. There, they tell Nicolo that they're from Marley, and they're involved in that messy Liberio raid. Nicolo's shocked, especially when Gabby brags about killing Sasha. Yeah, that was not a good idea. In a fit of rage, Nicolo swings a wine bottle at her, but Falco jumps in, taking the hit. From there, things go south for the two brats. Nicolo drags them up to the dining area, throwing Gabby down and outing her as Sasha's killer to her family.
She climbed aboard the scout's airship as it left Marley and shot Sasha in cold blood.
He offers Artur, Sasha's dad, a knife to kill Gabby, but he says he'll do it if he won't. Armin walks in on this and immediately calls the rest of the scouts to help. John's trying to figure out why Gabby is there and why Nicolo's holding Falco hostage with a knife to his throat. Gabby tells Nicolo that he's a Marleyan soldier, and he shouldn't care about some Eldian devil because they're all evil.
Well, I used to care about someone too! A dirt-blooded Eldian! A descendant of devils! A woman who enjoyed the food I cooked more than anyone I'd ever met before!
But then, Artur steps up and talks about how Sasha was a hunter, always in the forest, that if you wander in the forest long enough, you become the hunted. That's just how the world works. He's not looking for revenge, he believes in understanding and moving past pain. His wife agrees, and they defuse the situation without any more violence. Mia is shocked that Sasha's parents don't hate her. Guess they're not all devils, after all. Just as things start to settle, Kaya grabs the knife and tries to stab Gabby, blaming her for everything bad. Mikasa has to jump in and stop her while she screams at Gabby and says she thought they were friends. And the whole scene is just an emotional mess.
Kaya, stop! Calm down!
Say my name! I thought you were my friend!
As Gabby is taken away, Nicolo drops another bombshell. The wine everyone is drinking is spiked with Zeke's spinal fluid, and he was told to serve it to the top of the military. Oh my god. Back with Levi, they're discussing Zachary's death and how Eren escaped. Levi thinks about all the times he went out on a limb for Eren, and he's having serious regrets.
I've saved Eren, again and again. Watching more of my comrades die every time.
Meanwhile, John is interrogating Nicolo about the spiked wine. Nicolo explains that he did it on Yelena's orders, that if it was really spiked, they're all basically screwed. Gabby is sitting to the side with Mikasa and Armin, and asks why they saved her, even after she killed Sasha. Gabby asks Armin if he wants to kill her, and he says all she talks about is killing. It reminds him of someone he knows. Told you she was like the female Eren. Speaking of which, Eren just waltzes in casually with the Jaegerists who are being led by Flock. Oh, and Eren's hand is already cut. The Jaegerists take Hanji hostage and force her to tell them where Zeke is being hidden, while Eren sits down for a long overdue chat with Mikasa and Armin.
You're kidding! You knew? You let them drink that poison?!
Oh, and Gabby's there too. This is gonna go Great. Eren wants to have a quiet conversation and promises them that everything will be alright. Armin asks him if Zeke and Yelena had anything to do with this decision to go rogue in Marley, but Eren says they didn't. The whole thing was his idea. Mikasa tries to pull on Eren's heartstrings, reminding him how he saved her from her kidnappers when they were kids, but Eren is unmoved. He asks Armin if he's still visiting Annie, which is just a cheap shot if you ask me. He then tells Mikasa that she's been super annoying chasing him all around these years, and that the only reason she did that is because Ackermans are wired to protect, and she thought he was the host she had to protect. And then he says he hates her. In fact, he always has, which makes her cry.
The mere sight of you has always made me so damn angry. And now I finally know why. I just couldn't stand to look at a slave with no mind of her own.
Armin's had enough and tries to punch Eren, but Mikasa holds him back, slamming him against the table. Eren says that basically proves he's right about Mikasa. But then Armin does manage to land a punch on Eren. Unfortunately, Eren is unfazed, and he proceeds to beat the shit out of Armin as Mikasa just helplessly watches.
It's because
Don't
could never be a fair fight!
He tells Armin he's not cut out for a fight. Eren then orders his soldiers to take them along because they're going back to where it all started, Shiganshina district. Home sweet home, I guess. Meanwhile, back in the forest of giant trees, Levi Ackerman is keeping tabs on Zeke. He's told that Pixis has a plan to take down the Jaegerists, and Levi is set to capture one of them to inherit Zeke's powers. But before he can do anything, Zeke suddenly bolts, running into the forest and screaming like he's trying to summon demons. Suddenly, Levi's own guys start falling from the trees and transforming into titans.
You guys.
Zeke has the upper hand at first, mocking Levi for having to fight his own men who just turned into titans, but Levi doesn't take kindly to insults. He slices through the titans like they're cake. Then he corners Zeke, blowing up the beast titan again, and dragging Zeke's busted body away. Make that 3-0. Levi absolutely owns this dude. Meanwhile, back at the military headquarters, Flock and the Jaegerists have taken over, dragging Hanji along for the ride. Keith Sades is trying to train the new cadets, but Flock shows up at the Jaegerists and tells them that they need to pick a side. A few of them step forward, and as a test of loyalty, he asks them to beat up Sades. Keith, being the tough guy he is, tells them to go ahead. They do, and he ends up battered and bruised. Flock then tells Hanji to keep moving and take them where Zeke is.
No matter how many of these weak brats come at me, there won't be nearly enough!
Meanwhile, Mikasa, Armin, and the rest of the scouts are stuck in prison as Eren looks out a window. Zeke's not doing much better. He's strapped to a cart, impaled with a thunder spear, and Levi's just watching him, saying that if he does anything remotely suspicious, Levi's blowing him to hell. He then cuts his limbs off to stop him from transforming into a titan again.
Sobbing into your own filth. Shut your mouth.
Episode 15 opens with a Zeke flashback. There's a lot of flashbacks in this show. Grisha and his wife Dina decide to show Zeke a glimpse of the world from atop a tower just outside their not-so-cozy internment zone. Grisha's telling Zeke how they're stuck living in a birdcage and asks him if he'd like to see the world. Zeke, being a kid, is like, hell yeah. But as they head down, some grumpy maintenance dude splashes them with water just because they're Eldians. Despite this wet welcome, Grisha gives Zeke a hug and tells him that if he can't stand this, he'll have to be the one to change it. What a great way to raise a kid.
I'm here to clean this tower and rid it of filth. That means removing trash and vermin. You demons have tainted my workplace.
We cut to a bunch of kids in a warrior training program, and there's little Zeke, trailing behind the others. A guy named Tom Xavier and Magath are watching from afar. Xavier's wondering if any of these kids could be his successor. After seeing Zeke lagging, Magath doesn't think Zeke's cut out for it. Zeke then heads over to his grandparents' place, feeling pretty down about his training. His parents try to pep talk him into believing that he can be a warrior because he's their special kid. Inside, he overhears his grandpa grilling his parents about their late-night meetings. But his mom assures Grandpa that Zeke will understand their sacrifices someday. Grisha then decides it's history time, telling Zeke all about the horrible things that Eldians did to Marleyans back in the day, like destroying entire cities. Zeke's not really into his grim story time, and his grandpa suspects Grisha might be sugarcoating their history lessons. After a day of training, Zeke tries to bond with his dad over a game of catch instead of a history book. but his dad just wants to teach him, which really bums him out. Then, when Zeke feels really low, he meets Xavier, who's the current Beast Titan. They bond over a game of catch, and Xavier, being a friendly guy and a Titan researcher, cheers Zeke up.
Your throw has some serious heat behind it, Zeke. You're a natural, really.
When he goes back home, Zeke overhears his dad talking about him, and when he gets caught, Grisha tells him that he's their only hope. No pressure, though. Zeke's struggling with his identity and his parents' expectations. Xavier becomes his confidant, and one day, when Zeke overhears that his parents might be in big trouble for their secret meetings, Xavier suggests Zeke turn them in to protect himself and his grandparents. So Zeke does, and his life takes a new turn as he gains acceptance among Marleyans.
You've done nothing wrong. You're a smart kid.
Years go by, and Xavier shares a secret with Zeke. The founding Titan can change the biology of their people. Zeke, now thinking big, suggests using it to sterilize all Eldians, ending their suffering within a century. Well, that's a disturbingly effective plan. Zeke then inherits the Beast Titan and promises to find the right person to carry out their plan, calling Xavier his father. This leads him to Eren, his half-brother. When they finally meet in Marley, Eren shares his own tragic family story, and they bond over their desire to end Eldian suffering. I realize now that this show is just a bunch of superpowered people with crippling daddy issues.
Until then, we both keep moving forward. All right, brother.
Back to the present, Zeke and Levi are in the forest, with Zeke trapped. Just when it seems Levi has everything under control, Zeke triggers the Thunder Spear, seriously wounding himself and Levi in a desperate move to get away from him. Episode 16 starts with Flock and his Jaegerist crew strolling around with Hanji, when suddenly there's a massive explosion in the distance. Hanji quickly guesses it's the sound of a Thunder Spear exploding. Not far away, Zeke isn't having the best day. He's really hurt from Levi's Thunder Spear, and he's about to die, but a Titan picks him up and shoves him into its stomach. And yes, it's as gross as it sounds. Back in Shiganshina district, Yelena and her gang have rounded up Commander Pixis and the rest of the military folk. They're marking everyone with different colored cloths, probably trying to sort out who drank the spiked wine. Yelena is giving Pixis a serious lecture about trust and punishment. She is so annoying. Meanwhile, some of the scouts, along with Nicolo and the Bras family, are having a tea party in their prison cell. Connie wonders if Armin could just bust them out with his colossal titan, but Armin isn't trying to blow up the neighborhood. John tries to dig into why Eren beat up Armin back at the restaurant, but Mikasa isn't telling anyone anything. Poor Mikasa. Eren is such a tool.
May as well just let it go, John. We already knew that he turned into an absolute piece of shit.
Yelena pops by their cell for a visit, all smiles, calling them the heroes of Shiganshina. Connie calls out Anyan Kapan for switching sides. John says Yelena must be thrilled that everything is going according to Zeke's master plan, and she says she is. She then shoots her own soldier for disrespecting Sasha and explains that they don't want to just take revenge on Marley. Their real goal is Zeke's euthanasian plan. Basically, Zeke's plan is to stop all Eldians from having kids, meaning Eldians would be gone within 100 years and all Titan shenanigans with them.
I'll make it easy to understand. That spawn of the devil whore deserved exactly.
Meanwhile, Gabby is thinking about why she's starting to care about the people on Paradis, when she's caught off guard by Eren, who pops up with a couple of his Jaegerist buddies. Calling her the brat who killed Sasha, Eren tells Gabby to team up with him if she wants Falco to live. Suddenly, one of the Jaegerists kills the other one and pulls a gun on Eren. It's Payak, who's there to rescue Gabby. Payak gets tactical, instructing Gabby to grab a rifle and aim it at Eren, while she keeps her own gun trained on him. Eren isn't scared at all, calling Payak's bluff, knowing she needs him alive to snag the Founding Titan's powers without dooming her and her family.
Because you weren't given permission to kill the Founding Titan. You've been told to retrieve it, no matter what.
Payak then admits she can't shoot, because capturing Eren could help defeat their enemy, Marley. Wait, what? Payak then explains why she became a warrior, that she dreams of a better future for her dad. But for that, Marley needs to be destroyed. Gabby is shaken up, especially when Payak talks about how Marley treats Eldians. Gabby is shocked and points her rifle at Payak, but she tells Gabby they're not really honorary Marleyans. They're subjects of Ymir, destined to be ditched by Marley once Titans aren't useful in the war anymore.
But as both of us saw at Fort Slava, the power of Titans is on its way out as we speak. Once it becomes obsolete, the Marleyans will have no use for us.
Eren approaches her with a cut finger and asks her to prove her loyalty, and she says to come to the roof. She'll point out her comrades from there. Meanwhile, captured scouts are trying to wrap their heads around Zeke's euthanasia plan, described by Elena as a peaceful yet brutal end for their race. John obviously hates this idea, but Elena believes it'll ultimately free them from the Titan threat. Yeah, by killing all of them. Doesn't sound super peaceful to me.
That dainty thing is a Marleyan soldier? Think we can trust her?
Hello, everyone.
As they prepare to confront the enemy, Payek leads Eren and Gabby up to the roof. Just when you think Payek might actually betray Marley, she flips the script, pointing at Eren as the enemy. Suddenly, the Jaw Titan busts through the roof, trying to snatch Eren, but only manages to bite off his legs. The building over the scouts trembles as Eren transforms into his Titan form, ready to throw hands. Payek tells Gabby that she definitely doesn't trust Marley, but she does trust her friends, and would never turn on them. As Eren gears up for a showdown, Magath, Raynor, and a fleet of airships appear, ready to avenge Liberio. An all-out brawl is about to kick off.
Bring it on, then. Raynor!
Episode 17 opens with Hanji and Flock finding Levi Ackerman lying on the ground like a sack of potatoes, with a Titan close by, and he's in bad shape. Flock suggests shooting him, but Hanji says he's already gone, so there's no point in doing that. Flock doesn't exactly trust Hanji and wants to check for himself, but the Titan close to them starts to suck in steam, which never happens. As they watch in shock, the Titan dissolves, leaving behind Zeke. It's like he's been reborn in the most disturbing way possible. With the Jaegerists too shocked to react, Hanji quickly grabs Levi and makes a dive for the river next to them to escape.
They're escaping! Sit! After them! They can't get away!
Flock goes to talk to Zeke, who tells him he was in the Paths, a timeless dimension, where a little girl built him back up again from the soil. Okay, man, yeah, that sounds super normal. Back in Shiganshina, Eren transforms into the Attack Titan, and the fight is on. Payek and Gabby are protected from the blast by Porco's Jaw Titan. Above them, Magath leads airships towards the action, dropping soldiers.
Go, go, go!
Meanwhile, Payek has Porco cut off her head so she can transform into the Cart Titan and escape with Gabby inside her mouth. We'll never get used to how disgusting that is. Eren faces the arriving airships, and Yelena tells him to escape using the Warhammer Titan's power. Ignoring her, Eren confronts Raynor, who parachutes in and transforms into the Armored Titan. Eren proceeds to throw Raynor all over town as Payek escapes with Gabby. Raynor manages to get some hits in, but Eren is kicking his ass, as per usual. Just then, Porco attacks him from behind, giving Raynor an opening to land a good blow. It's a 2v1, Eren versus Raynor and Porco. But Eren has the Warhammer Titan's power too, and is absolutely bodying them.
Go! Finish them! He brought their favorite snacks! Let's hit him with the Thunder Spears!
But out of nowhere, Payek and Magath from her Titan's back shoot Eren's Titan in the head with anti-Titan artillery, and he can't fight back. Porco and Raynor take full advantage, with Porco slicing him up, and Raynor impaling him with one of the Warhammer Titan's spikes. Meanwhile, the Marley soldiers have the advantage against the Jaegerists. While all of that ruckus is happening on the roof, Anyan Kopan frees the scouts, explaining that he didn't know about Yelena's plan, that he had to go along with it to stay alive.
We never discussed the tainted wine with the volunteers. Yelena ordered us not to mention it to them.
He then begs for their help against Marley and asks them to protect Eren. Connie is not happy and almost beats the shit out of him, but decides against it. Meanwhile, Armin and Mikasa are talking about if they actually should help Eren. Imagine saying that a season ago. Mikasa admits she's torn. She's worried the only reason she wants to help Eren is because of her Ackerman bloodline. Armin, though, isn't buying that BS. What's more, he doesn't think Eren wants to euthanize all Eldians. No guy who whines that much about freedom all the time would accept something like that. Trying to convince Connie and John, Armin says that Eren is most likely playing along with Zeke and Yelena to keep them in check, and his real plan is to use the rumbling.
It doesn't really strike me as something Eren would want, but I can't say that it's more than he's willing
Well, I can say it! He would never do that!
John and Connie eventually agree to help rescue Eren, even though they have serious doubt. I can't say I blame them at all. Episode 18 kicks off with the battle going on, and Eren is actually struggling against Reiner. That's a first. But Eren manages to fight off Reiner and even throws Porco away like he's dirty laundry. But Reiner gets the upper hand again, and just as it looks like he might have him, Zeke's Beast Titan chucks some boulders at them and knocks Reiner off Eren. Now we have a bit of a fair fight.
The boy Wonder has arrived. I'm later than intended.
Zeke shifts his attention to the soldiers and starts taking down Marleyan airships. An injured Eren tries to make his way towards Zeke as the Marleyan forces watch on. Gabby tells Colt they have to stop Eren, but Colt says he's going to look for Falco, and she should find a way to get on one of the airships and retreat, a notion she immediately rejects. Meanwhile, Nile Doc is locked in a room with Falco, telling him how it's all over for him because he drank the wine. What a lovely conversation, jeez. Back inside the military headquarters, John manages to convince a cadet to let them go to help Eren. They release all the trapped military people, while Connie finds a battered Keith Sadie's in his cell, who tells Connie not to worry about leaving him behind. Pixis is also free now, and he rallies the troops to fight for their people as the scouts put on their ODM gear and get ready for action.
What are you doing? You always wear that scarf.
Armin, Mikasa, John, and Connie then confront Yelena, who is watching the airships fall and smiling like an absolute maniac. As they see Eren slowly walking towards Zeke, Yelena tells the scouts that Eren and Zeke have to make physical contact for their plan to go through, and says they should help Zeke and Eren. She believes in them. That has to be the creepiest vote of confidence of all time.
Please help Eren and Zeke as best you can.
As the battle rages on, Gabby and Colt race to reach Zeke to stop him from meeting Eren. On the way there, they see Falco with Nile Doc and the other Paradis soldiers. Falco sees them too, and tells Nile that his brother is there. So Nile makes up an excuse to get away from the soldiers and returns Falco to Gabby and Colt. While they're riding in a house, Sasha's family passes by on the outside, and they hear Kaya talking about Gabby, specifically about how she wants to kill her. Gabby then explains that she realizes there were no devils on Paradis. They were just normal, good people, and that she finally understands Reiner. Falco, feeling bad for her, tells them how Eren tricked him into helping him in Liberio, and also that he's in love with Gabby.
I only became a candidate for one reason, to keep the armor from you. I wanted us to get married. I wanted you and me to be happy together.
Great timing, dude. Gabby gets super emotional and rips off Falco's black armband, saying they need to move fast to stop Zeke from using his scream and turning everyone that drank the wine into Titans. Colt says if Zeke knew Falco drank the wine too, he might not do it. I sincerely doubt that, but, it's a decent plan. Back on the battlefield, there's way too much gunfire for the scouts to get to Eren.
What's that?
A card Titan.
Eren keeps moving towards Zeke slowly, and as Porco tries to attack him, Zeke levels him with a boulder. Zeke then takes a cannon hit from Magath forces, which blows through his nape and sends him falling off the wall.
Make it count, General!
But it's not enough to take him out. Eren keeps walking towards Zeke, as Reiner is healing and preparing to charge at him. On the ground, Falco, Colt, and Gabby are rushing towards Zeke too. Whoever comes out on top is gonna cut it real close. Episode 19 starts with an injured Eren making his way towards Zeke, but it's not that easy for him. Porco jumps out of nowhere and bites his leg. Eren hits back at him and starts pounding his nape.
Get out of there, Galleon!
But an artillery shell from Magath blows off his Titan arm. Meanwhile, Flock and the Aegirists are still targeting the cart Titan and its artillery crew. Things are not looking good for Eren. Meanwhile, the scouts and the Aegirists are trying to fight the Marleyan forces. Armin suggests they flank them, and everyone follows. Zeke starts to wake up, while a now heavily injured Eren grapples with Reiner. During the chaos, Porco suddenly experiences a memory from his brother Marcel, showing he chose Reiner to be a warrior to protect Porco, which rocks him to the core. Meanwhile, Colt has reached Zeke and is begging him not to use his scream because Falco also drank some of the wine that had Zeke's spinal fluid. Zeke is on the verge of tears when he hears this, and says he can understand Colt's care for his brother, but he has no choice. This has to be done. With that, Zeke screams, transforming Falco, Nile, Pixis, and everyone else that had the wine into Titans. Colt is hugging Falco as he transforms, and gets blown up in the explosion. The scene is horrifying. and it brings us back full circle, just like the first episode of the show. There are Titans running around in Shiganshina. The newly transformed Falco then gets Raynor off Eren. Gabby gets up to see Colt has been barbecued and is horrified. Raynor is trying to keep both Eren and Falco's Titan down by himself, but it's too much.
Falco, take him.
With the help of Falco, Eren manages to escape. Meanwhile, Magath tries to take another shot at Eren, but Armin destroys Pike's artillery with a thunder spear. Reiner sees the situation and thinks about letting Falco eat him to gain his powers. He's fulfilled his duty, but he's shocked when Falco suddenly lets him go. Turns out Marcel's standing outside of his Titan, luring Falco away.
It took everything I had to heal even this much. But now, I can make my death count.
Reiner and Gabby watch helplessly as he lets Falco eat him, which turns Falco into the new Jaw Titan. Well, not immediately, but he has its powers now. This infuriates Reiner, who punches Eren's Titan and pushes him to the ground. But Eren hardens his Titan, trapping Reiner, and he makes a break for Zeke on foot. Reiner tries to stop him, but John and Connie pepper him with thunder spears and stop him, giving Eren an open path. It looks like Eren's home free, but before he can reach Zeke, we see Gabby taking aim at him. John and Connie watch in complete shock, while Armin and Mikasa fight Payek as Gabby, shedding a tear, shoots Eren with an anti-Titan rifle, taking his head clean off and sending it flying towards Zeke. We're then shown a flashback of Eren and Zeke meeting in Marley. They have a conversation about the sins of their father, and Eren agrees to carry out the euthanization plan, which brings a tear to Zeke's eyes. They don't shake or hug, because they don't want to trigger the Founding Titan's powers, so Zeke throws him a baseball instead, which Eren can't catch. Back in the present, Zeke manages to catch Eren's head, and because Eren's consciousness was still there, it triggers their transport to the paths, which is a montage of imagery and flashbacks that is both disturbing and gorgeous at the same time. Zeke is chained up, while Eren stands in front of him, and Zeke explains this is where royal family members that inherit the Founding Titan come to. Zeke tells Eren he's been waiting in the paths for him for years, even though only a moment has passed for Eren and everyone in the real world. Then, they meet Ymir, the Founding Titan herself, who is in the form of a little girl. Damn, Zeke wasn't lying.
Gabby blew your head clean off. But in those few moments before your brain shut down completely, we made contact.
He then tells Eren that she was the one who saved him, that every time a Titan user transforms, she builds the entire Titan herself. Well, I'll be damned. Zeke wasn't lying. Eren then tells Zeke there's no way he was ever gonna go along with his plan. He wants to start the rumbling and kill all of Paradis Island's enemies. He tries talking to Ymir, but she just ignores him and goes straight for Zeke.
Do you seriously believe I'd euthanize the Eldian people?
Eren.
Zeke then tells Eren he's upset, but he knew this would happen. He tells Eren that in the time he spent before Eren got here, he figured out she only responds to those with royal blood. It's Zeke who has the Founder's powers, and has him chained to the ground. He then tells Eren he plans to save him before headbutting him, which causes electricity to fly off. Episode 20 opens with Eren and Zeke going inside Grisha Yeager's memories. Eren and Zeke watch their dad pick up baby Eren. Zeke's pretty salty that Grisha seems pretty happy for a guy who lost a whole life in Marley.
He sacrificed his children on the altar of nationalism, and brainwashed us both in the name of Eldia.
They're here because Zeke's trying to show Eren that their dad brainwashed him to be the way he is. They then open a door and move on to the next memory. But Eren stops and takes one last look at his mom and dad before he goes. They then dive deeper into Grisha's past, watching him mingle with the High and Mighty as a doctor, all while hunting for the king and the Founding Titan, which could have put his family in serious danger if anyone found out. Eren gets the hint Zeke's dropping. Grisha would have ditched his family to restore Eldia. Eren admits he's over the brainwashing phase, but Zeke says they're in no rush, and they should keep watching, so they move on to the next memory. They then see Grisha find the secret trapdoor that led to the Reiss family's underground Titan sanctum.
Grisha stole the Founder when the walls fell, and that won't happen for a number of years. Why did he wait so long?
But then he does something that shocks Zeke. Instead of going in, he heads home and gives young Eren a big hug. Zeke's mind is absolutely blown. Turns out, Grisha delayed his mission because he actually loved this kid. In the next memory, they're down in the Yeager family basement where they watch Grisha snooze at his desk. Eren spots a family photo and gets a bit nostalgic. Then Grisha starts mumbling in his sleep and apologizes to Zeke. Before he wakes up, spots Zeke, and freaks out. But then he calms down and says he's just seeing things in his dreams. There's no way that bearded old man could be Zeke.
It's you. Zeke!
Zeke is shook, since there's no way Grisha could see him. But before he can make sense of it, Eren says they're going to the next memory. Fast forward, and they're watching Grisha talk to Eren after the whole Mikasa kidnapper thing. Eren tells Zeke he's not following Dad's orders, but he's always wanted to be free. He says Zeke is stuck in the past, but Zeke thinks he's about to save the world from Eldia. We jump to a scene where Grisha is about to leave on the same day the Colossal and Armored Titan first attacked. Zeke tells Eren he can carry out his plan whenever he wants, but he will never abandon Eren.
It looks like your earlobe's red, which means you've got something to hide. Mikasa helped you again now, didn't she?
Meanwhile, a young Eren tells Grisha he wants to join the scout regiment to see the world. Grisha, rather than freaking out, promises to show him the basement when he gets back. He's not just talking to young Eren though. He's looking straight at present-day Eren. Can he actually see him? We then cut to when Grisha confronts the royal family as Walmaria falls. He begs them to stop the Titans because his family is there. But Frida Reiss, like Zeke, is also a big believer of the Eldians need to pay for their sins philosophy.
I recall you saying that what he did was a mistake. Was that a lie too?
I live in the Shiganshina district with my family.
Grisha explains that the Attack Titan's special ability is seeing the memories of all of its users, even the ones in the future, which just adds to the pile of things that are shocking Zeke. Frida refuses to comply, and Grisha says she leaves him no choice, and he has to kill her and take the Founding Titan, even though he can't really use it.
How are you willing to condemn everyone in the walls to death for the crimes of their ancestors? They don't even know about those crimes! You stole their memories!
But Zeke is shocked yet again when Grisha drops to his knees. He says he can't do it. He's a doctor, and he can't bring himself to kill children. Zeke is absolutely losing his mind over this, saying this can't be what happened. The past can't change. Meanwhile, the entire Reiss family is begging Frida to kill Grisha, and she moves her hand to her mouth to bite it. And then, we get one of the most bone-chilling scenes in all of anime history. Eren walks towards Grisha, kneels down, and tells him to get up. He reminds them that he has to get revenge for his sister, for his wife, and for all the comrades he's lost. This is the story he started, after all. Now he has to finish it.
Keep moving forward. Even if you die, even after you die.
And Grisha can hear him. It wasn't Grisha that pushed Eren, it was the other way around. Grisha screams and transforms into a Titan, and proceeds to kill all the Reiss family, except the dad. Afterwards, he staggers outside, horrified at what he's done, and wonders if he really saved Eldia.
Eren! I slaughtered the whole Reiss family! All but the father! Is that enough for you?
He then sees Zeke for real and breaks down, apologizing for being a terrible dad, and putting him through so much suffering, saying he loves him, which makes Zeke cry. He then says Eren has shown what happens in the future, and begs Zeke to stop Eren. What?
If only I'd let you be my son instead of trying to make you a soldier.
Back in the past, Zeke falls down in shock, trying to make sense of everything he just saw, while Eren is still chained up and is just staring at him right through his soul. Episode 21 is titled From You, 2,000 Years Ago. Why am I telling you that now? Because the very first episode of Attack on Titan is titled To You in 2,000 Years, and you're about to find out why. The episode kicks off with Zeke asking Eren if it was him that pushed their dad into going against the King of the Walls. Is Zeke stupid? That's obviously what just happened. Eren entertains his stupidity and explains when he kissed Historia's hand at the end of Season 3, he saw his future. Using that knowledge, he only showed Grisha bits and pieces of the future. Eren thanks Zeke for the unintended assist because it let him peek into Grisha's memories, so he could push him to do exactly what Eren wanted.
He said things wouldn't go my way, that you get everything you wanted, so does that mean?
But Zeke is back on his BS, and holding on to his control over Ymir, he tells her to go ahead and execute his plan, to change every Eldian's biology to stop them from having kids, in case you forgot. Eren tries to go after her and stop her, but he's still stuck in chains, so he does the most Eren thing ever and pulls till his hands rip off and runs after Ymir. But Zeke says it's pointless. She only listens to people with royal blood. At this point, you're probably wondering about Ymir, since we've only heard of her in stories before as some kind of legend or something. But the show knows this, and so we're then shown Ymir's story. Her story starts 2,000 years ago, hence the first episode's name. She's just a little girl in a village, living a normal village life, when her village gets raided. She's then enslaved and put to work by the chief, whose name is Fritz. After being blamed for a pig escaping, she's set free, only to be hunted down. In her escape, she gets hit by an arrow, which makes her fall into a tree's hollow. She then slips and falls into the water. There, she sees a weird glowing centipede-type creature in a pool, and after she touches it, she transforms into the very first Titan. So that's how the first Titan was made. Years later, Ymir's now graduated from lowly slave to Fritz's favorite slave. She's basically a one-woman construction crew for Fritz's tribe, which is obviously called Eldia, making roads and houses that have led to their tribe becoming super successful.
The Marleyans are our hated foes. In the name of Fritz, bring them!
Fritz is so pleased with her that he says he'll give her the gift of having his children. He has 3 daughters with her, Maria, Rose, and Cinna. Obviously, those are the names of the walls. Fritz then has Ymir attack Marley and ends up defeating them and becoming the king. But when a soldier tries to assassinate Fritz, Ymir jumps in front of him to save him and dies. Because no matter how powerful Ymir got, in her mind, she was always a slave. I'm just gonna say it, her Titan powers should have saved her, but let's not focus on that right now. Ymir ends up dying, so the king does the sensible thing of making his daughters eat their mother so they don't lose the Titan powers that she had. This show is just chock full of great parents. Would love to meet the writers. Fritz then says every descendant should eat the spines of their predecessors so they can always have Titan powers and rule over the world. So if you wanted to blame one person for everything bad in Attack on Titan, it's him.
On your feet. My slave could never be done in by a single spear. Of that I am certain.
Meanwhile, Ymir is stuck in the paths, making Titans out of the soil every time one of her descendants transforms into a Titan, and plans to do that for all of eternity. Back in the present, Eren catches up to Ymir and grabs her, saying that she's not a slave anymore. She doesn't have to obey anybody. Eren asks her to give him her powers so he can end her misery. He says he's not looking to control her like Fritz. He says that maybe the reason he's here is because she wanted him to be here. 2,000 years after her hell started, he's here so he can set her free from her curse. Hence this episode's name. Ymir stops in her tracks, moved by Eren's words as a tear falls down her cheek. Zeke realizes he was wrong and starts running toward them, but it's too late. Ymir has chosen freedom.
Do you want to stay here for
Wait,
eternity? Or do you want me
Stop
to
it!
end it?
You can't do this! What the hell are you thinking?
Back in Shiganshina, things go from 0 to 100 real quick. The same glowing centipede Ymir touched sprouts out of Eren's neck as all the walls crumble, and a ridiculous amount of colossal titans come out from there. Meanwhile, Eren is transformed into a monstrous, bony titan that is even bigger than the colossal titans. Armin and Mikasa are happy at first that Eren didn't side with Zeke after all, but then Armin sees just how many titans there are, and says there's way too many for him to just be taking down Marley.
Just the wall around Shiganshina would be more than enough. He has no reason to give up the walls completely.
Eren then talks to all the Eldians at once through the paths, like it's some sort of blood-related Discord server. He explains how the entire world hates Eldians, and they're all getting together to destroy them. So the only way to save everyone on Paradis Island is to kill everyone else in the world, so no one comes after the people in Paradis again. He's undone all the Titan hardening in Paradis, and is taking the Titans to destroy the world. And just like that, our main character is committing mass genocide. I bet you didn't see that coming, because when I watched it, I sure as hell didn't.
And the people of Paradis are all that remains of humanity.
Episode 22 opens with all the Eldians over in Liberio, as the Eldians snap back to reality when they catch Eren's global memo. Annie's dad realizes things are about to get really bad, really fast. Meanwhile, back at Shiganshina, Rainer's limping around, trailing after Gabby, who's trying to find Falco. Rainer's severely injured, saying a big chunk of the wall landed on him when Eren undid all the hardening to free the wall titans. Rainer then tells Gabby to go to the Marleyan airships to the south, but Gabby's not about to leave without saving Falco and trying to stop Eren first, while Rainer just blacks out from exhaustion. I'm telling you, she's just like young Eren.
No way am I just letting this happen. Hang on, Falco. I'm coming.
Up on a rooftop, John, Connie, Mikasa, and Armin are there with a passed-out Falco. John's doing his best to justify Eren's actions by saying the world kinda asked for it, but Armin thinks it's overkill. Armin says they should use the one Titan syringe they have to turn one of the soldiers into a Titan so they can eat Falco. But Connie wants to use Falco to save his mom. Things start getting heated. But their philosophical debate gets cut short by some rogue Titans. Looks like Eren's not controlling these ones. Connie uses this moment of distraction to grab Falco, and he heads back to his village while the group's left to deal with the incoming Titan trouble. That's a pretty shitty thing to do.
Well, my mom can be with us too now! Don't you dare!
At a military fort, Yelena's watching the chaos from a window, shocked that the Titans Zeke created are attacking them, wondering why Zeke isn't controlling them. Who's gonna tell her? Meanwhile, Kaya almost becomes a Titan snack, but Gabby, finally overcoming her hate of the people of Paradis, saves her, as Kaya sees Sasha in her place. Then, Eldian soldiers show up and accuse Gabby of being a Marleyan, but it's Kaya's turn to save Gabby, and she says she's family. They talk and put aside their differences. I gotta say, that's one hell of a character arc. Meanwhile, back at the fort, the cadets are struggling against the Titans, but guess who steps in to lead them? It's Keith Sadie's, who teaches them to use their ODM gear to outmaneuver and take down the Titans. How can you not love this guy? John, Mikasa, and Armin join the fight, as Yelena looks on. During the fight, they recognize the Titan that used to be Pixis. They accept they can't save him, but are determined to save everyone they can. R.I.P. Pixis. You would have loved cocktails.
There's no need for any of you to fight! Just lead him to the fort!
As the dust settles, the Titans are gone, and the Marleyan forces have been wiped out. John and Onion Kapan watch the Wall Titans march off, wondering about the fate of Onion Kapan's homeland. Meanwhile, Flock shows up, and he couldn't be more happy about the worldwide genocide that Eren's about to commit. He then tells Yelena to gather all her volunteers, because they're under arrest. Sasha's dad leads Armin and Mikasa to Gabby, who's trying to figure out how to save everyone, including Falco. She's holding on to hope that Eren might change his mind about flattening everything beyond Paradis. But when Mikasa and Armin tell her about Connie, she realizes Falco's in big trouble.
Can't Eren Yeager just use his power to turn Connie's mother back to normal? They say that the Founder's supposed to be able to do anything, right?
And when she mentions that Eren undid all of the hardening, Armin suddenly realizes something, and we cut to a basement to see exactly what that is. It's Annie. She's finally out of her crystal. Oh boy. Okay. Episode 23 opens with the Wall Titans marching, and the military police are busy sorting out the chaos after the walls have come down, revealing the Wall Titans on their way to stop the outside world. Hitch is tending to an injured woman who's less than thrilled about her house being flattened. Nearby, people are arguing over whether Eren's actions are justified. Hitch notices the tension brewing and realizes it's about to get ugly.
You can blame Eren Yeager for everyone we lost when the walls fell, but we know what would have happened to those people if the Titans hadn't been awakened.
Hitch is on her way to grab her riot gear when she spots some wet footprints coming from the basement. She follows them and ends up getting ambushed by Annie, who just got out of her crystal cocoon. Annie threatens to cut Hitch's throat with her ring, but Hitch throws her off, pointing out how much weaker Annie is now. That's when Hitch realizes she just attacked her former roommate. Honestly, that's just a regular Tuesday for college roommates, baby. Annie tries to play tough, threatening to transform into the female Titan, but Hitch isn't buying it. Annie backs down and asks for help to leave town. Hitch decides to play along, leading her to the stables, teasing that this way she doesn't have to listen to Annie talking about her messed up dreams anymore.
And for what it's worth, the feeling is mutual. It was torture having to hear you whine about your crap-tasted men.
Annie then admits she could hear everything while in her crystal, including Hitch's rants about men. That's funny, but that also means she heard everything Armin said. The two ride out of town, and Annie is amazed by the sight of Wall Titans. Hitch points out the destruction on the ground, saying her job as a soldier has mostly been cleaning up after Titan shifters.
It didn't matter to me. The world wasn't worth saving. Not in my eyes.
Annie shares how she was born out of an Eldian's affair with the Marleyan, and how her adoptive father trained her to become a warrior, but later regretted the harsh treatment, begging her to come back after she left for Paradis. She admits she doesn't care about the world. She just wants to get back to her dad.
I gave him a limp that'll stay with him for the rest of his life. And yet, I'd never seen him look happier.
In Liberio, the Eldians in the internment zone are freaking out about Eren's grand plan, but the Marleyan guards aren't buying it. thinking it's just an excuse to cause trouble. Their prejudice against the Eldians is what's going to get them killed. That's poetic justice right there. Meanwhile, Annie's dad, Mr. Leonhardt, gets his ass kicked when he tries to explain what's happening. But he's the guy who raised Annie. He's not going down without a fight. Back in Shiganshina, Keith Sadie's gets a heads up about the Jaegerists taking over the fort. He decides to stay behind, knowing the old military is done and there's no place for him in this new world. He advises the cadets to do what the Jaegerists say to survive, but tells them to be prepared for the day they have to rise up against them, and to never lose sight of who they are. He's literally the greatest teacher of all time. I would follow this man through the gates of hell.
All that you punks can protect is yourselves, so focus on that. Go out and toe the Jaegerist line.
While that's happening, Armin is gearing up to chase Connie. Mikasa tries to talk him out of it, but Armin insists he has to try, even if it means convincing Connie to leave his mother as a Titan. He snaps when Mikasa asks what to do about Eren, admitting he's overwhelmed by the chaos and has no idea how to handle Eren's world-destroying plan. He then immediately feels guilty and says they should have revived Erwin instead of him. Jeez, Armin, tell us how you really feel, man.
I guess we know for a fact now. Captain Levi saved the wrong person. He should have chosen Erwin.
As Armin and Nicolo prep horses, Archer Bros, Sasha's dad, confronts Gabby, hoping Connie won't sacrifice Falco, and Kaya tells Gabby to take care as they hug before they part ways. Why does this show keep making me cry? I've been doing this for like 4 hours. I can't keep crying. I'm exhausted. Back at the fort, Flock Forster gets a bit extreme. And by a bit extreme, I mean he shoots one of the anti-Marleyan volunteers in cold blood when they don't agree with him. He says he knew about Eren's plan all along, that he's running the show on the island while Eren handles business everywhere else. He sends the rest of the volunteers back to their cells. John isn't too happy, especially after Flock says Hanji and Levi were killed by Zeke. Honestly, seeing Levi do what he does, as close up as John does, I don't think he could even imagine Levi dying.
We're finally free. You don't have any obligation to fight anymore. You can live as you please now, Sean.
Meanwhile, Connie and Falco are riding north. Falco wakes up, but he has amnesia. Connie uses this to his advantage, pretending to be a soldier that's saving Falco. Falco, still a bit out of it, is grateful for Connie's help, but has a nagging feeling he's seen him somewhere before. You'd think if your girlfriend killed someone's best friend, you'd remember them. Outside Shiganshina, Payak and Magath are watching the airships fly back to Marley, figuring they're heading back to warn the motherland. Suddenly, Hanji shows up, scaring Payak into almost eating her up.
We'll struggle against the inevitable for as long as we can.
Excuse me.
Hanji assures them she's unarmed, and introduces them to Levi, who's basically halfway through death's doorstep, but is somehow still alive. See, I told you, he just can't die. Episode 24 opens half a day before the rumbling starts. Hanji takes out a Jaegerist sneaking around to keep their hideout secure. She tells a barely conscious Levi that the coast is now clear. As Hanji patches him up, she wonders whether Levi's miraculous survival is due to his Ackerman lineage. Yeah, maybe it's that, or maybe it's that he's the coolest. Feeling a bit low, Hanji thinks about how shit hit the fan after the Jaegerists took over.
That's it. Guess it's really my turn, huh? Ever since this started, I've just been trying to do what I thought was right.
They consider a quiet life hiding in the woods, which would make the best couple of all time. But just then, Eren broadcasts his world-ending plans to all Eldians. This stirs Levi a bit, prompting a quick update from Hanji on the situation, including Eren's latest antics, and Levi's mischance to end Zeke. Levi questions the point of running away and hiding, when they could go down fighting. Hard to argue with that logic. We cut back to the present with Hanji and Levi having a strategic meetup with Magath and Payak. They quickly find common ground in their goal to locate and kill Zeke, suspecting that he's crucial to Eren's plans because of his royal blood.
I never would have guessed that you would be this knowledgeable about Titans, Hanji. You know more than Marley's guys.
Meanwhile, Connie spends a restless night in the woods with Falco, wrestling with the guilt of his plan to feed Falco to his mother's Titan. Come morning, they reach Ragako, and Falco realizes where he's seen Connie. He was there when Gabby killed Sasha. Connie opens up not about revenge, but about the tragedy of war, showing Falco the Titan that was once his mother, and he tells Falco that they're gonna brush her teeth. Which is obviously just a trap so he can fall into her mouth and get eaten. Also, it's a bit hypocritical to lecture someone about war when you're about to kill them, right?
Yeah, I guess I never mentioned that. Think you could help me brush its teeth? It's a pretty rare opportunity. Wouldn't want to pass it up.
Just then, Gabby and Armin arrive, and Gabby tells Falco to get away from Connie. Connie then holds Falco at knife point, but when Armin tries to sacrifice himself to bring his mom back instead of killing Falco, Connie saves him. He then thinks about the kind of soldier and person his mom wanted him to be, and realizes this is something he'll have to accept. He then tells Armin they need to go. They have people to save. That's all very moving stuff, But why didn't he apologize to Falco? I don't think even a whole lifetime of apologies is enough to get over that. But he didn't even apologize, like once.
But right in front of her eyes, my friend almost died trying to stop me from murdering a kid.
Meanwhile, Flock is rallying the Jaegerists, while John stands next to him. Did he really change sides? Back with Armin, Connie, Gabby, and Flock, they're walking through the streets of a finally free Eldia, and the people are celebrating in the name of Eren. They sit down to eat, and as soon as Armin mentions that Annie is also free now, the person next to them starts choking on their food because that person is Annie. Connie makes fun of her for eating a pie really fast, but Armin tries to defend her, saying she hasn't eaten in 4 years.
Annie?
When Hitch comes back to the table she left Annie at, she finds it empty except for a note, which says she left with Armin and Connie, and thanks her for talking to her for 4 years.
Jeez, Annie. You expect me to eat this whole pie by myself?
Back at the fort, Flock Forster stirs up the Jaegerists, announcing plans to execute Elena and Onion Capon for their betrayal. Onion Capon tries to make them see how insane it is to destroy the world, but Flock doesn't give a shit. He then tells John to execute them to prove his loyalty to Eren. John takes the guns and fires at the ground near Onion Capon. He says he just missed the shots, but he's actually sending a signal to Payek, who crashes in as the cart titan. John shoves Flock to safety, allowing him, Elena, and Onion Capon to be scooped up by Payek, and they escape.
Talk some sense into him, John. Please!
As they make their getaway, they talk about how they've basically all ended up on the same side. They need to stop Eren. They prepare to join forces with Raynor, who's now awake, and they get ready to save the world together. If you told me this was going to happen after Season 3, I would have pushed you off a cliff, and then I would have jumped off a higher cliff. Episode 25 starts with Hanji shaking John out of his daydreams about a cushy life in the interior. Poor guy. I bet he wishes he joined the interior police now.
After what I've gone through, my wife and kids and their kids deserve to live the good life.
Hanji and Mikasa fill everyone in on Levi's condition and their new somewhat unlikely alliance with their enemies. They have to stop Eren from killing everybody. Mikasa, John, and Hanji discuss the plan to stop Eren. Mikasa is instantly on board, but John has his reservations. Sure, stopping Eren might prevent a global catastrophe, but he points out that the world will probably still hate Eldians. They've been down the peace talks road before, and they all lead to dead ends. Which kind of explains why Eren chose the kill now, talk later strategy, honestly. But Hanji, holding on to her scout honor, argues that genocide isn't the way to solve their problems. She talks about all the scouts who didn't live to see the truth of their world, believing their fallen comrades wouldn't be fans of what Eren's doing.
We'll only get one chance to stop the slaughter. And this is it.
Seeing as there are a bunch of Jaegerists, I beg to differ. We cut to an awkward campfire scene with the scouts and their enemies turned allies. Magath can't wrap his head around why the scouts would oppose Eren when his plan is basically handing them their dream world on a silver platter. This starts a heated debate with Magath about who's the real devil here. Annie Leonhardt then tosses a real zinger into the mix, questioning if the scouts could actually go through with killing Eren if push came to shove. I hate that question, but it's still a valid one. Mikasa and Armin think that they can talk Eren out of it, but Annie seriously doubts it. Seeing how their last talk went, I don't blame her.
Can you imagine turning against him?
If you want me out of the way, then just come out and say it.
Annie says Mikasa can't prioritize anything over Eren, leading to a tense moment where it looked like they might just throw hands, but they stop. I'd pay to see that fight, I'll admit it. As they munch on some campfire grub, Hanji shares the game plan to intercept Eren using a flying boat parked at the port, hoping they can get to him before running out of fuel. One thing never changes. The scouts always rely on hope. They then interrogate Elena. Turns out she's actually from Marley. She just made up her past of being a volunteer after she met Zeke, but sticks to her story about just wanting to save the world with Zeke.
Because she's a purebred Marleyan pig herself.
She then tells the scouts that they're not exactly angels, reminding Annie, Raynor, and Armin, and the rest of them, of all people, that they've killed in the past. But just when he thought it couldn't get any more uncomfortable, Elena tells John to ask Annie about Marco's death. Annie says she took his ODM gear, but Raynor says she did it on his orders to keep their secret safe. This absolutely breaks John, who starts screaming at Raynor and beats his face in until everyone else pulls him away.
I'm sorry.
Gabby jumps in and takes a hit for Raynor and tries to apologize for the mess, hoping the scouts would help them save what's left of their families back home. John takes a walk to cool off, but comes back ready to work with everyone, including Raynor. On their way to the port, they're going there because of the flying boat. John apologizes to Gabby, and she's totally fine with it. When they reach the port, they see something unexpected. Jaegerists cover the entire place, and inside, Flock has Kiyomi and the rest of the Azumabito clan hostage. Things are gonna get even messier, aren't they? Episode 26 opens with Hanji and Magath scoping out a port overrun by Jaegerists. They're scratching their heads, trying to figure out why the flying boat is still intact. They figure the Jaegerists either don't see them as a big threat, or maybe they just don't want to blow up something that's tough to replace after you've trashed the planet. But Hanji's pretty sure that the moment the Jaegerists spot them, the boat is toast. That means one thing: stealth.
So what? You're saying we have to gun down a bunch of our friends to save the world? That's so messed up!
Annie points out that they've got to knock out all their enemies at once to keep the flying boat safe. Mikasa's worried about risking the Azumabito family, who they need to get the boat airborne. It's a tricky situation, especially since wiping out the Jaegerists isn't exactly on anyone's bucket list. They used to be comrades after all. Raynor suggests that maybe the scouts should just chill and stay hidden with Gabby and Falco to avoid any messy confrontations. Yeah, like anything in the show can happen without causing a mess. John and Connie strongly disagree, but before they can debate it, Hanji zips back with Magath and says the Wall Titans are already stomping across the ocean.
And considering how fast they were moving, they've probably made landfall in Marley by now.
Time is running out. Magath grabs Yelena and asks her where Eren's headed. After a bit of arm twisting, Yelena says she's had a change of heart. She's curious to see how the story ends and says she might talk if they take her along. She is a full-blown psycho. It's truly terrifying.
Every time you make me ask you again, I'll break you a new elbow!
Meanwhile, Flock is talking with Kiyomi inside the port building. He talks about how awesome this new beginning for the world is, but Kiyomi warns him that shrinking the world won't stop people from killing each other. Flock kinda agrees, but still holds a gun to her head. That's one way to end a debate. Just as he's about to pull the trigger, Armin and Connie show up on horseback, saying that they've been chasing the cart and armored titans and need the flying boat ready to go after them.
What are you telling me, Armin?
Why didn't you chase after the cart? If you had, this would be over by now!
Samuel and Daz, guarding the boat, are relieved to hear that they haven't sided with Marley, but get suspicious when Armin and Connie tell them to remove the explosive from the boat. As Flock grows suspicious of their story and aims his gun at the engineers, Kiyomi tackles him, starting a shootout. Mikasa busts through a window, superhero style, to save the day. Flock bolts out another window, yelling for everyone to take down Mikasa, Armin, and Connie as traitors. The fight begins.
Get down to the basement!
Mikasa leads them down into the basement, where Kiyomi and the engineers are safe for now, thanks to some quick thinking and Mikasa's timely entrance. Meanwhile, Daz is about to reconnect the explosives, and Samuel shoots Armin in the mouth a bunch of times, before pointing his gun at Connie.
Daz, what are you trying to...
Meanwhile, Mikasa and the Azumabitos are getting absolutely smoked. They're not going to last very long. But that's when Raynor and Annie jump in and transform into Titans and begin taking the fight to the Jaegerists. Never in my life did I think I'd be cheering for these two, but here I am.
Violence will always be a part of human existence. Won't it, Captain?
Meanwhile, Connie is grappling with Samuel and Daz with Armin. As Daz points a gun to Armin's head, Connie and Samuel have a heartbreaking conversation about why they're fighting if they're friends. Connie then takes Samuel's gun from him and shoots both Daz and Samuel, before breaking down into tears over what he's done. Therapy. We all are gonna need a lot of therapy. Episode 27 opens as Armin watches Daz's body sink to the bottom of the ocean, as Connie tries to process having killed not one, but two of his friends in the name of his mission. That is serious trauma on steroids. In the background, Annie and Raynor are still fighting the Jaegerists, and they're kicking a lot of ass. Meanwhile, Hanji gets a reality check from an Azumabito mechanic. Apparently, getting the flying boat ready to fly isn't a quick tune-up. It's usually a full day's work. With the right gear, maybe they could do it in half a day, but with the Wall Titans stomping across the globe at a ridiculous speed, half a day might as well be an eternity. They need a new plan, and fast.
We still don't know Eren's location, and time is working against us. More are dying each second.
But Kiyomi has a plan. She suggests they head to Odiha. It's a coastal city where her family is a hangar. They can fix up the flying boat there. It's risky and tight on timing, but it's the best shot they have. Magath is on board with the idea, telling everyone to hurry up. Every minute counts. Back at the port, Mikasa tells the new plan to Annie and Raynor as they're doing their best to keep the Jaegerists from destroying the flying boat. They have to guard the mechanics. Flock spots them trying to make an escape and orders an attack, but Mikasa and Hanji jump in and slice them up like fresh sushi. You just can't beat the OG scouts. Raynor and Annie's Titans take a beating from the Jaegerists trying to protect the Azumabito crew, and Raynor even eats a bunch of thunder spears to save Annie. I officially like Raynor now. There, I said it.
Forget the female Titan!
Meanwhile, Yelena, Onion Capon, Levy, Gabby, and Falco are watching from a safe distance on Payek's back. Seeing the Titans getting overwhelmed, Falco wants to help with his new Jaw Titan powers, but Payek says no, planning to join the battle herself once she's got everyone to safety. Falco, feeling restless and wishing Porco were there, because Porco wouldn't just sit around, decides he's had enough of the sidelines. He jumps off Payek's back and runs towards the battle. Gabby tries to call him back, but Payek tells her to focus on escaping. Magath, seeing the chaos, tells everyone to hurry onto the ship as he watches Connie help a hobbling Armin aboard. Payek finally arrives with her passengers, just in time to see a train full of Jaegerist reinforcements approaching. But it blows up before it can join the fight, leaving Flock shook, but still determined to stop them.
The world will seek revenge and butcher your parents, your siblings, and every kid on this island. Your hearts and souls to the cause!
John finds Falco trying to trigger his transformation by scraping his hand with a nail. He tells Falco to board the ship, but Falco's torn when he sees Raynor and Annie can't move in their Titan forms anymore, and are basically sitting ducks waiting to be blown to hell. John has to leave to help defend them, and Connie, Mikasa, and Payek all attack to save Raynor and Annie. Falco sees everyone fighting and runs onto the battlefield all fired up, and transforms into the Jaw Titan for the very first time. His Titan looks different from Porco's, and it's way cooler. As the Jaegerists start losing their grip, Flock dodges Falco, fights off Hanji, and escapes Payek to send a thunder spear flying at the Azumabito. But Gabby shoots him before he can do it. His spear harmlessly splashes into the water, and Flock follows suit, sinking out of sight. Good riddance. And with their leader gone, Mikasa obliterates them, literally making it rain blood. Aw man, she's so cool. The battle is tipping in their favor. The Jaegerists are retreating, and the ship's ready to depart. But Falco can't control his Titan and attacks Payek. Magath has to cut him out of the Titan's nape to stop him. With the immediate threat gone, the group shuffles onto the ship. Magath stays behind, planning to make a final stand to make sure they escape by destroying a Marleyan cruiser. As the ship leaves, some Jaegerists shoot at Magath, but they're taken down by none other than good old Keith Sadie's. Turns out, he was the one that blew up the train. He and Magath decide to go out together.
Last chance for you to take a swim.
No, I'll stay.
They talk about their roles as mentors. Magath is ashamed about what he put the warriors through and says he's done nothing he can be proud of. But Keith disagrees. He's proud of Magath, and he thinks his students are as well. They exchange names before Magath pulls the trigger. In the distance, the scouts and the warriors both look on in pure pain. They just lost their mentors.
Who are you?
My name is Keith Shottis. And what's yours?
Theo Magath.
And as the cruiser goes up in flames, I am crying and saluting the hero that was Keith Sadie's. Rest in peace, you absolute legend. Later, Hanji tells them that since they're going to Odiha, they can't save Liberio. This hits every Marleyan very hard, especially Annie, who says she doesn't want to fight anymore. She then asks Mikasa if she can kill Eren, or at least sit back and watch if Annie tries to kill him. I know I said it was sad, but even I forgot how damn depressing the show really is. At the start of the final episode of Season 4, Mikasa's thinking about whether Eren's really changed, or if he's always been this way. She's starting to think maybe she saw something in him that wasn't quite there. Mikasa is acting exactly like I do after a breakup.
This is the world beyond the walls. We're finally here. Outside the walls we've known our whole lives. The walls no one has ever escaped.
We then cut to a flashback of when the scout regiment first landed in Marley. They're all wide-eyed tourists greeted by Onion Capon, shocked at what a normal civilization looks like. Especially Connie and Sasha, when a car passes by. They chase it, thinking it's a horse or a cow. John is super embarrassed and pretends to not know them. Levy tells Onion Capon that they'll start feeding the car carrots if he leaves them alone, and he laughs, until they actually start buying carrots. It feels like it's been years in the show since anyone said something funny. Meanwhile, Mikasa is trying to keep Eren close, and notices he's already lost in thought, staring into the distance. Armin pulls an M&M and tries to get him to snap back to reality, but Eren is clearly distracted.
Here, enjoy.
Sasha, show some restraint.
Meanwhile, Sasha, Connie, and John try ice cream for the first time, and they lose their minds. Levy says they stick out like sore thumbs, but Hanji says it's funny. They don't seem like the island devils Marley thinks they are. Suddenly, a clown brings Levy a lollipop, thinking that he's a kid. And if looks could kill, the look on Levy's face would have destroyed the planet way before Eren had the chance.
It's real good.
Eren and Mikasa also try the ice cream, and Eren recognizes the flavor from his dad's memories, which is a nice little blast from the past for him. Suddenly, a pickpocket nabs Sasha's purse. Levy's quick to catch the thief, a young boy who's clearly not welcome in Marley, getting some harsh stares and comments from the locals. Levy cleverly diffuses the situation by claiming the purse actually belongs to the boy's older sister Sasha, with Hanji backing him up.
Right? It's a family thing!
Oh, yeah! I'm sorry my little brother acted like an idiot, everybody!
Unfortunately, the crowd isn't buying it. With no other option, Levy picks the kid up and runs, and the rest of the scouts and Onion Kapan follow him. They manage to escape with the boy, who steals Levy's money before running off with a wave. That's why you never trust anyone, not even kids. They get to Kiyomi's fancy estate, where she apologizes for the rough welcome. She explains that with the world getting better at spotting subjects of Ymir through blood tests, trust is running thin everywhere. Armin's optimistic about making friends, but Kiyomi's not so sure about that. Hanji suggests checking out a forum by the subjects of Ymir Protection Group, hoping to find some potential allies. Suddenly, Mikasa realizes that Eren is missing. Eren is out in a field, staring up at the sky as he sheds a tear and looks at a camp of war refugees.
What are you thinking? Did you forget we're undercover in enemy territory and you're their #1 target?
Eren says the refugees are just like them, deprived of their freedom. Eren then asks Mikasa why she cares so much about him. Was it because he saved her as kids? Because they're family? He asks her what he is to her, and she says, "Your family." Mikasa, just say you love him. Say you love him, you do.
Mikasa, what am I to you?
Suddenly, an old man from a nearby camp invites them to join him for a drink. Pulling them away from their heavy thoughts, the refugees take them into a night of food, drinking, and unfiltered good vibes. They sing, they dance, and they laugh like they haven't in years. And at the end of the night, Mikasa, Armin, and Eren are sleeping with their heads right next to each other. It's the kind of thing you never get to see in Attack on Titan, and it's really sweet. The next day at the forum, the speaker says Eldians are both victims and villains, pointing fingers at Paradis Island. It's here that Eren decides to walk away, and Mikasa remembers this as the day he left them behind. He left behind a letter, saying he'd entrust everything to Zeke, and the next time they saw him was when he was fighting the Warhammer Titan. It was too late by then. But Mikasa can't help but think about when Eren asked him what he was to her. If she had told Eren that she loved him, maybe things would have been different.
Looking back, I still don't know if there was some better way.
Meanwhile, we finally cut to Eren, who wonders where this all began, but says it doesn't matter. It was all according to his plan. He remembers meeting Yelena and discussing Zeke's plan, before meeting Flock and telling him he's only pretending to do so. He remembers meeting Historia and telling her his plan, before telling her to keep it a secret.
I know it's a burden, but if you can bear it till I've got the Founder's power, I'll make you forget you ever knew it was coming.
How could I, though?
He remembers Zeke, discussing his plan, and also how much Mikasa loves him. He remembers cutting off his own leg and stabbing his own eye during the Marleyan War with Mid-Eastern Allied forces to blend in as a soldier. And he remembers the reason he's doing it, because he wants his friends to live a long and happy life. But he knows this is the only way to end the cycle of hatred and revenge in the world. As Eren's massive form approaches Marley, the global defenses crumble before him, and everyone, including the soldiers, start running. As he marches forward, memories of his mother's death remind him of his goal, to destroy every last enemy. And it's safe to say, it looks like he's gonna do it.
Is that... yeah...
Or is he? Because we are far from done. We have 2 whole movies to cover, remember? The first movie opens with a flashback. A young Eren is sitting under a tree and he falls asleep. Moments later, he wakes up from a dream. He doesn't remember it, but Mikasa points out that he's crying. I think we all know what that dream was. We cut back to Marley, where Ramsey shows Halil his stash of coins, all of which he stole. He plans to get enough for everyone in the refugee camp so they can afford to live somewhere better. Robin Hood would have been proud. But Halil is more worried about Ramsey getting caught. He's already lost his right hand and could lose his left one too. They suddenly hear people coming and they hide the money. but then they're shocked. The people running are the Marleyans, and they're running away from the city. Then the two boys feel a rumbling in the earth. The Wall Titans are here. You better get running, my guys. We see a flashback where Eren first visits Liberio. He already knows he's gonna kill everyone here. It's his destiny. He wonders what his mom would think, and if it would actually be better for Eldians to die instead. But even if the death toll would be far smaller if the Eldians died, he can't accept things ending that way. Just then he hears a scuffle in an alley and sees a group of thugs beating up a boy. The thugs tell him that this has nothing to do with him, and he agrees. He eventually is gonna kill the thug and the boys anyway, so why save him now? Despite these feelings, he saves Ramsey. Though Ramsey is grateful, Eren apologizes while crying. He knows he's gonna kill him one day. Back in the present, Ramsey's family calls for him and Halil as they're running from the Titans. The refugees plan to head for the mountains, but Wall Titans are coming from that direction too. The refugees go back to the city to find another escape route. During the chaos, Ramsey's sack flies open and coins fly everywhere. Halil turns back to save the money, and Ramsey goes back for him. One slight problem with that plan, the massive Titans that are marching towards them. Halil is killed by flying debris, and Ramsey's crushed to death. Things are only gonna get worse from here on out. We're shown the scenes of destruction the rumbling is causing across the world. Back in a Marleyan prison, Dr. Yeager, who's Eren's grandpa, and his wife feel the ground shaking and are terrified. No one answers Dr. Yeager's cries for help, and his wife says Judgment Day has come for them. Honestly, this is as close to Judgment Day as you can get. As Eren guides the Wall Titans, he thinks about how there's always been some kind of barrier blocking his freedom. Now that he truly is freedom, he's taking it away from others. His inner child turns to ask Armin if he agrees with him, and an adult Armin finds himself back in the paths with his child Eren. This may seem like a throwaway moment, but this will be very, very important in a bit, so just remember it, trust me. Armin snaps out of his daydream, and Annie asks him if his wounds are healed and asks him to sit next to her. She thanks him for talking to him while she was inside her crystal. Hearing from him and Hitch were the only two things that kept her going, but she doesn't get why Armin chose to spend that time with her. I thought guys were supposed to be clueless about love. He turns away, and he blushes, saying he just wanted to see her. But Annie presses him for a more solid answer. Armin's blushing like crazy, but then he looks at her. She's blushing too. Aww. She doesn't understand how she can think about love when millions of people are dying right now. Annie comes to the conclusion that Armin only talked to her because he's a good person. He's even trying to talk to Eren, who's literally destroying the world. She gets up to leave, but Armin grabs her hand, which makes her blush like crazy, and says he hates being called a good person. He still thinks about the outside world he and Eren wanted to see when they were kids. At night, their ship arrives in Odiha, which has already been abandoned. As the scouts, warriors, and Azumabito clan work to prepare the flying boat, Armin suggests they keep the explosives the Jaegers had strapped around the boat, in case they need to blow up some Titans. Meanwhile, Falco wakes up and realizes Magath and his family are probably dead, since the Titans have already flattened most of Marley. Payek wants to comfort him, but he doesn't have the words.
Commander Magath, my family, everyone back home in Liberio, they can't all be gone.
Outside, Mikasa suggests that Annie practice with the new ODM gear since she's not used to it yet. But Annie doesn't see the point. She doesn't plan to go with them, she no longer has the will to fight. Mikasa notices Annie staring at Armin and asks when that happened. Annie isn't looking to gossip, but Mikasa tells her it's okay. She doesn't have to suffer anymore. She then tells her Armin is definitely chasing after Eren. Annie knows that, and asks Mikasa if she'll kill Eren to save humanity. Mikasa says she won't. She's bringing him back. Meanwhile, Levi gets up, despite having enough injuries to be dead, because he wants to be there when they question Yelena.
Our bearded lady's third elbow is healing up, and it seems like she survived her infection. I'm gonna make her tell us where Eren is going.
When questioned, Yelena tells them of a fortress in the mountains of southern Marley involved with airship research. She thinks that it will be Eren's next target because airships could cause him a problem. I personally wouldn't trust a word out of this woman's mouth, but that's just me. Yelena acknowledges that Zeke lost, but tries to convince the group that what Eren is doing is proof that the euthanasia plan was the only peaceful solution. Hanji reluctantly agrees. If she had shown Eren a better solution, he might have done that.
But I was powerless. I couldn't give him hope or a path forward.
As they prepare to leave, Payek asks Kiyomi to take Falco and Gabby with her when she leaves. She wants to protect at least the two of them. Once the sun is up, Hanji has the scouts check their equipment. Levi's hand shakes as he looks at his missing fingers, but he says 2 fingers are all he needs. Pause. Let that sink in for a second. The warriors say goodbye to Annie, and Raynor apologizes for forcing her and Bertold into continuing their mission all those years ago. Annie says she had to stop herself from killing him a bunch of times, but smiles. He asks her to take care of Gabby and Falco, and the scouts wave to her as she boards the ship. Hanji asks Levi if she thinks their comrades are watching them, but Levi thinks Hanji is starting to sound like Erwin, and he hates it. The Azumabitos begin to fuel the flying boat when out of nowhere, Flock shows up. The madman was being pulled by their ship since it left Paradis. He shoots the flying boat's fuel tank until Mikasa uses her ODM gear to kill him. Good riddance 2.0. Still, he punctured the boat's fuel tank. The Azumabitos work quickly to fix it, but they need an hour, and the ground has started rumbling. Oh man. When asked for a plan against the Titans, Armin volunteers to stay behind and slow them down. Raynor disagrees, saying they need him against Eren. Hanji says Raynor won't stay either. They need to save their Titan power. As their leader, Hanji will take responsibility for having led them to this point and stay behind. She chooses Armin as the next commander of the Scout Regiment and reminds Armin that Levi is now his subordinate. Hanji is always funny, even in the face of Armageddon. As Hanji leaves, she tells Levi she wants to make the coolest exit possible. Understanding, Levi lets her go, asking her to lay down her heart, a phrase he has never used in front of her before. It's a damn shame. They would have made the best couple ever. And in a scene that is heartbreaking as it is epic, Hanji fights the Titans alone, toppling the Titans at the front to buy the crew enough time to fuel the plane. But they still can't fill the tank completely and they have to leave. The heat from the Titans is insane, setting Hanji's cloak on fire and ultimately consuming her. But both the flying boat and the ship managed to escape the harbor. Her sacrifice was not in vain. Hanji wakes up in the afterlife, surrounded by her comrades, and begins telling them how hard she had it as a commander. Rest in peace, Hanji Zoe. The flying boat is pretty quiet, because they just watched Hanji die. Armin mentions how the fuel tank is only half filled, but Anyan Kapan swears that they'll get the plane to Fort Salta. Armin tells Anyan they're in his hands, and then goes back to everyone to work out a plan to stop Eren. Armin draws a diagram of Eren's founding Titan, but says that the Warhammer Titan's ability means they don't know if Eren is in the nape. That won't be a problem if Armin uses the explosive transformation of his colossal titan, but he wants to save that for after they try talking to him. Levi's fine with that, but says if they kill Zeke, Eren won't be able to use his royal blood to control the rumbling.
Easy enough problem to solve. We dig into that bone heap and force the hairy bastard out.
However, that means finding Zeke inside Eren's Titan. Raynor remembers what Eren said when they met in Liberio, and wonders if Eren actually wants them to stop him. Armin then realizes that Eren has the ability to take their powers away, but he hasn't. Raynor says Eren is suffering beneath the weight of the Founder's power and the mass murder of so many people. Suddenly, the group is pulled back into their paths. Armin calls out to Eren, begging him to stop the rumbling. When there's no reply, he begins shouting an apology to Eren, and the others join him.
Eren, I want to help you carry the burden of your sins. We all do.
Finally, Eren responds, saying he won't stop the rumbling. Levi notices a child version of Eren standing at the base of the tree where all paths meet. His friends run to him, but they don't get any closer. Eren says he's taking away the freedom of the world to protect his own. He then says he won't take their freedom away, so they can choose to protect the world's freedom if they want to. Eren says they both have strong convictions, so the only thing left is for them to fight. The only reason he called them here was to tell them that there was no need for discussion. If they want to stop him, they have to kill him. Back in the flying boat, they try to process what just happened, and Levi asks Armin for a plan. It'd be nice if someone else could have a plan every now and then. They expect Armin to come up with plans like a chicken laying eggs. Come on. Out at sea, Annie's with Kiyomi, who thinks her country's already gone. Kiyomi regrets bringing Zeke and Eren together, but when Annie asks if she would change anything, Kiyomi says regret won't change anything. While they're talking, Falco and Gabby come out on the deck, and Falco explains that he had a dream, and he saw himself flying. What's more, he thinks he can actually fly, which shocks Annie. Swear to God, if I see a flying Titan, I'm gonna freak out. Meanwhile, a train carrying Eldians from Liberio heads for Fort Salta, hoping to get to the airships. Annie's dad has a pistol to the engineer's head, forcing him to drive. The engineer doubts his plan will work, but since his family is being held hostage, he doesn't have much of a choice. Further back in the train, the warriors' parents are super worried about their kids. One of the other passengers notices the airships leaving Fort Salta, and Leonhardt tells the engineer to step on it. In the distance, they see the smoke cloud of the rumbling getting closer. The train arrives at the fort to find no airships left. Great. The train engineer then notices that the airships are heading towards the Titans for a bombing run. From his command room, Commander Mueller announces that this fort is the last stand for humanity. He then explains how their hate and fear of the Eldians is to blame for everything. It's their fault that the rumbling's happening. In the event they survive, he swears to never make that mistake again. This, in the sight of a mother with her child, causes Karina to remember how she raised Raynor and falls to her knees, realizing how she raised him in revenge instead of caring for him as her son. And Leonhardt says he did the same thing. Attack on Titan has the worst parents ever. As the airship's bombing bays open, Eren looks up and a ball of light shines from the tips of the spines in the center of his Titan's back. Seeing the glow, the commander calls for the bombing to begin, but the airships are too high up and a lot of bombs miss. The light turns into the shape of the Beast Titan, which throws debris and wipes out all the airships. Well, so much for humanity's last stand. But moments later, the flying boat emerges through the clouds and is struggling to stay up since it's running on fumes. Anyan Kapan tells everyone to get ready to jump, but refuses to go with them. He wants to make sure he gets them over the founder. He dodges an attack from the Beast Titan, and Armin orders everyone to target it to stop the rumbling. They dive and use their ODM gear to grapple on. Reiner transforms into the armored Titan and tackles the replica Beast Titan, snapping it free from the tether that's connecting it to the founding Titan. Payek also transforms and lands, with the explosive taken from the flying boat now strapped across her torso. Now on top of the Titan, the movie ends with Armin realizing he still has one question for Eren. In what way is Eren free? We have finally made it to the last part of Attack on Titan. It has been one hell of a ride, but all good things must come to an end. I'll see you on the other side. The second movie picks up exactly where the first one left off, so let's get into it. Armin and the others realize that the Beast Titan they defeated is just an empty husk. Armin figures Zeke is hiding himself like the Warhammer Titan. Armin plans to transform into the Colossal Titan to blow apart the founding Titan's body, which might give them a clue of where Eren and Zeke are hiding. As the others charge ahead, Armin prepares himself to confront Eren. However, a Titan takes advantage of his distraction and grabs him, putting its tongue in Armin's mouth to stop him from screaming or injuring himself to transform. It then swallows Armin and runs away as Ymir watches. First of all, that was disgusting. Secondly, Annie's not going to be happy about that. And thirdly, oh my god, they ate Armin. Mikasa shouts after Armin, causing the rest of their group to turn around and realize that there are more grayish Titans emerging from the spines on the Founder's back. One look at them, and you can tell they're not regular Titans. Since Armin didn't transform, they know he's unharmed. But the Titan that grabbed him ran to the back of the founding Titan. Levi warns Mikasa to stay calm instead of charging in. Levi's gonna act as bait to draw the Titans away, but Payek stops him, saying she's figured out what they're facing. These Titans are replicas of the past generations of the 9 Titans. What's more, it's possible the Founder could make as many of them as he wants. Just the kind of good news that we wanted to hear. Payek dashes through the Titans, dodging their attacks as she runs towards the nape of the founding Titan. She's not looking to talk anything out, clearly. She loops the explosives around the neck of the Founder. Payek partially emerges from the back of her Titan so she can push the detonator and set off the explosives. But before she can, her Titan is speared and lifted into the air by the massive trident of the Warhammer Titan, and she drops the detonator. The Jaw Titans of the deceased Galliard brothers also join the battle. On the ground at Fort Salta, Commander Mueller sees that even though the forces from Paradis Island are here, they can't slow down the rumbling. He orders his units to fire on the enemy with cannons. As the scouts and warriors fight against previous generations of the 9 Titans, Armin struggles to stay conscious, wondering if Eren really wants to suffocate him to death. But he remembers seeing Ymir and concludes that she's the one doing this, and he can't stop her. Above him, the ghost of Bertold sheds a tear. Outside, Bertold's colossal Titan appears. It grabs Reiner and bites his head off before chucking his body down at the Founder's ribcage. The scouts are scattered by the impact, which most of them falling off the spines and into the ribcage. Connie is hurt, and Reiner survives thanks to John, though his ODM gear is broken, as is John's. He tells John to drop him since he can transform once more, but John refuses, knowing that even the armored Titan would be trampled by the colossal Titans marching. John doesn't think they have much of a chance, but reminds Reiner that they're scouts. They just don't know when to quit. You're damn right, John. Meanwhile, Mikasa struggles to keep her friends safe when John and Reiner cannot move, and Levi and Connie are surrounded, with Levi even losing a leg, saving Connie from the mouth of a Titan. Suddenly, Falco's now winged Jaw Titan swoops in behind Mikasa, carrying a net on its back. Holding onto it are Gabby and Annie, who help bring the scouts and Reiner onto Falco's back so he can carry them to the safety of the air outside of the Founder's body. Yep, that's it. I'm gonna freak out. It's a flying Titan. Annie tells everyone that Falco's transformation sunk the Azumabito ship, but Kiyomo was still willing to let them try it, so they plan to repay her by stopping the rumbling. When she asks where Armin is, Mikasa tells her that Armin was captured and they need her help. Levi divides their group into 2 teams, one to rescue Armin, and the other to attack the nape. Mikasa hesitates, not wanting to give up on Eren, but Connie reminds her that without Falco's ability to fly, they'd already be dead. John and Levi also admit that they are at their limit, not because they want to give up on Eren, but because they're just out of options. Annie sees Mikasa worrying about Eren and tells her to focus on rescuing Armin instead. Meanwhile, the sight of the Jaw Titan flying motivates the Marleyan soldiers at Fort Salta, and they prepare what few cannons they can to help. But before they can fire, they spot refugees heading toward them, and the soldiers realize that they're Eldian. Both sides raise their rifles, and Leonhardt unsuccessfully tries to defuse the situation. Back with the action, a bunch of Warhammer Titans fire arrows at Falco. Raynor and John are dropped off first near the Founder's Nape, with Raynor transforming back into the Armored Titan to draw the attention of the Titans. This gives John an opportunity to get to Payek. Seeing the distraction the two are causing, Payek escapes her Cart Titan and transforms again to attack the Warhammer Titan. But she explains the Cart Titan has super stamina, and she tells him to go after the detonator. Falco flies the rest of their group to the back of the Founding Titan, and Connie spots the Titan that captured Armin. Mikasa, Annie, and Connie drop off to chase after it, and Annie transforms into the female Titan. Gabby and Levi stay on Falco's back, still looking for Zeke, as Levi remembers Erwin's final order and the sacrifices that he and everyone made for them to get there. Connie and Mikasa try chasing after the Titan carrying Armin, with Annie fighting the Titans around them. But the Titan they're chasing doubles back toward the head and forces them to confront Bertholdt's colossal Titan. Oh, man. Meanwhile, Armin yells at his own body, trying to get himself to move. He thinks he might be dead, but then he realizes he has sand in his hands, and that means he's in the paths. As he tries to think of a way out, he turns around and he sees Zeke. Zeke sees him and figures out he was consumed by Ymir too. Imagine the world ending and you're stuck with Zeke of all people. Poor Armin. Zeke explains to Armin that long ago, life came into being and survived because of its ability to multiply, changing form, and adapting to different environments, eventually leading to humanity. Death and extinction run counter to the goal of multiplying, and all living things are scared of meeting them. Ymir is the same. In her fear, she created an immortal body, and then escaped to a dimension where death doesn't exist. That is intense. Armin wonders what her end goal is, but Zeke can't figure it out. He says she could have killed King Fritz literally anytime she wanted, but still followed his will for 2,000 years. But he says that Eren understood what it was that Ymir couldn't let go of, and that's why she sided with him. Zeke doesn't think they can escape, and doesn't see the point of trying either. Regardless of what happens, everyone dies eventually. He says the moment before someone dies is the only moment that they're truly free. In the sand next to him, Armin finds a dried leaf, and remembers it from his childhood when he, Eren, and Mikasa were racing to a tree on top of a hill. It's a lovely memory, and he tells Zeke that in that moment, he thought he was born to race Eren and Mikasa up that hill. Whether it was feeding squirrels or going to the market with them, those meaningless moments were precious to him. And as he says this, Zeke sees Armin holding a baseball instead of a leaf. Zeke asks him where he got it, and Armin says he found it in the sand. Zeke can't understand why it would be there. Armin, still seeing it as a leaf, doesn't know either, but tells Zeke that even though it's not important in the grand scheme of things, it's still precious to him. Zeke remembers playing catch with Tom Xavier. There was no meaning behind it, but Zeke agrees that it was important. The two of them look up and see Xavier, Grisha, Eren Kruger, the Galliard brothers, and Ymir of the Scout Regiment. It's just like, the people who made the show want me to cry. Meanwhile, back outside, near the Founding Titan's nape, John saves Payek after she loses an arm, though she says she can still fight once it heals. They try to retreat to Reiner, only to see that he's getting cooked by the multiple Warhammer Titans. On the other side, Annie, Mikasa, and Connie are in a pretty tight spot, but then Bertholdt's colossal Titan out of nowhere reaches down and smacks the Titans attacking them. Up by the nape, Porco and Marcel Galliard's Jaw Titans work to stop these smaller Titans from getting to Payek and John, and Ymir's Jaw Titan knocks one of the Warhammers away from Reiner. Their friends are helping them now. Mikasa doesn't understand this, just like the rest of us, but using the opportunity to chase after the Titan that's got Armin. Gabby gets it with a headshot from her rifle, and Mikasa cuts its jaw open, causing Armin to fall out. The Titan tries keeping a hold of him, but he wakes up and kills it with a Thunder Spear, as Annie catches him with her female Titan. Awesome! As Grisha and Eren Kruger's Titans join in on the fight, Zeke emerges from one of the Founding Titan's spines and calls out to Levi, who is not happy to see him. Armin explains that the Titans helping them are thanks to Zeke, who awakened them in the paths. So Zeke finally did something good for once. Good job. Still connected to the Founding Titan, Zeke says it's a beautiful day, and wishes he could have felt this way before, but understands that it would be too much for him to ask. You know, cause he killed a lot of people. In the next instant, Levi flies in and cuts his head clean off. With Zeke's death, Eren's connection to the Wall Titans is gone, and the rumbling stops. But Eren's Founding Titan keeps moving. Raynor throws John towards Eren's nape, and Payek clears a path. John grabs the detonator, and with one final look at Eren, calls him a suicidal dumbass before setting off the explosives. The Founding Titan's head falls, but the same glowing centipede creature that touched Ymir comes out of its neck and tries to reconnect with the head. Raynor tackles it to stop it, and Connie tells everyone to get on Falco's back. Armin is going to transform and blow everything to hell. As most of their group flies clear, Armin thanks the Titans that helped them and says goodbye to Eren before transforming. Falco takes his passengers to Fort Salta, where the refugees are confused about what happened. As they wonder if Eren is dead, Mikasa gets one of her headaches, which reminds her of the last time she spoke with Eren, which, as we all know, didn't go too well. As Mikasa recalls her memories, Gabby spots her parents. Falco and Payek are reunited with their families as well. Connie says he has regrets, but seeing the reunions, he thinks the scouts did the right thing. They go to the edge of the cliff and see Reiner and Armin's Titans emerge through the dust, and they take a sigh of relief. But then they see the giant centipede is at the foot of the mountain. As Reiner and Armin try to attack it, another transformation explodes behind them. Eren's founding Titan is walking on 2 feet now. They realize they can't let Eren and the Source reconnect. The rumbling might start again. Levi suggests they go after Eren, and they agree. Suddenly, the centipede begins releasing gas into the air. Well, that can't be good. Mueller helps Leonhard to his feet as Annie runs up to him and hugs him. Connie realizes that the mist is the same as the one used to transform the villagers of Ragako. Every Eldian here is about to turn into a Titan. Levi immediately orders Mikasa and Payek to get on Falco so they can leave. The 4 of them escape, but Payek has to be held back by Mikasa. She doesn't want to leave her father. In a heartbreaking scene, John, Connie, and all the Eldian refugees transform into pure Titans and charge toward Reiner and Armin. Seeing this, Armin turns and starts fighting Eren. Annie and Payek join Reiner in trying to stop the giant centipede as Mikasa has another headache. Levi tries to get her to pull herself together. They're the only ones who can kill Eren, but all she wants is to go back to a home where she and Eren are together. She suddenly wakes up on a porch outside of a mountain cabin. Eren begins cutting wood and tells her that she must be exhausted, and she says it feels like she had a long dream. He tells her to take it easy when he notices that she's crying. She doesn't know why, but feels like she shouldn't be there. Eren says they can't do anything about that now. They gave up everything when they fled Marley. Eren asks to live out his remaining 4 years with her, just like Mikasa wanted.
I feel like I just woke up from a really long dream.
Well, it's nothing to worry about now.
After a moment, Mikasa agrees, and he asks her to make another promise, to throw away her scarf once he's dead. She will have a long life ahead after he's dead, and he wants her to move on. As he says this, Titan lines show up on his face. That little moment was all Mikasa wanted. She's locked in now. Meanwhile, Eren and Armin's Titans are in an epic fight, with neither getting the upper hand. On Falco's back, Mikasa apologizes to Levi and ties her scarf around her neck, telling Eren that she can't forget him. She tells Falco and Levi that Eren is in his Titan's mouth, and she needs help to get there. Falco drops them off, and Levi shoots a thunder spear at Eren's mouth, creating a hole for Mikasa to get in. There, she finds Eren's head, and smiles at him as he looks up at her one last time, and she cuts his head free and holds it. Mikasa gives him a kiss, and behind her, Ymir watches. We cut to Eren and Armin, who are talking as kids. Armin understands that Eren saw the future with the Attack Titan's ability, but doesn't get why he had to kick his ass. Eren admits he was doing whatever he could to push Armin and Mikasa away, even though he thought it was crazy too. He apologizes and says he got carried away. Eren's plan is simple, to turn his friends into heroes who killed him and saved humanity. This way, every human that survives will owe the Island Devils. Armin obviously hates this plan and tells them that they're not going along with this bullshit. Instead of answering, Eren gets up and says he'll take them to the place they wanted to go when they were kids. As they watch lava that flows like a river, Eren tells him about Ymir and how much she suffered under King Fritz, but kept taking it. When Eren touched her in the paths, he realized that Ymir loved Fritz. That's what kept her there. Still, she kept searching for someone to release her, and finally, she found one. It was Mikasa, though Eren doesn't know why. He admits his head is a mess. One of the side effects of having the Founding Titan's power is that there is no past or future. Everything is happening at the same time. Eren thinks back on things that he had to do to make this happen, and remembers one thing in particular. On the day the warriors broke through Wall Maria, the Smiling Titan was about to eat Bertold, but he couldn't let that happen, so he had to send it towards his own mother. He was the one that actually killed her. But Armin stops Eren before he can finish. They're back to their adult forms, looking out over the sea. He asks Eren if he thinks Mikasa will be able to forget about him and live happily with someone else. Eren says he doesn't care. And Armin finally has enough of his bullshit and he punches him. Armin tears into him and says that she should find someone better because Eren treats her like garbage. But then Eren starts crying? It turns out Eren loves Mikasa too and he doesn't want her to move on. In fact, he wants her to be hung up on him for at least a decade. I gotta say, Eren is so real for that, even though he is pissing me off. He says he doesn't want to die and leave everyone behind, but he has to. It's the only way. Armin tries to convince Eren to find another way, but Eren says he's pretty sure they didn't want to die either. The sea around them is now blood, and Eren says he'll kill 80% of humanity. This will cause the world outside the walls to drop to the same level of technology as Paradis. But even then, Eren doesn't see an end to war. It's just a way to minimize it. Eren tells Armin he was right about him. He's a slave to freedom. Armin asks if this means all the things they've done are pointless. He tries to get Eren to understand that he hasn't actually killed these people yet, so he can still make a choice. But Eren explains that no matter how hard he tried, everything always happened exactly as he saw in his memories of the future. Armin refuses to accept this, but Eren says people he cared about like Sasha and Hanji died because of him. As he looks at bits of hair and gore he picked out of the bloody water, Eren says he finally knows why everything turned out like this. Because he's an idiot who got his hands on the power of the gods. But then Armin picks up something out of the blood and says he understands wanting to kill people. Eren calls him a liar. But Armin reminds Eren he was the one who put the idea of a free world in Eren's head. He hands Eren a seashell and thanks him for showing him the world outside the walls. He says since they're both responsible, they'll always be together in hell. They hug, and he tells Armin that he'll erase Armin's memory of this conversation until after everything is over. When Armin wakes up, no longer inside his Titan, the battle is over. Remember the daydream Armin had on the boat? Turns out the conversation he had with Eren had actually happened back on the boat ride to Odiha. Armin now remembers everything. Mikasa approaches him carrying Eren's head, and Armin just screams in pain. Around them, Eldians are coming to their senses, having turned into humans again. Eren's friends remember their own conversations with Eren, and what he had hoped for them, to live long and happy lives. Annie meets her dad. Raynor meets his mom. Gabby and Falco reunite. Levi sees all of his fallen comrades and actually sheds a tear. And John and Connie see Sasha smiling at them. That last one was really brutal. Mikasa tells Armin she's leaving. No one would let Eren get a proper burial here. You know, because he killed 80% of the entire world's population. She says she'll bury him under the tree he liked to nap, back where it all started. And Armin says that would be a lovely spot. Armin rejoins everyone, only to find the Marleyans and Eldians are at odds again. The Eldians say they're ordinary people now, but Mueller demands immediate proof. And Armin tells him that proof is that if they still had Titan powers, they would use them to resist. He then introduces himself to Mueller as the one who killed Eren Yeager. As Mikasa leaves, she sees Ymir, who looks like a young woman now. Ymir shares a glimpse of a reality where she did not save Fritz's life and remained alive with her children with Mikasa and then fades away. 2,000 years later, the founder can finally rest in peace. Three years after the Battle of Heaven and Earth, the world is still reeling from the effects of the massacre. Paradis Island is afraid that people will attack them to get revenge for what Eren did, and has built up a military led by the Jaegerist. Conflict, as Eren predicted, didn't just disappear. Armin, John, Raynor, Annie, Connie, and Payek are on a journey as ambassadors for the Allied forces to Paradis.
Even Historia's handwriting is beautiful. Smells good, too.
Though they don't know how they'll be welcomed. After all, they betrayed the island and killed Eren. Payek and Raynor are surprised their ship hasn't already been blown out of the water, and John blames Eren for forcing them into the roles of international heroes. But Armin says that this was their answer to Eren, and as scouts, they don't know when to quit. Before Annie points out that she wasn't actually a scout, we see glimpses of everyone's lives. Levi is helping out the refugees in a wheelchair. Gabby and Sasha plant a tree. Yelena does something I don't give a shit. Screw Elena, she's the worst. Oh, and if you're wondering why the Titan users are still alive, Eren's death erased all Titan powers from existence, so the Curse of Ymir is gone too. Meanwhile, in Shiganshina, Mikasa sits beside Eren's grave beneath the tree. She tells him that the others will be visiting him soon. Mikasa remembers how she would find Eren there napping and begins to cry, wishing to see him again, when suddenly, a bird flies down and wraps her scarf around her the way that Eren once did. She's emotional as hell, and at the end, she just thanks Eren. She thanks him for wrapping that scarf around her. The credits show a montage over the years. Mikasa visits the grave with her friends until she dies too. Time passes on Paradis. Technology improves. Wars are fought. But the tree is still standing. The post-credits scene shows a scene of the future, where humanity has sent itself back to hunting and gathering after intense warfare. And as we watch, we see a boy and his dog discover a hole at the base of the tree, where Eren's grave once rested, and they go inside. This has all happened before, and it's destined to happen again. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was the entire story of Attack on Titan. I've gone through a whole box of tissues wiping my tears, and I need to go get another one. If you enjoyed it, please remember to drop a like. Tell us which Titan is your favorite in the comments below. Thank you very much for watching. I really appreciate it, and I'll see you next time. See ya!